So here what? I know we love the Casio, and we have some people that are kind of crazy and they love the sharp, but you can't use calculator in the exam. So I just mentally preparing all for that. All the calculations we'll be doing today will be by hand. No calculators. So toss away your calculator. Actually, no. If we do a calculation, you'd probably want to verify it, right? Because I make mistakes sometimes. So there we go. First question. What percentage of 40 is 8? So it's always is over off. So it's going to be 8 all over 40 multiplied by what?
By 100.
Right. Simple.
You could
Simple.
cross out D0. Yeah, you get half. No,
Right?
let me.
No, I would not get a half. It's 8
So I
over
mix it up.
4. You're
I
skipping,
think it is the 4 over the 8.
you're skipping to reciprocal and thing. So 1B. I trust that everybody okay over that. It's always is over off.
Yeah.
Question 2. The value of the digit 2 in the number 748.621 is, so we have 700, 480. What's in? We have 700, 40, and 8, right? And then this
Mm-hmm.
would be
The
1
decimals.
1/10, 100, and 1000. So I'm looking for one that's 100, because that's where the 2 is. And so you're
So,
looking for something 2 multiplied by 1 over 100. And then 100 is the same thing as 10 squared.
yes, sir.
So the answer is,
A.
the answer is wood. So Kamaria, let me ask
Yeah.
you a question. For question 3, are you going to manually multiply 17 by 17 and then 15 by 15?
No.
No? Okay. Okay, let me see what you're going to do then. How about
I'm gonna
trick?
think.
So let me see if I could see it, right? In my YouTube video, I showed you all the trick. But
So I never watched that video yet, so no.
hey, if I tell you how much madness happened for that video, I asleep, Since yesterday, I didn't sleep. Whole night I was editing the video, and then it, like half of the files get corrupted, and then I was like, oof. So I just stay up and I had to do back the whole video. Ridiculous. But
So
anyway,
I know 15 squared is 225, right?
yeah, yeah.
Right. 17 squared, I'm gonna think.
No, but there's an easier hack for that. Come on,
What
yeah.
was the hack?
Yeah. Okay. And this is an example of difference of two squares. You see in that?
Yeah.
Okay. And difference of two squares is in the uniform a squared minus b squared. And if you have that, you could write it as a plus b by a minus b. Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
And so watch this. I could write 17 squared minus 15 squared as 17 plus 15 by 17 minus 15. Watch that. You can get answer one time. What is 17 plus 15?
5 by 12. 32?
What is 17 minus 15?
2.
32 by 2 is?
64?
What's the answer?
Oh, is it 8?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
vale.
That's just, yeah, that is something you said.
Yeah, a lot of people would have just go and manually expand it, but you don't have to. We're better than that. So, some of you might not understand this method. So, I'm going to show you all how to do it with irregular multiplication. So, I'm going to run through it quickly. To multiply 17 by 17, I'm going to write it like this. And so, 7 by 1 is 7, 1 by 1 is 1, 7 by 7 is 49, 1 by 7 is 7 plus the 4, 11, and you're going to add that, and you're going to get 9, 8, 2. It's the same process for 15, and we should know that 15 squared is 225. So 289 minus 225, right? And that'll be equal to 64. And again, if you find the square root of 64, you're going to get 8. All right, so Kamaria, which method do you prefer?
I prefer the difference of the two squares.
Telling you, it's like, as soon as I see that question, I was like, difference of two squares, or no? Difference of two squares. So how much earlier didn't know you could answer the question like this? Drop out one in each chat if you didn't know. You could have worked it out like that. I need somebody in charge of ChatGPT. A lot of people didn't know they could have do the question like that. Well, now you know. So let's move on to question 4. In a school, the ratio of the number of pupils to the number of teachers is 20 to 1. If the number of pupils is 840, how many teachers are there? So, Kamaria, it looked like we scale up the amount of pupils, and
Start over, sir.
it looked like we scale up the amount of pupils? Yes or no?
Yeah, seeing it.
Because
Number of teachers 20 to 1.
the normal one is 20 to 1. So you have 20
Yeah.
to 1 teacher. And so now it's 840 to some number of teachers. We don't know. So we need to figure out, or we had to multiply by 20 to get 840. And so let's work that out.
And you could just divide 840 by 20.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. So
Plus
2 into 8 is 4. 2 into 4 is 2. So here it is, right?
42.
I scaled up the amount of students by 42 times. So I'll have to also scale up the amount of teachers by 42 times.
Mm.
So 1 by 42 is 42. My answer for 4 is B.
Okay.
Yeah. If any other do understand what I'm doing, just unmute and tell me, right? I don't bite. I have big teeth, but I don't bite. But I have glasses and I'm blind, so. Question 5. A bag of apples can be shared equally among either 6, 10, or 15 children. The minimum number of apples that is likely to be in the bag is, so we have 6, 10, and 15. So that could be the amount of children, and we want to figure out the minimum number of apples.
So I'm just asking you for the LCM, in other words.
Yeah, they're just asking you for the LCM. So what number could go into 6? Well, what I'm saying, what number could 6, 10, and 15 go into without leaving a remainder? The smallest number.
30.
30, right? Yeah. And if I have 30, I could share 5 among children. If I have 10, I could share 3 among each child. And if I have 15, I could share 2 for each child. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the answer is 5E. Question 6. 99 times 101 has the same value as. So let me show you how we're going to work this out. So is another way I can write 101. Somebody tell me. What plus what would give me 101?
1 plus.
I have 1 plus.
100.
100 plus 1, right? And so if we expand that out using the distributive properties, 99 is going to multiply by 100. So that's 99 times 100. And then the 99 is going to multiply by the plus 1. So that's going to be plus 99 by 1. So what's the answer, guys?
So the answer is
D, right? D is the answer. Yes or no? Let me know if you understand that.
yes, sir, it is.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, word. Question 7.
So you can
Yeah, somebody?
repeat that?
You want me to go over question 6?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Do you know about the distributive properties? I want to expand brackets.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me if this makes sense. And I can write 101 as 100 plus 1. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so you're going to take the 99 on the inside and you're going to multiply by all of the terms on the inside. So you have 99 on the outside and it's going to multiply by everything on the inside. So 99 by 100, that's how I got this. Is a plus sign in the middle, so I put back the plus sign. And then 99 times 1. Yes or no?
Yes.
So I just taking the 99 on the outside and I'm multiplying it by everything on the inside. That's the distributive properties. Cool. Question 7. Which of the following sets is defined by x is an element of integers, minus 2 is less than or equal to x is less than or equal to 4. So guys, anytime I see this notation where it's a is something less than or equal to x is less than or equal to b, just know that the range would be in between the lower value and the upper value. So guys, what is the lower value in that range? Somebody tell me, what's the lower value?
Minus 2.
So we're looking for an option that goes from minus 2 all the way to 4. So minus 2,
So it's
minus
D.
1. No, it's D. It's D. When they say B, others hear D. So say D for dog.
So that one I'll say I said D dog.
Okay, wait. Say a letter, because B does sound like D for some reason.
All right.
The answer here is 7D. So guys, I'll say that one more time. Anytime or you see this notation, you're looking out for a range that's in between the lower value and the upper value. So the lower value here is -2. So we're going to go from -2 all the way to 4. And so my answer is 7D. Going to move on now. Question 8. The following Venn diagram shows two intersecting sets, P and Q. In the Venn diagram, number of elements in P is 6, number of elements in Q is 8, and number of elements in P intersect Q is 4. The number of elements in the shaded region of the Venn diagram is. So in other words, they want us to figure out this region over here, which is P union Q. P union Q. So let me hear some suggestions. How are we going to figure this out? Amy, how are we going to figure this out? I'm not hearing anybody. Giovanni, want to tell everybody how to figure this out?
So it's going to be P minus P and Q, and then
Right.
Q minus P and Q, and then you have to add both of them together with the 4.
Yeah, that's it. So if you want to find the number of elements in P and Q combined, that's going to be the number in P plus the number in Q minus the intersection. I'll explain it just now. And so that's going to be 6 plus 8 minus 4. So 6 plus 8 is 14. 14 minus 4 is 10. So my answer for this particular question is 8B. Now, Kamari, are you there?
Yes, sir. I don't know why I was taking so long to unmute.
Don't know either. So, you feel like you remember this formula in the exam?
I feel like if I look at it now and like I check it over, like right before I enter the exam, probably, but off the bat just so, no.
Okay, well, fear not. I'm going to show you a common sense way to figure it out, right? So, Kamaria, you understand that we want to figure out the elements in P and Q combined, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to give you an example. Let me just say we have two clubs here, a physics club and a bio club. Let me just say we had some people here, A, B, C, D, E. I don't know. Those are just names, right? So somebody name could be Anna, then Beth, then Kathy, whatever. And so, Kamaria, let me just say in bio club, we have, let's just say I in the bio club, you in the bio club, and this person named who start with D in the bio club. Kamaria, if I ask you how much people let's have all together, we got tell me.
Then I would look for like the letters in P and B. But sir, wait, I have a question, right? You see I have D in bio and D in P. Is that the same person?
A same person.
But then I just add up like all the letters that like come on. Like if it is the two Ds, I wouldn't add the D twice, obviously.
Exactly. You wouldn't add D twice, right? You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that because D is the same person and I could be in 3 clubs, I could be in 2 clubs, and it's still gonna be me. It's just gonna be one person.
Yeah.
So if I want to figure out the actual number, wouldn't I have to add it up and take away the intersection to get rid of the overlapping amount?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing here, no? I add in 6 and 8, and I'm taking it away from the intersection to avoid counting somebody twice. So that's the common sense way to do it. Watch. Because this would be the number in P here would have been 5, and the number in B would have been what?
The number, say that over.
The number in set B would have been
3.
And so if I wanted to find the total number, which would be combining P and B, what I say is 8?
No.
No, I would have to subtract it from the intersection. And where's the intersection?
The intersection would be.
So how much people in both clubs?
Sir, just 1 second, please. Mommy calling me.
All right, no problem. Javon, you there?
Yes, sir.
You understand what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't count somebody twice if they're the same person.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to figure out the number in P and B, I wouldn't say it's 8, right? I would say 5 plus 3 is 8, subtracted from the intersection and have one person in both. So I would say 8 minus 1. So it's actually 7.
Yeah.
So guys, this is the concept behind it. You don't have to remember this formula, you know. You just have to remember this. If I want to combine P and Q, I would need to add P and Q and then take it away from the overlapping region. So I don't count somebody twice. That's the concept. So drop out 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. So all you would have to do is just add 6 and 8, right? But in 6 and 8, it would have some people doing both. So I would need to subtract 4 from that to figure out P and Q alone. Because I wouldn't want to count somebody twice. So I trust everybody understand that. So you don't need this formula. You could just say 6 plus 8 is 14. 14 minus 4 is 10. That is the union. One time. Question 9. So Javon, help me with question 9. In which of the following pairs of sets is one set not a subset of the other? Javon, do you know what a subset is?
Yeah, like all the members of the set in the other set.
Correct. So basically, imagine you have a smaller set and you have a bigger set, right? And a bigger set, if it contains all the elements of the smaller set, then I could contain the smaller set in the bigger set. And so it will be a subset of the bigger set. So the answer for this particular question is E. And let me show you why. So Javon, I want you to list some multiples at 12 for me. List some multiples at 12.
1, 3, 4,
No,
12.
that's not what a multiple is. A multiple would be like 1 by 12 is 12.
My
2 by
bad.
12 is
Yeah.
24.
12, 24, 36, 48.
Right, we can stop there.
60.
That's good. So these are examples of some multiples, and list some factors of 3 now. So set Q. List some factors of 3. So what are some numbers that could go into 3 without leaving a remainder?
1 and 3.
Right, 1 could go into 3 times, and 3 could go into 3 one time. So let me ask you a question, Javon. It have anything in common with this set and this set?
No.
No. Are you seeing anything in common with set P and set Q? The answer is no, right? And if the answer is no, that can't be a subset. That's actually an example of a disjoint set. So let me show you an example of something that would be a subset. So we could look at example B. Maybe we could look at option B. So Javon, give me some factors of 6 real fast. What are some numbers that could go into 6?
1, 3, and 6.
So 1, 2, 3, and 6, right? Cool. List some factors of 12 for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12.
So let me ask you a question. Are you seeing all the elements in E in F?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see in that watch. You have 1 here, you have 1 here, you have 2 here, you have 2 here, you have 3, 6. So guys, I hope all is seeing that. So in other words, set F contains all the elements of set E. And say if I were to draw the Venn diagram for that, it would look like something like this. So this big set would be F, and inside F would be E. Why? Because F contains all the elements of E, and so it's a subset. Right. Let's move on to question 10. All students in a class play Scrabble or checkers or both. If 36% of the students play Scrabble only and 48% of the students play checkers only, what percentage of students play both games? So I want somebody to help me with this question. So 36 Scrabble only and 48 is checkers only. And we want to figure out both. Let me get a volunteer.
Is it 100 subtract 48 plus 36?
Right. So what's saying plus by minus. Why are we saying minus? Because 36 plus 48 would represent Scrabble or checkers. So if I want to figure out both, I would subtract that from 100, which would represent all the students. And so, Imani, what's 48 plus 36?
84?
84, right? So, watch this. 4 plus 3 is 7, yeah. And 6 plus 8 is 14. So 7 plus 1 is 8. So that'll just be 84. That's what I would do to my head quick. So what is 84 from 100?
16.
16. So my answer for 10 is B. Awesome. Let's move on. And again, if anybody confused, just stop me. I don't bite. Question 11. Emmanuel, we do question 11 one time. So we have a Venn diagram. H is hockey. V is volleyball. So, Imani, this 5 over here, will that be hockey alone? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes. This will be hockey alone. This will be the intersection. So these would be people that are playing hockey and volleyball. And this would be students that are playing volleyball alone. So if I want to figure out how many students play either hockey or volleyball, but not both, so we have to exclude the 2. What would my answer be?
So H only and V only. So that's 5 plus 4. So that's 9.
Right. So 11C. Let's move on. Question 12. The set of positive integers that are divisible by 7 is an example of a what? If all you don't know what an integer is, drop a 1 in the chat. Let me see how much all they don't know what integer is. All they know what is an integer? Drop a 1 in the chat if you don't know what it is. Apparently, everybody knows an integer. Well, that's great. So an integer is just a whole number, and in this case, since it's positive, it will refer to the set of positive whole numbers. Right? So a positive integer is just a positive whole number. So somebody give me an example of a positive whole number that is divisible by 7. Where's a number that's divisible by 7?
49.
49. And Rachel, did they ever give us a limit here? Or are they just referring to the whole set of positive integers?
They didn't give a limit.
They didn't give us a limit, so I could generate an infinite amount of positive integers divisible by 7. So I could say 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, and it just goes down the line, right? So all the positive integers. And so it would never have a limit. So that would be an example of an infinite set because there's no limit. So 12B. Let's move on. Question 13. The following diagram shows part of a shopping bill. They want us to figure out the correct values of P, Q, and T. So we could start off with P. So if 4 kg of flour costs $12.40, then the unit cost would just be $12.40 divided by 4. So 4 into 12 is 3, and 4 into 40 cents is just 10 cents. So right off the bat, the unit cost price of flour is just $3.10. Everybody understand that? Yeah or no? Are you losing anybody? I take it that everybody okay with that? Rachel?
Yes, sir, we understand.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
good. And so, here what? Let me find for T now. Let's find for T. And you're probably asking, well, why I can't find for Q next? You will see why. I have the subtotal, and I have flour and sugar. So it's easy to find for T. All I would have to do is just add up these and subtract it from the subtotal. And that would leave me with T. So let's find for T. So T is going to be equal to $40.40 take away from $12.40 plus $7.20. So what is 12.40 plus 7.20?
19.60.
Right. So the 12 and the 7 would add together, so 19. And the 0.4 and the 0.2 would add together, so 0.6. And so I suspect some people might have trouble here, so let's do the full working. So 40.40 minus 19.60. So the 0 minus 0 is just 0. I can't say 4 minus 6. I can't say 0 minus 9. So I have to take 1 from the 4. And so that 4 is going to turn to 3. This is going to turn to 10. I'm going to take 1 from the 10. It's going to become 9. I'm going to place the 1 by the 4. So that's now 14. So 14 minus 6 is 8. 9 minus 9 is 0. And 3 minus 1 is 2. Now, guys, is this enough information to figure out the answer? Or we still have some ambiguity?
Still have ambiguity.
Yeah, we still have some of that. Because if you notice, there are two options that says 3.10 to 20.80. So here what? We have to find for Q now. And that's not hard. So I'm going to put in the information here. So it's 20.80. So if we know 8 kg costs 20.80, I could find for 1 kg. I'll just have to divide 20.80 by 8. That's all. And so 8 into 20 is 2 times, and 8 by 2 is 16, so that would leave a remainder of 4. I'll place the 4 over here, and now 8 into 48 is 6. I believe that's 6. So that's going to be equal to $2.60. So that's what Q is equal to. So what's my answer, guys?
D, sir.
D, right? So P is $3.10. T is $2. What's in? T is $20.80. And Q is $2.60. So 13D. Is there anybody that didn't understand what I did? Tell me now. All right, we're going to move on then. Question 14. The following diagram shows parts of a shop. It's the same shopping bill, right? It's the same shopping bill. According to the bill, the amount paid for VAT is, so you have to pay 8% VAT on the subtotal. So we have to find 8% of $40.40. So that's going to be 8 all over 100 multiplied by 40.40. Now let me ask you a question. Do you think I could do this? Yeah or no?
Yeah.
No, I can't do that. That 0 over there is not an example of a significant figure. So I can't do that. And 40.4 means the same thing as 40.40. Yes or no?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I can't do that. So let me show you how I would do with this question. So we have 8 over 100. The first thing I would do, I would divide 40.40 by 100. That's the first thing I would do. So I would say 40.40 divided by 100. And now if you're dividing by 100, are you going to shift the decimal place to the left or to the right? If we are dividing by 100, left or the right? Somebody tell me.
Right.
Right? No. If you shift to the right, you'll make the number bigger. We are dividing by 100, so we're making the number smaller. So 100. So we have to shift 40.40, the decimal place, 2 spaces to the left. That's what we have to do. So 40.40 divided by 100, that would be, so I'm going to take the decimal place, so 1, 2. Why am I shifting it to the left? Because I'm dividing. And why am I shifting it 2 spaces? Is because 100 is the same thing as 10 to the power 2. So that's 2 decimal spaces. So we're going to end up with 0.4040. And I could just write 0.404. All right. So we sorted out the divide by 100 part. Let's multiply by 8 now. So I'm going to say 0.404 multiplied by 8. 8 by 4 is 32. 0 by 8 is 0. Plus 3 is just 3. 4 by 8 is 32. 0 by 8 is 0 plus the 3. So that's $3.23 if I round it off to the nearest cent. So what's my answer here, guys?
You.
The answer is B, right? If I have somebody in class that didn't understand this, tell me, guys.
Sir, I don't understand the division part, how we got there.
Okay. You don't understand why I divided by 100?
Because you said that you couldn't multiply across or something, so instead you divided.
We could have done that, you know. We could have. So another way you could have worked the question is you could have multiplied this by 8 and then divide that by 100. That's perfectly fine. I just see it like this. So let me answer it like how you would have seen it, right? But both methods will give you the same answer. So you're saying to multiply 40.40 by 8, right?
Yes, sir.
That's perfectly valid. So we're going to multiply by 8. 0 by 8 is 0. 4 by 8 is 32. 0 by 8 is 0. 0 plus 3 is 3. 4 by 8 is 32. So we're going to end up with 323.20 divided by 100. And since we are dividing by 100, we'll shift the decimal place 2 spaces to the left. And so that's going to be 1, 2. And so I'm going to get 3.232, which is approximately $3.23. So I think you would have preferred this method. So, Rachel, you understand?
Yes, sir, I understand now.
Okay, great. I choose to do the harder thing, so I split it up into parts. I divide by 100 first and then I multiply by 8. Let's move on to question 15 now. At a bank, EC $2.60 is equivalent to US $1. For every US $1 exchanged, EC 10 cents is deducted as an exchange tax. How many EC dollars will Leon receive if he exchanges US $1,000? So the first thing I'm seeing here is that every $1 US would give me EC $2.60. But I have a question here, guys. And for every $1 exchange, the bank taking 10 cents? Yes or no? I hear anybody. Any bank would take 10 cents because it said is deducted, is deducted as an exchange tax. So how much you actually getting? Well,
$2.50.
Right, you actually getting $2.50. And I think it's clear to see now. If you're exchanging 1,000 US, you just multiply by 1,000, right, on both sides. And so US 1,000 is going to be equal to 2.5 by 1,000, and that's just going to be 2,500. So my answer for this question is 15C. Take it that everybody understand. If you don't, reach out to me. Question 16. A calculator which is marked at $120 is sold for cash at a 30% discount. How many change would Susan receive if she pays for the calculator with a $100 bill? So there are 2 ways you could have worked this out. You could have find 30% of 120 and then take it away from 120, or you could just find the cost one time, which would be 70%. So I'm going to go with the 70%, and let me explain why. If it's marked at $120, that would be 100% of its price. But if there's a 30% discount, and the calculator will be sold for 70%, yes or no? Let me know if you understand what I'm saying. If it have a 30% discount, you'll be paying actually 70%.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to find 70% of 120, so I don't have to do no minus and anything. So that's going to be, so these zeros are going to cancel off. I'm going to remain with 7 by 12. So 7 by 12 is 84, 12 times tables. And she paid with a $100 bill. So the change is going to be 100 minus 84. And so that's going to be 16. So my answer for 16 is 16. What a coincidence. Hey, Colleen, I see you join. So let me know if you understand question 16. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Take it everybody understand that. Let me continue.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Question 17. By selling a bag for $1,140, Vishal incurred a loss of 5%. At what price should he have sold the bag to gain a profit of 5%? So this question is a little tricky, so we run through it in parts. at the time he sold the bag, he got a loss of 5%. So somebody tell me, if he incurred a loss of 5%, he sold the bag for what percent of the original price?
95.
95%. So watch what I'm going to say. So 95% would be equal to 1,140. All right. And using this, I could find for 1%. If I want to find for 1%, I'll just divide throughout by 95. So 1% would be equal to 1,140 all over 95. Now let's divide this. So 95 could go into 114. How much times do you think? How much times 95 could go into 114?
3.
3?
2.
No, 1. 1. 1 time. Because 95 by 2 would be 90. That'd be 190. So 95 could go into 114 one time. And so, could we figure out the remainder? So 95 could go into 114 one time, and the remainder will be 114 minus 95. So we'll have to take one from this, take one again, bring the one here. So 14 minus 5 is 9, 10 minus 9 is 1. So this is the situation we have. 95 could go into 114 at most 1 times, and it's going to leave a remainder of 19. And I'm going to put a 19 by the 0. And so that's going to turn into 190. So how much times 95 could go into 190? Somebody tell me. How much times 95 could go into 190?
2.
2 times, right? And so 1% would be equal to $12. So we're in a good position now. We could find for nearly anything. So if I want to figure out how much should I sell it for to get a profit, I would have to sell the bag for what percent now? If it's a profit of 5%, I would have to sell the bag at what percent of the original cost?
It wouldn't be 105.
It would be 105, exactly. And so if I know 1% is 12, then to find for 105%, I could just multiply both sides by 105. So 105% would be 12 by 105. So let's work that out fast. So 5 by 1 is 5, 0 by 1 is 0, 1 by 1 is 1, 5 by 2 is 10, 0 by 2 is 0, put the 1 over there, 1 by 2 is 2, and so we're going to end up with 0, 6, 2, 1. So if I wanted to make a profit of 5%, I should have sold the bag for 1,260. So the answer for this question is 17D. Now this question was a little hard, or the maths at least, especially if you don't have a calculator. But if there's anything you want me to re-explain, I don't mind re-explaining. Just tell me. Tell me now.
Wait, why 105 and not 100?
Say that again?
Why 105 and not 100? I think I missed something.
I'll wait to read this for me. So Rachel, give that a read for me. Give that a read.
At what price should you have sold the bag to gain a profit of 5%?
So if I'm selling the bag for a profit of 5%, the original cost would be 100%. And so to figure out the profit, I'll add 5%. So I want to find 105%. Yes or no? You understand?
Oh, I get it now.
Nice. So let's move on. So this is general advice. Finding for one helps a lot. So you can find for one of any quantity, and once you have one of something, you can multiply indefinitely to find any other cases. So question 18. The cost of a machine is estimated to be decreasing at a rate of 10% every year. So every year, it's going to decrease by 10% of its initial value for that year. If it currently costs 6,000, what will be the estimated value of the machine after 2 years? Kamaria, are you there?
Yes, sir, but I'm using my AirPods, so it might sound like far away.
Yeah, it's sounding a little bit weird. So, come on, help me with question 18. So, in the first year, what we now start off, what was the cost of the machine?
6,000.
6,000. At the end of the first year, and it's going to depreciate by 10%.
Yeah.
So, it's now going to have 90% of its value at the end of the first year. So, I'm going to find 90% of 6,000. And so you end up with 9 by 60, 90 by 60. And so an easy way to do this is 9 by 6 is 54, and you just add on the two zeros. So that's going to be 5,400. So guys, here what's happening. At the end of the first year, its value is now 5,400. So it's going to go on to the second year with a value of 5,400. And so at the end of the second year now, it would drop by 10% again. So that's going to be 90 over 100. Right? And so these zeros are going to cancel off. And so we're going to end up with 90 by 54. So I'm going to say, oh, come on, right? I have a noise in the background. Yeah. And so I'm going to multiply 90 by 54. 0 by 5 is 0. 9 by 5 is 45. 0 by 4 is 0. 9 by 4 is 36. So I'm going to add that. This is just 0. This is just 6. This is 8. And that's 4. So my answer would be 18C. Is there anybody that'd like me to re-explain this question?
Me, sir.
All right. So in the question, they're saying the cost of a machine is decreasing at a rate of 10% every year. So do you understand that at the end of every year, it's going to hold 90% of its value? Because it's going to lose 10%. So it's now going to be 90% of its value. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're going to find 90% of 6,000. So at the end of the first year, it would be worth 5,400. And so going into the second year, it will be worth 5,400 at the start. And so at the end of the second year, it's going to be 90% of that. So 90% of 5,400 is 4,860. So every year, it's decreasing by 10%. Yeah or no? Which part confused you?
The part where you're multiplying it by 54.
Or this part over here?
Yeah.
All right, let me run through the multiplication again. So we're going to say 0 by 5. What's 0 by 5?
0,
Then we're going to say 9 by 5. 9 by 5 is?
45.
Right, so I'm going to put 45 here. Right. So we're done multiplying the 90 by the 5. Let's move on to the 4 now. So 0 by 4 is?
0,
9 by 4 is?
36.
Right. And I'm going to add. So I don't have anything to add here, so it's just 0. 6 plus 0 is just 6. 5 plus 3 is 8. Put back the 4 here. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And you understand why I'm finding 90%? Yes or no?
That part not really clear.
You're not sure why we multiply by 90%?
No, sir.
So they said that the value is decreasing at a rate of 10%. So if it is decreasing by 10%, if it loses 10% of its value, what percentage remains?
90.
Right. And so that's why I'm finding 90%. I think you understand it. Right? So that's the concept. Let's move on to question 19. So Javon, let me know if you're there.
Yes, sir.
Right, let me do question 19. Get a read from me.
I'm on page 6 distance for every 200 meters cubed of gas used plus a fixed charge. if he pays $178.75 when he uses 55,000 meters cubed of gas, how much is the fixed change?
So how would you do this, Javon?
Hold on, 6 cents. Okay, first I would divide the 55,000 by 200 meters cubed.
Right? I would do the same.
And yeah, and hold on, then multiply that by 60.
Right, 60 cents. Yes. So let me do that, right? So at the start, they're saying that every 200 meter cube is equal to 60 cents. So we understand that. So what I am thinking is, if he uses 5,500 meter cube, we want to figure out how much 200 meter cubes he used. So how much 200 meter cubes did he use? And so we're going to say 55,000 divided by 200. The zeros are going to cancel off. And I'm going to say 2 into 5 is 2, remainder 1. 2 into 15 is 7, remainder 1, because 2 by 7 is 14. Going to place the 1 over here. And 2 into 10 is 5. So in other words, Javon, how much 200 meter cubes of gas did he use?
275.
Right, so he used 275, 200 meter cube of gas. And so how much does one 200 meter cube cost?
Well, the 60 multiplied by
I would multiply the 60 cents by 275, right?
yeah.
Now I get that some of you all have problems with multiplying decimals and things. So I'm going to show you a little hack. So watch this. Instead of multiplying 275 by 60 cents, you could do this. You could say 275 multiplied by 60. And after, you could shift the decimal place 2 spaces to the left. So 6 by 5 is 30. 7 by 6 is 42. I'll add the 3 to the 42. And that's going to be 45. Let me just check out one more time. 6 by 5 is 30. Right? So I'll be 45. I'll place the 5 over here. 6 by 2 is 12. 12 plus 4 is 16. 5 by 0 is 0. So that whole thing is just going to be 0. Let me add that up real quick. So that's going to be 0, 0, 5, 6, 1. And so I'm going to shift back my decimal place 2 spaces to the left because it was originally 0.60. So that's going to be 1, 2. That's really going to be $165. So Javon, you understand everything I did here?
Yes, sir.
Right. But Javon, is 165 the answer? We're seeing that they put that option. Is that the answer?
No.
No, they want us to figure out the fixed charge. The fixed charge. And so
You would minus it. The 178, I mean, from the
right.
165.
Although I want to understand something. He used 275, 200 meter cube of gas. And that alone cost 165. But he actually paid $178.75. So there must have been an excess charge he had to pay. So to figure out the excess, I would subtract 165 from 178.75. That's literally it. So I'm going to say 178.75 minus 165.00. That's just going to be 5, 7, 8 minus 5 is 3, 7 minus 6 is 1. So that's just going to be $13.75. So my answer for this question is E. Right. Let me know if I good to move on.
You can move on.
Move on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, word. Question 20. The compound interest on $12,000 for 2 years at 10% per annum, compounded annually, is... So guys, drop a 1 in the chat. Do you want me to use the compound interest formula, or do you want me to do it in another way? What would you all prefer? Compound interest formula or another way?
So you could do both?
Yeah, I guess I could do both. Sabrina, this is a 2025 January paper. Okay, I'm going to start off with the compound interest formula, right? So A represents the total amount of money after n years, in this case is 2, right? P is the principal value, that's how much you invested, plus R, which is the rate over 100, to the power n, which is the number of years, right? So A is going to be equal to 12,000, that's how much money I put in. That's going to be 1 plus R, the rate here is 10, that's going to be 10 over 100, to the power 2. Okay, things going to get a little complicated here, so bear with me. Okay, Shava, tell me, and I could write 1 as 100 over 100. Could I write 1 as 100 over 100? Yes or no?
I'm not sure, sir. Say you break me.
Well, I promise it's not hard. Like, okay, and 100 into 100 is 1.
Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, yeah. You could say that.
Yeah, that's true. And so, say, stay with me, right? Stay with me. I'm going to replace the 1. I mean, you could have find the LCM, right? But this is easier. So I can write 1 as 100 over 100 plus 10 over 100. I lose your bad or you're okay so far.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And so, since I have the same denominator inside the brackets, that would be what? Anytime you have the same denominator, you just add, right? So that's going to be 110 over 100 squared. Okay. It's very easy to get lost here. And so, what does 110 over 100 squared mean? Well, it means 110 all over 100 multiplied by 110 all over 100. So on top is going to be 110 multiplied by 110, and in the bottom is going to be 100 squared. So Keshava, what do you think 100 squared would be? 1 followed by how much zeros?
1 0.
4 zeros.
100 squared.
Yeah, 100 squared. Because it's 110 over 100 squared, and that's 110 over 100 by 110 over 100. So 100 by 100. You just add the zeros. So yeah or no?
Right.
You're still with me?
Yeah, following.
Are there any zeros I could cancel off? In this line, are there any zeros I could cancel off?
I think so.
Yeah, once you're multiplying, you could cancel off zeros. So
Says only when the zero behind a decimal point, like the first question with 40.40. That is when you cannot do that.
I can't do that. You know why?
I cancel.
Because that zero over here, that's not a significant number. And 40.40 and 40.4 mean the exact same thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so 0 is not a significant number there, so I can't cancel that off. I could only cancel off significant numbers. Like, okay, let me show you what I mean. This is what quantity? What's that?
10,000.
If I remove a 0, will it affect the significance?
Yeah, now will be 1,000.
Exactly.
So
that's what a significant number is. A significant number is a number, and if you remove it, it will change the significance. That's why we call it a significant number. Yeah.
So this get taught in Form 1 during online classes. I don't remember anything from Form 1. Same thing with sets.
Well, you're learning some things here before the exam, what would say? And say understand that 3 zeros would cancel off, and then additionally 1 0 would cancel off with 1 on the top. And so in this line, it's just going to simplify to 11 multiplied by 110 all over 1. So I could just literally write 12 multiplied by 11 by 110. And so what you want to do? Do you know what 12 by 11 is off the top of your head? 12 timetables.
No.
Oh, shucks. Do you know what 12 by 12 is?
Yeah, 144.
Right. So 12 by 11.
132.
So 12 by 11 would just be 12 less than 144. Understand?
Yeah, 112. 132.
Right. Because 12 by 12, everybody should know as 144. So I was subtract that from 12, and that'll be 132. So that's what I'm saying. If you know 12 by 12, you should know what 12 by 11 is. And so we end up with 132 by 110. And so that's going to be 132 multiplied by 110. And so 2 by 1 is 2. Real calculations here. 3 by 1 is 3. 1 by 1 is 1. 2 by 1 is 2. 3 by 1 is 3. 1 by 1 is 1. And this whole thing just going to be 0 here. All right. Gonna add that. It's going to be 0, 2, 5, 4, 1. Okay, Shiva, I'll lose you, or you're like, yeah, you're okay with everything so far?
No. We're teaching good. Yeah, I learned this the day before test, yes?
So you understand that?
With proper definition, yes. Yes, sir.
So A would be equal to 14,520. So in other words, after 2 years, 14,520 is the total amount of money you're going to get. And so if you put in 12,000, what is the interest you got on it? So you get in 14,520. And that is with the amount you put in, right? And so if I wanted to figure out how much more money I get with the additional amount of money, how would I do that? So you put in 12,000 and you get in 14,520. What's the interest on that?
Would it be 10%?
No. You're right, but that's not what I want to hear. I want to hear 14,520 minus 12,000. And that would give me, that looking like 1320. That would be full working. 14,520 minus 12,000.
You can see
Gonna be
there, so
zero.
we
Actually, no, that'll be 2,520. Yeah. So you understand, Keshava? 2,520 was the interest I got after 2 years as the extra money you get. Yes or no?
right. Yes, sir.
All right, good. So my answer for this question is B. This question was kind of insane. Kind of insane. Without a
So
calculator.
the formula, no? So the only time I see that formula was in the paper too.
Well, there's another method you could use without a formula. And I can show you that. Right? Look, give me a second. Somebody calling.
Yeah. Sir?
All right. Yeah. Somebody was saying something.
Oh yeah, so me.
Yes. Tell me.
So instead of making 1 into a fraction, 100 over 100, could you have changed 10 over 100 into a decimal and then like add them together and square it?
Yeah, you could do that. Could do that. So you could say 1 point, that'll be 1.10 squared. But I feel like I prefer this method. I prefer to work with fractions. Yeah. You can work with decimals if you want, but I feel like I prefer to work with fractions. So you want me to show you the other method?
Yeah, sir.
All right, so this method, you're not going to use any formulas. We're just gonna common sense it. So, okay, Shiva, let me know you're there.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So, okay, if you're getting compound interest on 12,000 for 2 years at 10% per annum, what does that mean? That means that every year, the amount of money in the bank is going to increase by 10%. So if 100% is the original, then at the end of every year, you're going to have 110% of the original in your bank. That makes sense?
Yeah, yes.
So hear that one more time. Drop a 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. If you're getting compound interest at 10% per annum, that means every year you're going to gain 10% of the 100%. And so at the end of every year, you just had to find 110% of how much you have in the bank at that year. So, Keshava, in year 1, you put in 12,000. So at the end, it's going to be 110 over 100 multiplied by 12,000. So that's going to be, the zero is going to cancel off. And so that's going to be 110 by 120. So let's work that out really fast. So 120 by 110. 0 by 1 is 0, 2 by 1 is 2, 1 by 1 is 1, 0, 2, 1. That's just going to be 0. And so when you add that together, you're going to get 0, 0, 2, 3, 1. 13,200. Keshava, yes or no? Tell me if you understand what I just did.
So that is what I would have done.
Me too. I would do this as well. I would not use the formula. So this is how much money you have in the bank after 1 year at the end. So, Keshava, in year 2, how much money you now have in the bank?
13,200. So now you need to
Right.
find 10% of that.
Right. Zero is going to cancel off like crazy. And so you're going to get 132 by 110. And I believe we did that working over here. Watch, 132 by 110 is 14,520. So you see, look, you get back the same answer. So what do you prefer? Do you prefer the common sense approach or using the formula?
The common sense approach. Common sense.
Me too, I honestly prefer to use this one. So at the end of year 2, you're going to have 14,520 in your bank. So obviously, if you want to find the interest, which is the amount of money you gain on the 12,000, you just subtract 12,000 from 14,520. And that's how you do it. And yeah, you'll get 2,520. So cool. Are you ready to move on?
Yes, sir.
Sir, what paper? What year?
Hey, how'd you always plan? Last time I heard from you was physics.
Sir.
Yeah? Tell me, something confusing, yeah? Okay, I see you mute. I'm going to continue then. Question 21. The product of a number p and its reciprocal may be written as, so we have a number p and we multiply it by the reciprocal. So you're not seeing it, but p is the same thing as p over 1. Guys, and all will agree that 5 over 1 is the same thing as 5? Yes or no? Drop a 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. 5 is the same thing as 5 over 1. Okay. And so p over 1 is the same thing as p. And so the reciprocal just means I'm going to flip it, right? So I'm going to flip p over 1. So that's going to be 1 over p. And so I'm looking for the option that has p by 1 over p in it. So my answer is what here? What's my answer?
D, sir.
D is my answer, right? Word. So P is the number.
So look, how do you say you want to know what year it is?
This year is 2025, January, paper 1. January 2025. If you're looking a bit unfamiliar, that's because I retype it and like I redo the whole paper. But this is in fact January 2025. I think this is the best copy in Trinidad right now. I don't think you have a better copy than this. So P by 1 over P. The following is a diagram of a rectangle. The area of the rectangle in centimeters squared is x squared. The equation that may be used to find the value of x is. Somebody fast, tell me, wait, how do you find area of a rectangle? How are you going to find area of a rectangle?
Sir, you multiply the length by the width.
Right. So the length here is x minus 4 and the width is 2. So the area is just going to be 2 by x minus 4. So what's my answer?
Sir, it will be 2x. Oh, hold on.
So the answer will be A, right? The answer is A.
Yes, sir.
A, because A is 2 by x minus 4. Let's move on. Althea, Bob the Builder, and Chris collect shells. Althea has P shells. So we have P here. And then Bob the Builder has twice as many shells as Althea. So if Althea have P, then Bob would have 2 times P. And so that's going to be 2P, right? And then they're saying Chris has 4 more than the total number of shells that both Althea and Bob collected. So Chris has 4 more than this. Could you please abstain from drawing on the screen? So Chris has 4 more than the total number of shells than both Althea and Bob. So we're going to add 4 plus P plus 2P. If you didn't understand that, let me know.
Hold up, sir.
So they're saying that Althea has P, Bob has 2 times that, so that's going to be 2P. And Chris has 4 more than the total number of shells that both Althea and Bob collected. So this represents the number of shells Althea and Bob collected. And so we'll just add 4 to that. So that'll be 4 plus P plus 2P. And so now I'm going to add like terms. What do I mean by like terms? Like terms would be like P, 2P, P, and 2P. So how much P's are you seeing there? We have 1P, we have 2P, we have P and 2P. How much is that all together?
6P.
6P, right?
6P.
Correct. 6P, and we only have one number, so I'm going to write that back. If you notice, there's a factor that's common with 6 and 4, and that factor is 2. So I could pull out 2, and if I pull out 2 from 6, it's going to be 3P. If I pull out 2 from 4, that's going to be 2. And if I were to expand it out, I'll get back 6P plus 4. So the answer for this question is 23D. 23D. Everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Go on, take it as a yes. Let's move on. 24. If 3 plus 2 over x is equal to 1, then the value of x is... So there's an easy way you can work this question out without even doing any working. Keshav, do you know that method? To figure it out. We had to make x subject, right?
Work it out.
So Keshav, you don't know how to figure this out without working it out? So in maths,
No, sir,
So you could substitute?
I can substitute, right? Because the whole point in maths is to satisfy the equation. So I have 3 plus 2 over x is equal to 1. So I want to figure out what value of x would make the left-hand side be equal to 1. So let's try option A. So option A is minus 1. So we'll end up with 3 plus 2 over minus 1. Somebody tell me fast, what is positive 2 over minus 1?
Minus 2. Oh my God.
Is 3 minus 2 equal to 1?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Does it satisfy the equation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the answer one time. You don't have to be no mathematician to figure out these questions. But if you are a mathematician and you want to make x the subject of the formula, let me show you how we're going to do that. But this is the easiest method. Just substitute it and see which one satisfies the equation. So we have 3 plus 2 all over x is equal to 1. Now, if I want to make x the subject, x can't be in the denominator. So I would have to multiply everything by x to get rid of it from the denominator. So I'm going to multiply every single thing by x. And now let's go see what's going to happen. So we're going to end up with 3x. The x and x going to cancel off, and bam, I get rid of it from the denominator. So it's just 3x plus 2, and x by x is x squared. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? It was 1 initially, right? So 1 by x is x. So we have 3x plus 2 is equal to x. I want to find for x, so I have to make x the subject. So to make x the subject, I'm going to put all the x terms to one side and all the numbers to the other side. So I'm going to move 2 to the right-hand side, and I'm going to move x to the left-hand side. When you move something, the sign changes. So that's going to become 3x minus x, and that plus 2 is going to turn to minus 2. So we're going to end up with 2x is equal to minus 2. You want to find for 1x, so you would divide both sides by 2, and so, well, x is equal to minus 1. Bam. But like, I think everybody would prefer this method. Drop a 1 in the chat if they just rather substitute. Speaking of substitute, I feel for Subway. Let me move on to question.
All right.
Let me move on to question 25. The value of 5 to the power n plus 1 by 5 to the power n plus 2 when n is equal to minus 1 is. So all we're doing here is we're plugging in n for minus 1. So anywhere you see n, replace that with minus 1 one time. So that's going to be 5 to the power minus 1 plus 1 multiplied by 5 to the power minus 1 plus 2. So guys, what is minus 1 plus 1?
Sir, that would be -1. Oh, 0.
Right? And what is minus 1 plus 2?
Minus 1 plus 2 would be 3, sir.
No, minus 1 plus 2 is 1.
Oh, 2. Minus 1 plus what?
No, minus 1 plus 2. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so
And
anything.
So that would be 1. Anything
Right?
to 0 will give you 1, right?
Right. And so the answer.
And then that would have 5. Yeah.
So if all you don't believe me, or like you try it for yourself, anything to the power 0 is 1. I know you might be tempted to say 0, but no. Anything to the power 0 is 1. So my answer is going to be 25B. Right, Keshava, you okay? Or the minus
Yes,
1 plus 2 confusion you?
No,
Okay.
I understand.
Imagine you had 2 or something and a minus 1 from it. Well, that would just be 1, right? Simple way to look at it.
Yes, sir, I understand this. I understand. Don't worry.
Word. 26. If 40 students will take 20 days to paint a wall, how many days will it take to paint the wall if 10 more students are added, working at the same rate? So this question is one of the hardest questions in this paper. One of the hardest. Yeah. So Keshav, you know where to start with this question? Keshav, you know where to start with this?
No, sir, I would have just memorized the answer for this.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you how to do it fast, right? So, do you agree that if more students are painting, that the days would decrease? Yes or no? If it have more students, they will take less time to paint the wall. Yes or no? That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
That makes sense, right? So this is an example of a what kind of relationship? Proportional or inversely proportional?
Inversely proportional.
Right. So I need to come up with an equation. So I'll say that the number of students S is proportional to 1 over D. And this is an example of inverse proportionality. So if S goes up, then the days going to go down. And so the next line, we're going to say S is equal to K by 1 over D, which is just K all over D, where K is a constant of proportionality. And so we need to find the constant of proportionality. So we're looking for a piece of information they gave us. So at the start, they're saying 40 students will take 20 days. So they're giving us S and they're giving us D. So I'm going to plug that into the equation and find for K. So S is 40 K is the constant of proportionality. We don't know what that is. D is 20, and so I need to find for K. So to find for K, you could cross multiply, or you could multiply both sides by 20. But I think everybody here will understand cross multiplication better. So 1 by K is just K. 40 by 20 is just 800. So that's what K is going to be equal to. And so my full equation is going to be S is equal to 800 over D. Now, Rachel, they want us to figure out how many days it will take to paint the wall if 10 more students are added. So if 10 more students are added, what will the number now be?
50.
It will be 50, right? And so S is 50. So I'm going to say 50 is equal to 800 all over D. So I'm going to cross multiply again. I think you would understand that easier. 50 by D is 50D. 1 by 800 is 800. And so we have 50 days is equal to 800. So to find for 1, I will divide both sides by 50. Five into 8 is 1, remainder 3. And 5 into 30 is 6. So it would take 16 days. Yeah. Okay, Shivaya, someone says this was one of the harder questions.
I think so.
When last you do proportionality? You ever do that in school?
Yeah, the last time I did it was when I was preparing for paper 2.
Oh. If you could have solved this question, drop a 1 in the chat.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, Selma?
So I could ask you to do this one over.
Sure, no problem. So, Colleen, I want you to stay unmuted, right?
All right, sir.
So
wait. You might hear echo though, because you're connected to my speaker.
that's okay. So, Colleen, they're saying 40 students will take 20 days to paint a wall. How many days will it take to paint the wall if 10 more students are added, working at the same rate? Colleen, do you understand that if I have more students, it will take less time to paint the wall?
Yes, sir.
So that's an example of a proportional relationship or inversely proportional.
Right.
Now asking you, is that a proportional relationship or an inversely proportional relationship?
It's inversely proportional because as one increase, the other one decreases.
Right. So you understand how I get S is proportional to 1 over D.
Yes, sir.
And so then I would write S is equal to K over D, where K is a constant of proportionality. And so with these questions, you always need to figure out for K. And to find for K...
Excuse me.
Yeah, Thelma. Haji? Okay, I hear you.
Sorry, you hearing me?
Yeah, hearing you.
Yes, sir. You could like instead of multiplying, you could like cross multiplying. You could set your normally the equation and then like multiply across like how you would have just
By
directly
20.
multiply.
You can't do that.
So,
Just multiply through by 20. And multiply through by D.
sir. No. Sir, I did it this way. Wait, I'm gonna send a picture in the group chat to show you what I'm talking about.
Okay, no problem. So, Colleen, you understand everything so far, right? So S will be equal to K over D. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so we need information to find for K. Enter the start. They said 40 students, so S will be equal to 40. Will take 20 days, so D is equal to 20. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to substitute that. So S is 40 and D is 20. And so all I need to do now is find for K. So I'll cross multiply. 1 by K is K. 20 by 4 is 800. So K is 800. So my equation is going to be S is equal to 800 over D because I know K is 800 now. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And if 10 more students are added, we had 40 initially. How much students would I have now? 50, right? And so S is 50, and I would need to find for D. So I'm going to cross multiply again. So 50 by D is 50D. So 50D is going to be equal to 800, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me run through back this one more time. So you're going to end up with 50D is equal to 800. And so then I would divide both sides by 50 because I want to find for D. Zeros are going to cancel off. 5 into 8 is 1 time, remainder 3. And 5 into 30 is 6. So it's going to take 16 days. You okay with that?
Sure, I'll send a picture in the group chat.
Thank you.
Okay, let me check where you sent.
So instead of like multiplying like directly, like cross multiplying, I just multiply directly across.
Yes, you could do that. And do you remember the formulas in physics for like Charles' law or pressure law?
Yes, sir.
So that's what you do. You came up with an equation in terms of like V1 over T1 is equal to V2 over T2, and you work the question.
Yes,
and,
sir.
and so
Yes, sir.
that's where it's derived from. So excellent job.
Yes, sir.
Question 27 now. If P is equal to 2, 5 minus 1, 3, then the value of the determinant is. So if I want to find the determinant, I'm going to multiply the diagonals and subtract them from each other. So it's going to be 2 by 3 minus 5 by minus 1. 2 by 3 is 6. Inside 5 and minus 1 is minus 5. And so we have 6 and minus 5 multiplied by the minus sign on the outside. That's going to turn to plus 5. And so that's going to be equal to 11. So my answer for 27 is D. You all okay with that?
Yes, sir. That's what I got.
Nice. And this would be an example of a non-singular matrix, right? Non-singular. Quickly, somebody.
Yeah, because it determinant is 0.
So Haji, tell me, if it was a singular matrix, what would the determinant be?
0, sir.
Nice. Question 28. If A is equal to that, then the order of A is, so we have to figure out the order. When you're writing the order, it's always row by column. So Kamaria, can you count the amount of rows we're seeing here?
I see in 4.
I see in 3.
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm looking at the columns, sir.
So it's going to be 3, right? So we have 3 rows. And how much columns you see in?
4 columns.
So this is an example of a 3 by 4 matrix. So the answer for 28 is C. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
So it's row by column. So you count the rows first, then the columns. Trust I understand that, as well as everybody else.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Yes, sir.
29. The following is a diagram of a parallelogram in which E to F is parallel to H to G, E to H is parallel to F to G, and so E to F is equal to K, and E to H is equal to M. So Kamaria, since E to H is parallel to F to G, and I could write that that is equal to M as well.
Yeah.
And I can say H to G is K.
You got the K. Yeah.
And so if I want to find E to G, that means it's going from where to where? Where are we going from?
From E to F to G.
Right. Because we want to go from E to G. So guys, if all I want to go from E to G, I have 2 routes I could possibly take. Both are correct. So let's look at the first route you could have taken. You could have gone from E to F and F to G. And so that would just be K plus M. And the other route you could have taken was E to H and H to G, which should have been M plus K. Does everybody understand that M plus K and K plus M means the same thing?
It's the same thing. Yeah.
Same thing. Because if you had 1 plus 2 and 1 plus 2 is the same thing as 2 plus 1,
Yes, sir.
yeah, no difference at all. So no matter how you did it, you're supposed to arrive at D. So 29D. Cool. Let's move on. Question 30. If 5xy is equal to 4, 10, 20, so we have column vectors over here, then the values of x and y are, so we need to expand. So that 5xy is going to turn to 5x, 5y, and that's going to be equal to 40. 20 by 4 is 80. And so somebody make a wild guess. What do you all think 5x is going to be equal to?
8. Well, sorry, sir. I thought question plus 40.
You have to tell me the answer. You're not talking sharpness.
Yes.
So I know algebra does give some people trouble, right? But let me show you an alternative way to think about algebra. So we have 5 by x is equal to 40. So in other words, we're trying to figure out what I have to multiply by 5 to get 40. And so you don't have to do no fancy algebra there. It's just 8. 5 by 8 is 40. So x would have to be equal to 8, right? And then we have 5y is equal to 80. And so you don't have to do no fancy maths over there. We're trying to figure out what by 5 is 80. Actually, you might kind of need to do it. And that will be 16. So we had to divide both sides by 5. And so y would be equal to 80 over 5. And so 5 into 8 is 1. Remainder 3. 5 into 30 is 6. So 16. So what's my answer, guys?
B.
B,
B
right?
as in boy.
Nice. 31. The following diagram shows a cylinder whose diameter is 6 centimeters and height 21 centimeters. Given that pi is equal to 22 over 7, then the volume of the cylinder in centimeter cube is, somebody tell me fast, what is the volume of a cylinder equal to?
Pi times r squared times height.
Right. They want us to use pi as 22 over 7. Is the radius 6 centimeters here?
It's 3.
No, sir. The radius would be 3.
Right. They gave us the diameter there, right? So the radius is 3 centimeters. And the height is 21. So V is going to be equal to 22 over 7 by 9 by 21. And all of you go, and everybody could see that 7 into 7 is 1 and 7 into 21 is 3. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? And on top is going to be 22. And we have 9 by 3, which is 27. So in other words, we just have to find 22 by 27. Let's do that real fast. 2 by 2 is 4. 2 by 2 is 4 again. 2 by 7 is 14. 2 by 7 is 14 again, plus the 1 here. It's going to be 15. So that's going to work out to be 4, 9, 5. So what is my answer?
C, sir.
C, right?
Yes.
Is there anybody that didn't understand how I worked this question out? Can you all refrain from writing on the screen, please? Thank you. Okay, I take it everybody understand this. I need somebody in charge of chat duty. Somebody, chat duty, right? Please, I can't really see the chats. Let's
Yes,
move
sir,
on
no
to
problem.
question. Thank you. Let's move on to question 32. In a rectangular garden plot, 15 meters long and 12 meters wide, an area of 18 meters squared is used for a vegetable garden. What area of the plot is not used for vegetable gardening? So the first thing I will do is figure out the total area of the rectangular plot. So it's a rectangle, so it's going to be length by width, so that's going to be
15 by 12.
right, so that's going to be 15 by 12. Right, and that's going to be 180 if I do the mental maths correctly. And so if the total thing is 180 meters squared, and she used 80 meters squared for the vegetable garden, then 100 would be used for everything other than the vegetable garden. Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
sir. So the answer is B.
Right. Cool. Let's move on. How long will a speedboat take to travel between two harbors, which are this supposed to be 1,880? Somebody just verify that for me. Check the solutions are sent. Is 1,808 or 1,880? Let me check it out. Because I type up this and I think I made some mistakes. Yeah, it was be 1,080. Yeah, 1,080. So how long will a speedboat take to travel between two harbors which are 1,080 kilometers apart if it travels at an average speed of 120 kilometers per hour? So can we all agree that the formula for speed is equal to distance over time? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
The speed was given to be 120. The distance is 1,080. And so we want to figure out the time. To do that, you could cross multiply. So that's just going to be 120t, and that'll be equal to 1,080. And so to find the t, I would need to divide both sides by 120. Zeros are going to cancel off here. And you should know your 12 timetables. How much time 12 are going to 108?
9, sir.
Right, so t is equal to 9 hours. So the answer here is 33B. We cooking, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Word. 34. The lengths or the sides of a triangle are x, 2x, and 2x centimeters. If the perimeter is 20 centimeters, what is the value of x? So perimeter is just the distance all around a shape, right? So in this case, we have 2x here, 2x, and x. And so if you take the distance right around, it's equal to 20. And so to figure out the perimeter, I will add up all the lengths. So it's going to be 2x plus 2x plus x, and that's equal to 20. So if I have 2x, another 2x, and 1x, that's 5x. So 5x is equal to 20. And so to find for 1x, I would divide both sides by 5. So x would be equal to 20 over 5, which is 4. So my answer is
A.
A, right? Question 35. The following is a diagram of a trapezium. The perimeter of the trapezium in millimeters is, so before we do anything, let's try to figure out how you would go from meters to millimeters.
So you would divide by 1,000.
Right, but let me come up with it. In 1 meter, how much centimeters we have?
Say that over, sir.
In 1 meter, how much centimeters do we have?
100 centimeters.
And in 1 centimeter, how much millimeters we have?
10.
So I'll multiply by 10, and so it's going to be 1,000 millimeters. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to find the perimeter first and then multiply by 1,000. So the perimeter is just 0.41 plus 0.21 plus 0.18 plus 0.12. So 0.41 plus 0.21, they're looking like 0.62. And 0.18 plus 0.12 is 0.30. And so the perimeter is going to be equal to 0.92, and that's in meters. So to convert this to millimeters, I'd multiply it by 1,000, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Because we know in 1 meter, there's 1,000 millimeters. And if you
So
multiply,
you get 920.
Right, because if you're multiplying 0.92 by 1,000, you're shifting the decimal place 3 spaces to the right. 1, 2, 3. So I'll have to add an extra 0. And so P is equal to 920 millimeters. So Kamaria, if you have trouble with decimals, and you can still figure it out like from common sense,
Yeah.
because if I have 0.92 and I come like 92%,
Yeah.
and 92% of 1,000 will obviously be like 900 and something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even if you're bad with decimals, you should still figure it out. So I'm going to move on now. Question 36. Now this question I'm going to take up plenty time. The following diagram shows a circle centered at O. The major sector and minor arc are indicated below. If the area of the major sector is 115.5 centimeters squared, then the diameter of the circle in centimeters is... So Kamaria, how would you do this question?
If the area of the major sector is 150.5 and the diameter of the circle centimeters is... So the formula for the area of a sector is theta over 360 by pi or something like that.
Yeah. Theta over 360 by pi r squared.
Right. So you would have to manipulate that formula somehow to get the diameter, correct?
Yeah, that's true. Excellent. So area of a sector, because guys, all you have to understand that a sector is just a fraction of the entire circle. That's literally it. So it's going to be theta over 360. And why 360, Kamaria?
Because the total angle in a circle is equal to 360.
Right. And the total area of our circle is pi r squared. So we're going to find a fraction of it. So if this is 90, what angle are going to be?
Of the sector?
Yeah, what angle is going to be?
360 minus 90. Would that be 270?
Yes. And hear what? Even if you didn't know that, you could have figured it out in a common sense manner. Kamaria, and I could split out a circle into 4 quarters.
Yeah.
And if we have 1 quarter dedicated to this minor sector over here, any other sector will be 3 over 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just have to find 3/4 of pi r squared. So much ways you could work the question out. So the area of this sector is 115.5, and that's going to be equal to 270 over 360, which we know going to be what? That's going to be what fraction?
3/4.
Right, that's going to be 3/4. Right, and we want to use pi as 22 over 7 r squared. So again, we don't have a calculator, so bear with me. So I'm going to say 3 by 22, which is 66. I'm going to say 4 by 7, it's 28.
It's 28.
That's going to be r squared. So then, what we would have to do is we'd have to multiply throughout by 28. So let's do that. So we're going to get 66 r squared. And let's work that out fast. So I could write 115.5 as 1,150 later. I could write that as 1,155. And after, I could shift the decimal place. Yes or no, Kamaria? That makes sense?
Wait, so you cancel out the 28 from the bottom.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I mean, you could work it in one fell swoop. You can multiply it by the reciprocal of 66 over 28. And that'll be 28 over 66, you understand? But take my time. Take my time. Right. So, to get rid of the fraction, I'm going to multiply everything by 28. And so if I do that, it's going to be 115.5 by 28. Now, can you agree that I could write that as 1,155 by 28 and I could shift back my decimal place after? Yes or no?
Um, I had to see it first. 'Cause I never worked it out like that before.
Okay. Multiply by,
Oh, I don't understand what you say.
right? 5 by 2 is 10. 5 by 2 is 10 again, so that's going to be 11. 1 by 2 is 2, that's going to be 3. 1 by 2 is 2. Okay. 5 by 8 is 40. 5 by 8 is 40 again, so that'll be 44. 1 by 8 is 8. 8 plus 4 is 12. 1 by 8 is 8. That'll be 9. So let's check out what we have here. So that's going to be 0, 4, 3. 3 plus 9 is 12. Added to the 2 over here, that's going to be 3. So we end up with 32340. But, and the original thing was 115.5.
Yeah,
So I'd have to shift the decimal place. How much space is sitting left?
once.
Once. So this is actually 3,234. So you understand that?
Yeah,
And so now I could find 4r squared. So I have 66r
I
squared.
divided by 66.
Yes. Come on, Maria. You see why I tell you? You see why I say art maths easier than maths?
You say add maths easier than maths?
Yeah, the art maths paper one so much easier than the maths paper one. So much easier. It's crazy.
Well, I guess so because again, it's easy calculator, but I find I don't know, this is baby thing.
Yeah, yeah. But without using a calculator, it's kind of annoying.
It's
Right?
just tedious, but it's not really difficult maths.
Yeah, that's true. It's not really difficult maths. So we have r squared is equal to 323, well, 3,234 all over 66. So now I need to divide that. So how are we going to divide that? Let me hear.
If people don't know how to like put 66 into the 32, you could divide 66 by 3 first and divide the 3,234 by 3 and see where.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But I feel like what I would do if I was on a position, I would try to think of the biggest number that the most amount of time is 66 going to 323, and I'll multiply it fast to see if it's working. So just by looking at this, I'm gonna guess that 66 could go into 323 at most 4 times. Let me see if that's true. So 66 by 4, it's gonna be 6 by 4 is 24. 6 by 4 is 24. 24 plus 2 is 26. And you understand that if I added 66 to that one more time, that would exceed 323. See that?
Yeah, I understand.
So the most amount of times 66 going to 323 is 4 times. Okay. And let's figure out the remainder. So that's going to be 323 minus 264. And so I have to borrow 1 from each 3, place 1 here, borrow 1 from that. So that's 11. That's 13 now. And so that's going to be 13 minus 4 is 9. 11 minus 6 is 5. That will be 0. So we have a remainder of 594. So this gets ugly fast. And so now we need to figure out how much time 66 going to 594. Just by looking at that, that looked like 9. That looked like 9. And let's just verify that. So let's just see if 66 by 9 would give us 594. 6 by 9 is 54. 6 by 9 is 63. 63 plus 5 is 68. Wait. I'm just run through that one more time. 6 by 9 is 45. Wait, what's it? 6 by 9 is 54. And 54 plus 5 is 59. So are we getting back to 594?
Yes, sir.
So 66 going to 594, how much times?
9 times.
And so r squared is equal to?
49.
So r squared is equal to 49. And
I find the square root.
Right.
Which would be 7.
Right. Now.
But they want the diameter, so I had to multiply that by 2.
You're right. So diameter D is going to be equal to 2r. So that's going to be equal to 2.
7 by 2.
Right.
Which is 14.
So in my YouTube video, I did this question in an alternative way that was much simpler than this. So I could check that out. The division and multiplication you have to do here requires some effort, a good bit of effort. So this is going to be 36C. So let me run through the question one more time. So we use the area of sector formula, which says theta over 360 by pi r squared. The area of the major sector was given, and that's 115.5, and that would be equal to 3/4 because 270 over 360 is 3/4 multiplied by 22 over 7 r squared. So from there, you just have to make r squared the subject and then find for r. And since you don't have a calculator, that's kind of hard. Yeah. So my advice is probably just remember the answer, right? 36C. Let's move on. So the concept isn't hard, it's just that you don't have a calculator, so you kind of cooked. 37. This question is another question that's going to take real time. CXC real wicked, you know. So, Keshav, you want to help me with this question? Okay, Amy, Kristen, Kira, Aliyah, any of you all here? Can I hear any of them? Who would help me with this question other than Kamaria? Somebody else.
Hi, sir.
Okay, cool. Now we do the question, right? So we want to figure out the surface area. To figure out the surface area of this, I would need to look at all the different shapes that we have at the surface and add them up. So let me start off with this shape over here. That's an example of a that's a square. So we could probably call the square, let's call it a square. That'll just be equal to 10 by 10, which is 100 centimeters squared. Yes or no?
Where will I get this square from?
Where we get the square from?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. The next shape we could probably look at is this rectangle on top. So this dimension will be 13. And since we know that this dimension is 10, wouldn't this dimension also be 10? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And so the top rectangle will be equal to 13 by 10, which is equal to 130 centimeters squared. Right? So we could probably look at the base now. So the base would be this this rectangle over here. And so its dimensions are 12 by 10. And so base would be equal to 12 by 10, which is equal to 120 centimeters squared. And then we could look at the rectangle in the back. And so, Colleen, tell me what are the dimensions for that particular shape? Can you figure out the dimensions?
The rectangle in the back, it wouldn't be the 18 by 10?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you have to add like, oh, all right.
Right. So that's going to be 18. So this whole thing here is going to be 18. And so that's going to be 18 times 10. So back rectangle, that's going to be 18 by 10. And that's going to be equal to 180 centimeters squared. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we have two other faces. Now, what kind of shape is this?
Trapezium.
That's a trapezium, right? So we have two trapeziums. So to figure out the area of the two trapeziums is going to be equal to 2 multiplied by the area of 1. And so let's find the area of one trapezium. So let me just draw a trapezium and show the formula. So in a trapezium, it's a half A plus B by height. So A and B are just the parallel sides, and H is the vertical height. So if we look at this question, Colleen, I want you to tell me, what are the parallel sides? What are the lengths for the parallel sides?
18 and 10.
Right? So we are going to say a half, and inside the brackets is going to be 18 plus 10. And what's the height?
The height would be
12.
12.
It's kind of hard to see, but look at the shape, right? This will be 18, this will be 10, and so this will be the height. It's 12. So it's going to be
Alright, so
a half 18 plus 10 by 12. So let's work out the inside brackets first. And so we could say a half of 28 by 12. Right? And so Colleen, don't you agree we could either find a half of 28 or a half of 12? Which one do you want to do?
a half of 20.
Okay, so a half of 28, that would be 14. So 14 by 12. All right. And so on the outside, we have 2. So we could probably say 2 by 14, it should be 28. So that'll be 28 by 12. And so now we just have to multiply that out. So
And
28,
that would be like 136.
let's see. So 1 by 8 is 8. 1 by 2 is 2. 8 by 2 is 16. 2 by 2 is 4. So you're going to add that up. You're going to get 6. 8 plus 5 is 13. 1 plus 2 is 3, so that's 336. Like you said. And so now that we have all of these surfaces, we just have to add. So that's going to be 100 plus 130 plus 120 plus 180 plus 336. So we just have a 6 here. Over here, it's going to be 3 plus 2 is 5. 5 plus 8 is 13. 13 plus 3 is 16. Going to add the 1 over here. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus 3 is 8. So my answer is
166.
right, 37B. 37B. I trust that everybody understands this. If not, come on up. Another way you can work it out, you can work out the area for the triangle separately, and you can work out the area for this rectangle separately. But I say since it's a trapezium, I could just do it one time. All right, so I'm going to move on now. Question 38. The distance around a lake is 8 kilometers. On a map, the distance around the lake is represented by a length of 4 centimeters. So on the map, it's 4 centimeters, and in real life, it's 8 kilometers. So we need to convert kilometers to centimeters. So Kamaria, help me do that.
So it would be, well, 1 centimeter is equal to 100 meters, and 1 meter is equal to, is it 1,000 or is it 100 kilometers? I can't remember.
Waiter, I'll reply to someone. Give me a moment. Yeah, you were telling me?
Yes, I was saying 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters, and I think I mean, yeah, and I think, what I was saying before, all right, I was saying you're changing the, oh my God, I lost my train of thoughts.
I guess you.
Right, so 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters, and then 1 meter is supposed to be like, I think it's 1,000 kilometers.
Wait, you said 1
Or is
meter.
it is it 100?
You just now said 100 meters is 1,000 kilometers. Or 1 meter. Nah. Let me take with time, right? Take with time. So first things first. Right. First things first, right? How much meters we have in a kilometer?
Is it 1,000?
1,000, right? So that's going to be 1,000 meters. And how much centimeters we have in a meter?
100.
So you're just going to multiply 1,000 by
100.
just going to add 2 zeros. So we're going to end up with 1 followed by how much zeros?
That'd be 5 zeros.
Right, so let's apply it here. So in other words, 1 kilometer is equal to
100,000 centimeters.
Yes. And so it's going to be 4 centimeters. So I'm going to replace that 1 with 8. So that 8 followed by 5 zeros.
800,000 centimeters.
Right? And so now I can divide throughout by 4 to simplify it. And if I do that,
Yeah.
it'll be 1 to...
It'll be 1 to 200,000.
So my answer is?
D.
D, right. Let's move on. The following table shows the number of words that a group of 60 students got correct in a spelling test that consisted of 10 words. The mode of the number of words spelled correctly is, so if we're talking about mode, we're talking about most frequent. So, what's the most amount of words that majority of the students got correct? So 7.
It'd be 7.
Because 18 students spelled 7 words correctly. That's the most frequent amount. And what would be the second mode? Somebody tell me, what would be the mode?
It would be 9, well,
That's
9
a tie,
and
right?
10.
That's
Yeah.
a tie. Risha, I saw that you raise your hand. Tell me.
So it will be 9 and 10?
Yeah.
9
That's
and
correct.
10. 16 students spelled 9 and 10 words correctly.
Correct. That will be the second mode. Awesome. So that's 39A. Let's move on. Question 40. It's the same table, and they want us to figure out the median number of words. So to find the median, it's going to be a half of n plus 1, where n is the total number. So what's the total number here? So we want to find for the median, which is Q2. So that's going to be a half of n plus 1. And so what's the total number of students here?
60.
So that's going to turn to 61. Half of 61, I believe that's 30.5. So my median is going to be in between the 30th person and the 31st person. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So watch this. I'm going to lose some people here. I know that for a fact. So we're going to generate the cumulative frequency. So 3 students spelled 6 words correctly. Okay. 21 students spelled 6 and 7 words correctly. 28 students spelled 8 between 6 and 8.
How about that 6, yeah?
6, 7, and 8. And 44 students would have spelled 6, 7, 8, 9 words correctly. And then 60 students would have spelled 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 words correctly.
So it has to be somewhere between 28 and the 44, so between 8 and 9.
I will show you. So let me interpret this Kamaria. So what does this mean? This means that the first 3 students would have spelled 7 words correct. I mean 6 words correct. Okay. And so that meant that the 4th student all the way to the 21st student would have spelled how much words correct?
7.
And the 22nd student all the way up to the 28th student would have spelled how much words correct?
8.
And so the 29th all the way up to the what?
Oh my God. The 29th all the way up to the 44th?
Right, would spell 9 words correctly. And lastly, the 45th person all the way up to the 60th person
would have spelled 10.
Right. So understand the ranges there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, word. And so we are going to look at 29 to 44. You understand why? Because the 29th person would have scored 9. The 30th person would have spelled 9 words correctly. The 31st person would have spelled 9 words correctly. The 32nd person would spell 9 words correctly. The 33rd, all the way up to the 44th person. Understand?
Yeah.
So that would have meant that both of them would have been 9. So the 30th person would have been 9, and the 31st person would have also been 9.
So then the median is 9.
Right, so the median is 9 because it's the same thing. So 9 plus 9 over 2 is just 9. Right. So yes or no, you're good?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Is there anybody that like me to go over that again?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Can you go over how you get the ranges?
Okay, no
Please?
problem. So do you understand that 3 students would have spelled 6 words correctly?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I could say 1, 2, 3, and that'll be 6, 6, 6. So the 4th student, how much words do you think they spelled correctly?
7.
7. The 5th student would have also spelled 7 words correctly. The 6th student would have also spelled 7 words correctly, all the way up to the 18th person. To the person that was confused, you understand what I'm saying here? Or it's still confusing you?
I'm still confused.
Okay. So you understand that 3 students got 6,
Yeah.
right? And then how much students got 7?
18.
So I could write it out like this. So 6, 6, 6. And how much students got 7?
18 students.
So I will just keep going until I write 18, 17. I mean 18 sevens. Yes or no? That makes
Yes,
sense?
sir.
And so watch. The first student would have scored 6. The second student would have scored 6. The third student would have scored 6. I know they're not. I know we're not talking about scored, but I'm just going to call it that to make it simple. The 4th student would have scored 7. The 5th student would have scored 7. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and all the way up to what student? What do you think? Because how much students scored 7? Tell me, how much students scored 7?
18.
18. So look at this. 3 students scored 6, and so do you understand that after 3 we would have these students that spelled 7 words correctly, and that would be 18 sevens.
Yeah.
Okay, watch this. So we have 3 students spelling 6 words correctly, and then we have how much students spelling 7 words correctly?
18 students spell 7 words correctly.
Right. So the first student spelled how much words correctly?
6.
The third student spelled how much words correctly? Remember, 3 students spelled 6 words correctly. So the third person.
7.
No, 6. Watch.
6.
The third, okay, 3 students spelled 6 words correctly. So the first student would have spelled 6 words correctly. The second student would have spelled 6 words correctly. The third student would have spelled 6 words correctly. You understand?
Yeah.
And then after that, we have students scoring what? Or spelling how much words correct?
7.
So the 4th student would have spelled how much words correctly?
7 words.
Right. The 6th student would have spelled how much words correctly?
7 words.
All the way up to the 18th person.
18.
You think you understand now? Well, the 21st, eh? Actually, the 21st. It's actually the 21st
Okay.
because if I have 3 persons here and I know 18 people got 21, then, 18 people got 7, then it will finish at the 21st term. You think you understand it now? A little better?
Yes, sir. Time.
So all I'm saying is, if you list it out, 3 people would have spelled 6 words correctly. The next fourth person to the 24th person would have spelled 7 words correctly. And so, tell me, the 22nd person all the way up to the 28th person would have spelled how much words correctly? Think you can figure that out?
8 words.
Right, so you get the idea. So the 28th person
Yeah.
would have spelled 8 words correctly. And so the next person would now move on to 16. And so the 29th person all the way up to the 44th person would have spelled how much words correctly?
9 words.
Right. And the median was between the 30th person and the 31st person. And we know that the 29th person all the way up to the 44th person spelled 9 words correctly. And so that's going to be, so both of them would have got 9 words correct. And so that's 9 plus 9 over 2, which is 9. You fully understand?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So we're going to move on to question 41 now. The following pie chart shows the popular games played by a group of students. If 180 students play football, how many students are in the group? So guys, what angle is this? What angle is football?
Right angle.
A right angle. So that's how much degrees?
90 degrees.
90 degrees.
So in a full circle, what fraction of a full circle is 90 degrees?
A quarter.
A quarter, right? So if football is a quarter, and so if a quarter of the students is equal to 180, how do you think we'd find for the total? So if a quarter is 180, what would I have to do with the 180 to get the full number of students? So if a quarter is 180, what would I do to get the full amount?
Multiply by 4.
Correct. So it's going to be 180 by 4. 0 by 4 is 0. 8 by 4 is 32. 1 by 4 is 4 plus 3 is 7. So it's going to be 720. So 41C. So football is 90 degrees. And we know that 90 degrees is a quarter of a whole circle. And so a quarter of the students is 180. So if I have a quarter and I want to find for the full amount, I just had to multiply by 4. So I'm going to move on now. Question 42. The following chart shows the amount of fish bought in kg by the first 60 customers at a fish market. Javon, let me know if you're still there. Can I hear you, Javon? Kamaria, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how many customers bought at least 6 kg of fish? At least. What does at least mean?
It have to be like 6 or more.
Right. At least means 6. More than or equal to 6.
Yeah.
So we're looking at this, and this. So how many people bought 6 kg of fish?
13. No, 11. Give me 13.
Are we 11? So we have 11.
Then 5.
5.
Then 4. Then 7. And then 3.
So we add that up real fast. 11 plus 5 is 16. 16 plus 4 is 20. 20 plus 7 is 27. 27 plus 3 is 30.
So the
So
answer is C.
Yes. 42C. Let's move on. 43. The following diagram shows the cumulative frequency curve of the height of 20 seedlings. The semi-interquartile range of the set of measurements is, so Kamaria, tell me the formula for semi-interquartile range.
It'd be the half of Q3 minus Q2.
Right.
I mean Q1, give me Q2.
So Q3 minus Q1 all over 2. So Q3 minus Q1 is the interquartile range, and we're going to divide the interquartile range by 2. That's why we call it semi-interquartile range. So if you have a cumulative frequency curve and you want to find for Q3, it'll just be 3/4 of n. It's not going to be n plus 1, it's going to be n. Make that distinction. When we have a cumulative frequency curve, it's just n. So the total number here is 20. So we have 20 seedlings. And so that's going to be 3/4 of 20. And 3/4 of 20. 4 into 20 is 5. 5 by 3 is 15. I'll show you just now what we're going to do with our 15. And Q1 is going to be a quarter of n. And n in this case is going to be a quarter by 20, and a quarter of 20 is just 5. So let's see what I'm going to do with those values now. So Kamaria, I'm going to go to my graph, and I'm going to take a read off when the cumulative frequency is 5. So when it's 5, that looks like it's in the middle of what?
Like, I would say like about 1.15 or something.
Now take your time. So we have 5 divisions. If we have 5 divisions, and that's 0 to 1, then one division will be 0.2. Watch. 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1.
Right, okay. So and that would be like 1.25.
No, take your time. This would be 1.20, and this would be 1.40, right?
Oh, so it's 1.3.
Yeah, 1.30. Kamaria, you can believe I draw this graph?
For you?
Yeah, I draw that graph. Like all the diagrams I drew. It's like crazy. So like, what you say?
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I crazy, you know. Like I will go crazy lengths for perfection, like for perfection. I can't handle like ugly copies and thing. I can't handle that. That's the OCD.
Yeah.
So in other words, we know that Q1 is 1.30. So this is Q1. And how do we find the Q3?
You read off where it is at 15.
Right. So that seems to be what? So this will be 2.2, 2.4.
That's like 2.6.
Right. And so if I want to find for the semi-interquartile range, it's going to be
2.6 minus 1.3 divided by 2.
right. So what is 2.60 minus 1.30?
2 minus 1 is 1. 6 minus 3 is 3. So 1.3 over 2.
Right. And to work this out, let me show you how we're going to do it, right? You could consider 130 over 2. 2 into 113 is 6, remainder 1. 2 into 10 is 5. And so you would shift the decimal place 2 spaces to the left, and you get 0.65. So 2 into 1.30 is 0.65. So my answer is?
A.
Kamaria, do you think we even have to do any working? Because watch, if we have 1.30 over 2, obviously wouldn't be any of these options, right?
Yeah.
So we didn't have to do that working. Let's move on. Question 44. 600 students sit an examination. The probability of a randomly selected student failing the examination is 1/5. How many students are expected to pass the examination? So, Kamaria, if 1/5 is going to fail,
then 4/5 is expected to pass. So you just get 4/5 of 600.
right.
And 5 into 600 is 12. I mean, 120. Oh my god. Where's my
Right.
maths?
And 4 by 12 is?
4 by 12, that is 48. So 480.
Right. So 44, C. Right. Question 45. Which of the following line graphs represents x is such that -2 is less than x, less than or equal to 4? So in this question, notice we have a less than. Would you put a solid circle for that, or an empty circle, or an open circle?
Open circle.
Open circle, right? And if you have less than or equal to, that should be a what?
Shaded.
Shaded.
So what's the only option that corresponds to that? Open, then shaded. Right? So 45D. Good. Let's move on. 46. Which of the following represents the equation of a straight line? This one kind of obvious. If it's a straight line, we're looking for something in the form y is equal to
mx plus c.
What's the only option?
So it'd be b.
B, right? So A is something called a hyperbola. C, a quadratic. D is a quadratic as well. So both of these will be parabola, and this is a hyperbola, which kind of looks like this. Yeah. All you don't need to know about that. 47. What is the gradient of the straight line 2y is equal to minus 3x minus 8? How much earlier go and say minus 3? Put in the chat. How much earlier we put minus 3? Don't feel shame. How much of you guys would have put minus 3? I guess nobody would have put minus 3. That's real good. That's real good. So Kamaria, why would minus 3 be wrong?
So because I have 2y, so I think you have to put you have to move the 2y and put it, well, divide minus 3 by it, because the formula for the straight line is y is equal to mx, not 2y.
Yeah, is y is equal to mx plus c. So it's supposed to be y. So to find for 1y, we'd have to divide throughout by 2. And so 2y over 2 is just y. Minus 3x over 2 is just minus 3 over 2x. And minus 8 all over 2 is? What is minus 8 over 2?
Minus 4.
So what's the gradient?
The gradient is d.
Right, so now we could compare it. And where's the y-intercept?
The y-intercept. Oh, yeah, 2.
Minus 4. Not 2.
Oh my god, sorry, sir.
That's all right. This happened to the best of us. So is there anybody that didn't understand this? Let me know. Let me know, guys. Yes or no? I take it as a yes. Let's move on. Question 48. The following graph is a graph of a quadratic function. They want us to figure out the maximum point. So the maximum point would obviously be over here. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so we always read off the x value first. So the x value is 2. And then we read off the y value. The y value is 4. So that's going to be 2, 4. So my answer is D. We okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on. According to the following
Wait,
graph,
so you could scroll back up for a second. I didn't see the graph. All right, okay, no problem.
according to the following graph, the solution of the equations y is equal to 4x minus x squared and y is equal to 0 are. So guys, do you all know what the equation for y is equal to 0 would look like? I mean, the line. Do you all know what the line would look like? Drop a 1 in the chat if you do know, and drop a 0 if you don't know what y is equal to 0 is. If you don't know what y is equal to 0 is, drop a 0 in the chat.
It would be a horizontal line.
How much zeros we see in here? I see now everybody know what y is equal to 0 is. Well, for those who don't know and are feeling shy, let me show you something. Rachel, and clearly this would be x is equal to 2 because it's a horizontal line passing through y is equal to 2.
Huh?
This line over here, wouldn't this be the line y is equal to 2? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So if I just keep going down, and this would eventually, and it would eventually give me y is equal to 0.
Yes, sir.
So are you seeing any points of intersection?
Yes, sir.
Right here. Right, so we see in that point of intersection. And we see in this point of intersection. So let's read it off. What would this point be?
0.
And what would the other point be?
0, 4.
So you read out the x value first. So it's 4.
0.
And we didn't move up or down, so the y value is just 0. Anybody confused by this? Tell me. Take it that everybody understand. So, Rachel, when y is equal to 0, what are the values for x? What are we getting for that?
0 and 4.
Right. So x is equal to 0 when y is equal to 0, that's true. And x is equal to 4 when y is equal to 0. So my answer here is A.
Sir, can you go back over it again?
No problem. So they wanted us to figure out the solution for the equation y is equal to 4x minus x squared. So that's this graph over here. And y is equal to 0. Malia, do you know what y is equal to 0 looks like?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Right, so this is y is equal to 0. And notice it cuts the graph at 2 points. Over here, and over here. So you're seeing that, right?
Yes, sir.
So when y is equal to 0, we have 0. And when y is equal to 0, we're getting 4. So when y is equal to 0, it's cutting the graph at x is equal to 0 and x is equal to 4. So my answer is A, because when x is equal to 0, what's in? When x is equal to 0, y is equal to 0. And when x is equal to 4, y is equal to 0. Are you seeing that? Or like this confusing you a little bit?
Yes, sir.
That confusing you, you're okay. Come if you want to go it back.
Sir, I get it.
And if it confusing you in this form, look at it like this. So they're saying x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0. So that'll be 0, 0. And then they're saying x is 4 and y is 0. So that's going to be 4, 0. Doesn't that correspond to the points we got? So it has to be A. Cool. Question 50. If h of x is equal to 4x squared minus 6, then h of minus a half is... So Malia, let me do this question. So do you know how you would answer this question? Yes or no?
Sorry, sir, repeat yourself. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, I said Malia.
Oh,
The one time I say somebody's name, that's not your name, I don't find that sound like your name, though. You thought I was calling you?
no, sir. I thought you had lag out, so I thought all I hear was Maria. I thought the first part had lag outs.
Oh. At least I'm not saying K Maria. Remember?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So, Malia, you know how to answer this question? Yes or no?
I think so, sir. Hold on, let me read it properly.
So, Malia, we have an example of a function. And so, what do you see we're putting into the function? So, what are we putting into the function?
So you're putting in a fraction.
So, the function is h of x, and so we're replacing x with...
So you're replacing x with negative 1 over 2.
Correct.
So it would have been 4 times negative 1 over 2 square, or 4 times negative 1 over 2 times negative 1 over 2 minus 6.
Correct.
Negative 1 over
And
2.
so, hence minus a half squared will be minus a half by minus a half. And so the negative by the negative is a plus. 1 by 1 is 1, and 2 by 2 is 4. Come if you understand that.
Yes, sir.
So that minus a half squared is going to turn to a quarter. Minus 6. So what is 4 multiplied by a quarter?
1, because the 4s are going to cancel out.
Perfect. And we're going to end
1
up with...
minus 6 is going to be... Wouldn't it have been negative 5? Yeah.
Yeah, it is negative 5. It is negative 5. So the answer for this question is 50B. Excellent. Is there anybody that's confused by this? Tell me now. Can I hear anybody? Let's move on. So, Kamaria, look at question. Perpendicular. You was thinking about perpendicular gradients at the start of class. If you know, you know.
Um.
Remember you did say a half or something. When it was
Oh,
between.
right. I was thinking about the reciprocal.
Yeah. So a line L is perpendicular to the line 2x minus y minus 8 is equal to 0. what is the gradient of the line L? So if two lines are perpendicular, how about their gradients related to each other?
The gradient would be the negative reciprocal.
Right. And so we would need to figure out the gradient for this, but is this in the form y is equal to mx plus c?
No, so you have to put it in the form first.
So we have to make y the subject of the formula. So everything that isn't y, I'm going to move it across. So I'm going to move across the 2x and the minus 8. Now, when you move across terms, what happens to the sign?
The sign changes.
So that 2x going to into minus 2x, and that minus 8 going to into?
Positive 8.
Right. And so we have minus y now. So the
So
sign
the gradient would be a
no,
half.
wait.
Oh, sorry. You have the y negative still.
So we can multiply throughout by minus 1. So minus y by minus 1 is y. Minus 2x by minus 1 is 2x. And 8 by minus 1 is minus 8. My gradient now is?
Minus half.
Well, m is equal to 2 here. And if the gradient here is 2,
the answer, within the answer be?
That's correct, yeah. Because the gradient here would be 2, which is 2 over 1. And so the gradient of the perpendicular line would be negative reciprocal of that. So we're going to change the sign and flip it. If I change the sign, it will become negative. And if I flip it, it's going to be 1 over 2. So my answer is 51B. Cool. That's it. So in any equation of a line, you need to put it in the form y is equal to mx plus c if you want to figure out the gradient and the y-intercept. Don't forget that. So let's move on to question 52. Which of the following sets is represented by the function f of x is equal to x squared plus 3, where x is an element of 0, 1, 2, and 3. So they gave us the domain, and from that we could figure out the range and the ordered pairs / the coordinates. So f of x would be equal to x squared plus 3. And so Kamaria, you understand that when you plug in an x value into a function, you get a y value, right?
Yeah.
So the first value for x we're going to plug in is 0. And so that's going to be 0 squared plus 3. What is 0 squared plus 3?
It'll just be 0 plus 3, it's just 3.
So when x is 0, y is?
3.
So my first point is 0, 3. Well, that didn't eliminate any because all of them have 0, 3. So that wasn't very helpful. Let's figure out for another one. Let's do 1 now.
And f is 1. So that'd be 1 plus 3, which is 4. So when f is 1, y is 4.
When x
So
is
we
1,
could,
y is 4.
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So when you could cross out A and C. For plus 7. So when x is 2, y is 7. So you immediately know the answer is D.
Right. And let's do the other one fast. Wouldn't take long. What is 3 squared?
3 squared is 9.
9 plus 3 is?
12.
Cool. I trust that everybody understands that. So they gave us the domain, and the domain is the set of x values. And so using that, we can plug it in to figure out the y values and list it as ordered pairs. So our ordered pair is just x comma y. It's also known as a coordinate. So let's move on to 53. So Kamaria, in this question is a circle theorem question. They gave us the angle at the center, and they want me to figure out the angle at the circumference.
Oh, we know the rule that the angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference.
And they must be standing on the same arc or chord. Are both of them standing on the same arc?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the arc is PQ. Right. And so the angle at the center will be 2 times the angle at the circumference. So
right, so then we just half it.
Right. Tell me what to do.
22 is 6, 22 is 1, so it's supposed to be 61. So the answer is C.
Cool. We can go on to 54 now. This is an example of alternating angles. Alternating angles are equal. So the
It's
answer
supposed
is
to add up to 180.
no. This is an example of alternating angles. And alternating angles are equal to each other.
Oh, sorry, I think in complementary. But complementary is still 90 though.
Yeah,
What am I
complementary is
thinking
90.
about,
And
boy?
supplementary, you're thinking about supplementary.
Right.
So, guys, this is an example of alternating angles. And so alternating angles are equal. 55. Come on, these diagrams looking real nice, eh?
Yes, sir.
I do a better job than CXC. These diagrams. They could put some color in the paper, you don't find?
Yes, sir.
That wouldn't cost much, I don't think so. But them must make real money, you know. So
I feel like if we have color, it'd be easier to identify.
for sure. Life is better with color. 55. The following diagram shows triangle ABC and its image A prime, B prime, C prime, and A double prime, B double prime, C double prime after triangle ABC undergoes a composite double transformation. So what does that mean? That just means that it undergoes a transformation, then another one. So 2. So what sequence of transformations will map ABC onto A double prime, B double prime, C double prime? So let me look at ABC and A prime, B prime, C prime first. So what does this look like? What do I have to do with ABC to get A prime, B prime, C prime? What does that look like?
So there's no reflection in the line. I think it would be y's.
No.
No, x is equal to 1.
No, and x is equal to 0. Let me show you a trick, right? What we could do is we could connect B to B prime. And how much spaces is that? How much spaces is that, guys? Count that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What's that
And
for
like
4?
2.
Look again one time. Why are we guessing 4? Right? Why are we guessing? Answer that line passing through what's on the x-axis?
1.
So this graph here is x is equal to
1.
bam. So triangle ABC is mapped onto.
Sir, why is it just no?
Say that again.
Why did I say just no? X is equal to 1 or y is equal to 1?
Said y is equal to 1. Yeah.
Okay.
You understand that y is equal to 1 would be a line passing through y is equal to 1.
Yeah, mixes up.
That is all right. And so ABC is mapped onto A prime, B prime, C prime via a reflection about the line x is equal to 1. And A prime, B prime, C prime is mapped onto A double prime, B double prime, C double prime. That looking like a translation. And
Yes, sir.
so, come on, Maria, pick a point. Which point you want to pick?
From the triangles or any point in general?
Pick a point here. 1.
Let's say, is 4, 5?
No, pick a point like A prime.
Oh, okay. All right. A prime.
Okay. So here what, right? I want to figure out what I had to do to go from this point to this point. So when we're doing a translation, it's always the horizontal movement first, then the vertical movement. So it would be 1, 2, 3. I'm moving to the left, so that's -3. And then how much spaces would I have to move down to reach over here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
And so since I moved down, that's what?
Negative.
So my translation is -3, -4. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right. Cool. So my answer is
A.
A is my answer, right? Because ABC is mapped onto A prime, B prime, C prime by a reflection about the line x is equal to 1. And then A prime, B prime, C prime is mapped onto A double prime, B double prime, C double prime via a translation of -3 -4. That's it. So 55A. Cool.
So this is multiple choice?
Yes,
Yeah.
this is multiple choice.
Hmm.
Well, it's not hard, Akira. And you can see that there's a reflection.
Yeah,
Sir, they
but
just
like,
want to be
oh gosh, they're bringing
special.
this one
This
multiple
is something
choice.
that would have come in a paper too.
Hear what, right?
And they couldn't leave them alone. They had to torment them again.
All these questions could be brought in our paper too. All the questions. If only didn't have repeats, I think writing a paper 1 would be harder than writing a paper 2, honestly. And even lying. If I was in another position, I don't think even I would have finished all 60 questions in that time. If it didn't have repeats and each question was a new question. That would be crazy. So imagine like the first batch of students that never had repeats.
No calculator, nothing.
The older generation is crazy.
How much time is have during an exam for maths?
An hour and a half.
Damn.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough day. So in each of the following diagrams, A prime is the image of A. Which of the following diagrams shows a reflection in the x-axis? So this is the x-axis, so a reflection would look like that. So obviously A is wrong, obviously B is wrong, obviously C is wrong. D is the only correct answer. Because that's a reflection about the line, about the x-axis. Are you seeing that, right?
Yeah.
And which one would be a reflection about the y-axis?
Would it be B?
Yeah. Awesome. Let's move on. 57. In triangle ABC, angle A is equal to x, angle B is equal to 2x. What is the size of angle C? So remember, in a triangle, all the angles must add up to
180.
Right. So if I want to find for C, I would just add up x and 2x and take it away from 180. So where's my answer?
Wait, sorry, sir. I wasn't watching the screen. You said x and 2x. I take away from 180.
Yeah. To find for the size of the other angle. Watch. Quadratic on this one, what I mean. So this one over here is x.
Oh, no, I understand. Yeah, yeah. Add up angle A and angle B, and I give you 3x. And whatever you minus that from will give you the missing angle.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
Good job. 58. The following diagram shows the angle of elevation of a point Z from X. What is the angle of elevation? All it means is you're looking up at something. So imagine you was here and you was looking up. So the angle of elevation will be formed between your line of sight and what you're looking up at. So the angle of elevation of the point Z from X is 35 degrees. If X is 15 meters from Z, then the height YZ in meters is. So just by looking at this question, I know I had to use trig ratios, yes or no?
Yeah.
This would obviously be the what length? It's the slant and it's the longest, so it's the
hypotenuse.
This side is right next to the angle, so it's the
is the adjacent.
Right, and this side is opposite to the angle, so it's the
It's opposite.
Right, and we want to find for
the opposite.
Right, we want to find for this. So let me show you how we're gonna figure out what we had to use, and you're gonna get it right every single time.
Look at that.
Not just that, we have to find for O, yes or no?
Yeah.
So I have to use O. And you're also going to use what was given to you. Which side was given to you?
They give you the height, and
So
they
you
give
have-
you the angle at the adjacent.
I was really talking about lengths, right?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So to figure out which one to use, you're going to look at what you have to find for. So we have to find for O, and they give us H. So we have to use O and H. So if we look at SOHCAHTOA,
by sine?
Yeah, that's sine. And so it's going to be sine theta is equal to O over H. And so it's going to be sine 35 equal to O, which we don't know what O is. And what is H?
15.
If you want to get cross multiply, So 1 by O is just O. 15 by sine 35 is 15 sine 35. So my answer is 15 sine 35. So which option is
So
that?
C.
Right. C. If you didn't understand this, let me know now. Can I hear anybody? So we're going to move straight on to 59. We nearly finished with our whole paper. This one real easy. What's the answer?
3.5 B.
Right. Since they are both similar triangles, they have the same properties, and so we just scaling it down by a factor of a half. So this could be half of 7, which is just 3.5. So 59B. Question 60. Under the translation minus 2, 3, the image of minus 5, 3 is, so all you're going to do is just
add it.
You're going to add the horizontal movement to the x value, and you're going to add the vertical movement to the y value. So that's going to be minus 5 plus minus 2, comma, 3 plus 3. So what is minus 5 plus minus 2?
A minus not positive.
No, you're talking about multiplication. This is
Oh, sorry, yeah.
7.
so it'll be minus 7.
And 6.
Think of it like this. You're adding negative 2 to minus 5. So you're adding to the negativity. So it'll be negative 7. 3 plus 3 is 6.
So the answer is C.
Yes.
So you could scroll back up to the one before that. Right. You said just divide the 7 by a half because it's the same triangle, just scale down.
Exactly. Because they have the same angles. And that's why we call it similar triangles.
Okay.
Right. So how are you feeling? We do the whole of 2025.
So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great.
I'm feeling terrible. I'm feeling really terrible. Sorry.
Oh my. Well,
So
you know
we
what
go
it
back
is?
over, so if you go back over 60, you break up, so I didn't see how you work it.
Oh. So you know what it is have? It's have a yin and a yang. So like I feel like Colleen is a yin and Kamaria is a yang. You know? Yeah, so Malia. Under the transition, minus 2, 3, the image of minus 5, 3 is. So all you're going to do, you're going to add the horizontal movement to the x value, and you're going to add the vertical movement to the y value. So that's just going to be minus 5 plus minus 2. And you're going to say 3 plus 3. And so minus 5 minus 2, that's negative 7. And 3 plus 3 is 6. So 60B. 60C. You understand?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
No problem. So how we feeling, guys? Drop a 1 in the chat if you're feeling a little better.
So I feel like I could just skip prom and use the prom money to take maths lessons to come back and write maths because I really feel like I get 1 out of 100 in my maths paper too. The only thing that really good for me is I have a 20 out of 20 SPA. I don't know what I will really do.
Well, here what, Colleen? If you can get full marks in this is 30%. You could at least get a 3 or a 2.
Sarah couldn't even make it through Uncle Terry paper to solutions video. Yeah.
So I got I think when I watched the solution, so I got 70 out of 100.
Pops, check you. Come on, yeah.
So when I play solutions, I get 85. So I should be good with low marks.
I didn't watch the solutions because I was like, you know what? I'm choosing happiness. I'm choosing my peace because I'm going to not watch the solution. So that pick, the algebraic one where they just give you to work out the perimeter.
Yeah.
Nah, man, that was easy.
No. Let me tell you what went on, right? So, mind you, I had 3 hours in this exam because our invigilators give us extra time. I read in this question and I did not see the 720 on the top. So I'm like, wait, so only give me this to work out and I don't know what it equivalent to.
Oh.
And then my friend was like, girl, it had 720 on the top. So I don't know what you really went there and do. And I was like, oh. So when I hear that, I was like, you know what? What is the point of me even watching this paper to cry?
So what I did when I was revising, I make sure and revise the topics that is come in the second section first. And
Right.
then I just reviewed the other topics. So it's because I was like, the second section, there's whole more marks. So at least I just gonna secure those marks first and then worry about the rest. And that's what I did.
Understandable. Understandable. But as any pass, I will focus on this. This is 30%. A good amount of marks. So I'm gonna give all you a 10 minutes break. So whatever your time is, 10 minutes from the current time.
So 7:32 in Trinidadian time.
Right. And when we come back, we're gonna look at 2024. But we do our whole paper and we take the time and I'm feeling good. I feel like some of you are feeling good too.
Yes, I'm feeling great.
That's real good. So you could have solved everything, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, we'll come back at 7:32. All right, guys, we're ready to start back. Let me know if you're inside.
I'm here.
Okay, good. Who else is here? Maria.
I'm here.
Okay, good. All right, so we're gonna start back. So, without further ado, let's begin. So the first question in the 2024 paper is asking us, what is minus 3 squared plus minus 2 squared? So minus 3 squared would be minus 3 by minus 3. So what is minus 3 by minus 3?
9.
Just plus 9. And minus 2 squared is minus 2 by minus 2. What is minus 2 by minus 2?
4.
So my answer
So
is...
this is May, June 2024 or Jan?
May, June, and?
Yeah, it's May, June.
Okay.
So it's going to be 9 plus 4. And so my answer is D.
Yeah.
Right. Question 2. What is the value of digit 6 in the number 48.621? So this would be in the tens position. So what's my answer?
6/10.
Right, 6/10. Question 3. What number, when added to 1 1/3, gives 2? So here what, guys? If I want 2, well, I already have 1, so I need to add something to add to it to make it whole. So what would I add to 1/3 to make it whole?
Yeah.
Yes, I would add 2/3. The next term in the sequence, wait. Come on, let me pull out let me pull out A of n is equal to A plus L minus 1b.
We don't have to do all that.
It's on them, bad. All right. The next term in the sequence, so the common difference here, the bamboos learning maths people, it's 5. No, it's not 5 here. That's not 5.
Yeah,
How to look for
add in all the odd numbers.
So we how to look for a pattern. So we're adding all the odd numbers. So that's going to be 1, 5, then 7, then 9. So 5, 7, 9, then 11. And so what's the other odd number after 11?
13.
Right? 13. So 13 plus 33 is?
46.
What?
Right, 46. 4C. So this wouldn't be an example of an AP or a GP. Right? Question. What is the least number? I think this is a repeat. Yeah? What's the answer?
30. B.
Because they're talking about LCM here. 6, 10,
Oh, yeah.
15, 30. Question 6. A certain amount of money is shared among Jay, Troy, and Jordan in the ratio 2:3:9. I find like these is not Caribbean name. It shall be Prakash, Raj, and was it the man on name fastly? The man on name?
Babulal.
Yes. What is Jay, Troy, and what kind of westernized thing is this? So you share in 2:3:9. If Troy received 40 more than Jay, then the amount of money shared is. So let me show you how we're gonna do this. So 2:3:9. So come on, let's do this, right? 2:3:9. So
So what I just do is I just add up all of them first and then find the ratio for find the amount for
Me
one.
too.
Okay, well, we could do that as well. But I think in this particular question, this method I'm going to show you might be more applicable.
Okay.
So who got 2 shares? Well, J got 2 shares.
J, yeah.
3 shares, and Jordan got 9 shares. So Troy received 40 more than J. So Troy got 3 shares and J got 2 shares. So the difference would be 3 minus 2.
Which is 1.
Wouldn't the difference correspond to how much more money Trey received than J?
Yeah.
So in other words, 1 share would be equal to
40.
40. And so they want me to figure out the amount of money shared. So how much shares we have altogether?
9 and 3 is 12, 12 and 2 is 14.
Right. So we have 14 shares altogether, and 1 share is?
40.
So we just have to multiply 14 by 40. So 4 by 4 is 16. 1 by 4 is 4. Plus 1 is 5. 4 by 0 is 0. 1 by 0 is 0. This look like a 0. Let me fix that.
Yeah.
This is 6. So 0, 6, 5. What's my answer?
D.
So Kimaria, you understand why this method will be more applicable? In this
Yeah,
part,
I understand that. But so to me, if it come like this, why would I do so? It's just add up 9, 3, 2, and then just multiply it by the 40 the same way.
Me too.
oh, okay.
Yeah, like why would I do just add up 9 and 3, 12, 12 and 2 is 14, and just multiply that by the 40.
Okay,
And I'll
wait,
be like, okay, get
wait,
my answer right there.
wait, Kimaria. Wait. You could only do that in this question because
But right, so but here I was saying, right, because I know it's a multiple choice, I'm not gonna get a complex maths. So
they could. So here what Kamaria, the only reason why that works is because Jay got 2 shares and Troy got 3 shares. So that would mean that 1 share is 40. What if this was
right. If it was that, then why would I do is add up all the shares first
Mhm.
and then like probably find for one of the shares. Like I don't know.
Nah, you
I
gotta
don't know so.
do this. You gotta do this. You gotta do this. Right? But the only reason that works here is because the difference between 2 and 3 shares is 1. So 40.
Also, maybe what would I do? I don't know, maybe I would have multiplied 40 by 3 and then multiply the 40 by 2 and minus that, and I would get the 40 and function from there.
Nah. That don't sound like a function. Right? Question 7. If P is equal to 2357 and Q is equal to 236 and S is equal to 245, then the union of all of them would be. So, guys, when we're talking about union, we're talking about without repeating the same elements, right? So, we see in 2, so it's going to be 2, it's going to be 3, it's going to be 4, it's going to be 5, 6, 7. Yes or no? You understand what I do? I wouldn't write back 2 3 times. I wouldn't write back 3 2 times.
Right, understood.
So you want to list a unique element in the set. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So my answer is 7D. Yes or no,
But I
guys?
feel like I would have get catch of this, and for some reason, I would have think that it's just 2, and I'd have put 8. But
Yeah.
that would be the intersect.
Yeah, that'll be the intersection. That'll be the intersection between PQ and S. Yeah. So are you understand this question 7? Question 7.
Yes, sir.
Okay, wait, let's move on. Right. So the shaded region represents, so this is everything but the intersection. So that will be P intersect Q complement, because complement means everything but that. So my answer is
A.
no.
No, sorry.
What does this mean? This means everything but the intersection. So that's what that would be P intersect Q. So Kamaria, you understand that P intersect Q will be here.
Yeah,
Complement would just be everything other than that.
right.
So you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. If there's anybody that don't understand that, tell me now. It's the moment to tell me. I take it everybody understand then. Question 9.
Wait,
Yeah, Kida?
we could go over all the different kind of U thingies mean again, please.
Okay, so this means union, and this means intersection. That's what it means.
Okay.
If you have union, it means that you're combining the elements. If you have intersection, we're looking for things in common. So, for instance, union. So let me show you all the other options, right? So Akida, this one is P union Q. P union Q prime. So this would have been set P, and Q prime would have been everything on the outside. So P union Q prime would have been that. So it would have been everything other than Q. Understand?
Yes, sir.
And C is Q intersect.
Sorry.
Somebody said something?
Yeah, I was asking if you could show us the subset and not a subset of sign.
Nah, this isn't, I don't have no subset here. A subset would be a set, would be a
I know, but I just want to know it in case they bring it.
okay.
I haven't seen them in a while.
So this is a notation for proper subsets. And this is a notation for improper subsets. That's the notations. But that's never come. Right? That's never come. But when we do the past papers, if we encounter it, we'll do the question.
All right, sir.
So Malia, let's look at option C now. Option C is Q intersect P prime. Do you think that there'd be anything in common with Q and P prime? So P prime would be everything other than P. So that would be outside. So do you think the outside?
Yes, sir, they would have something common.
No. Q intersect P prime. Q intersect P prime. So this would be Q. And P prime would be everything but P. Actually, yes. Because if it's P prime, then I would include everything other than P. So that would be this region over here. So there would be an intersection. And the last one is P union Q prime. So P union Q prime is just going to be everything other than this. So that'll just be the region outside. Are they okay with that?
Yes, sir.
It would. Question 9. The elements of the set X is such that we know the answer for this already, right? 6 is less than X is less than or equal to 10. So only be careful here. Remember what I told earlier, last year, anytime you see this notation, your answer will be in between the range. Now in this question, it's 6 less than. So do you think this solution would include 6 or it would be 7 to 10?
So you would have to include the 6?
No, are you seeing an equal to sign here?
It would be 7
Oh,
because it's more
right.
than not equal.
So that will be 7 to 10. 7 to 10. So where's my answer?
C.
C, right?
C.
7 to 10. You don't have the equal to sign, so it cannot be from 6 to 10. So just be wary of that. All right. Question 10. Which of the following statements about sets M and N is true? So Kamaria, take a guess.
Sorry, sir. Repeat that question. I was eating.
Okay, try question 10.
Item 10 refers to the following information. M is equal to PQR and N is equal to PQ. Which are the following statements about sets M and N is true?
So Kamaria,
That would be like.
yeah, hearing real noise in the background. Somebody had real noise in the background.
Sorry, sir. That was me.
Oh. Yeah, so somebody was saying.
It would be intersect.
Let's see. So if you look at the option D that says intersect, notice it's an empty set, so that can't be true. Because if it's the intersection, then it's supposed to be P, comma, Q. But this is an empty set, so this is wrong. Understand?
All right.
Because the intersection would have P and Q in it, but this is empty. That can't be
So
true.
is it C?
Is it C? No. Is M union N. So M union N would be combining M and N. So if we combine M and N, that's going to be P, Q. So M, actually, let me check that out. M union N, that would be PQR. So Kamaria, that wouldn't be N because N is PQ.
Oh.
You understand? Let me go through that one more time. M union N, so we will be combining everything here. And so that will be PQR.
Oh.
It only has P and Q in it, so M union N cannot be. It would be correct though if it was M union N is equal to M.
So the answer is B?
Yeah, the answer is B.
Okay.
So,
Excuse me, sir. Could you repeat that one more time again, please?
So you want me to explain why B is the answer? So M.
Yes, please.
Okay, so M union N is equal to M. Let's understand what's going on. So union just means you're going to combine the elements. So Akira, if I combine the elements in M and N without duplicating, what are the elements going to be?
Without duplicating,
Yeah, so you're going to
PQR. No, PQ.
not just P and Q. So we combine everything in here and everything in here.
Oh, well, R as well.
Right. And what is PQR? That's an example of what set is PQR? Which set is PQR?
N.
M. So you understand why I'm saying M union N is just equal to set M?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Malia, I want to explain A for you, right? Because this is saying that M is a subset of N. Do you know why that would be false?
Sir, N is a subset M. So if it was N is a subset of M, then it would have been right. Yeah, because R is in M and R is not in N.
Perfect. You clearly understand it. So something would be a subset of something if it's a bigger set and it contains all the elements. M would not be a subset of N because N is P and Q. Where's the R? So the proper thing to say would have been N is a subset of M. So I hope everybody understand that. Kamaria, are you okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, word. Gonna move on. This is a repeat. Where's the answer?
16.
Right, 16. Because if you add up 36 and 48, you'll get 84. And 84 from 100 is 16. This was in 2025 January. Question 12. Item 12 refers to the following Venn diagram, which shows the universal set U and two sets T and C that represents the students in a class who play tennis T and chess C. How many students play tennis but not chess?
C.
Say that again.
C for students.
Right. I want you to explain that. Why is it C?
Because there are only 4 students in the tennis set.
Right. So only 4 students will play tennis alone. Let me know if you understand that. Everybody else. So the answer for this question is 4. Why? They're asking us how many students play tennis, but not chess. So that would correspond to Ali, Alex, Tom, and Kayla because they're in set T. What do you all think Paul and Rima would play? Somebody tell.
Both tennis and chess.
Yes, tennis and chess because it's a subset of T. Kamaria, do you understand why I'm saying the answer is 4?
No, sir. Can you explain it one more time?
So, and you're clearly seeing that C is a subset of T.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so how many students play tennis but not chess? So this will be tennis, and so how much students play in tennis alone?
4.
That's the answer,
Oh, okay.
right? And Kamaria, how much students will be playing chess and tennis?
Would it be 3?
It will be 2.
Oh.
Because that's...
All right, because it's within the T.
Yes. So you understand, right?
Yeah.
Good. I'm going to move on now. Real sets question here, boy. Way. Okay. A dress which costs $180 is being sold at a discount of 10%. The amount of the discount is...
$18.
18.
Right.
Isn't this a repeat?
Nah. It wasn't a repeat.
Oh, well.
Right. To work this
That's
question,
where I saw this before.
so to work this question out quickly, it's going to be 10% of 180. Should work that out quickly. Zeros are going to cancel off and they're going to get 18 one time. So my answer is 13C. Question 14. EC $2.50 is equivalent to US $1. Then EC 25 in US dollars is, not real easy. Where's the answer?
$10.
10. And for anybody confused, I'm going to just put on the working fast. So EC $2.50 is equal to US $1. And so, watch this here, guys. What would I have to do with $2.50 to get 25? I'd have to multiply that by what? I would have
And multiply it by 10.
Right. I would have to multiply it by 10. And so if I multiply that by 10, I would also get how much US dollars?
25.
Right. So you understand, right? Crystal clear. Cool. Let's move on to question 15. There are no questions. For every sale amounting to $1, a salesman is paid 10 cents as commission. If his sales for a particular month was 1,020, how much commission was he paid? So all I had to do is shift these decimal place 2 spaces to the left.
I divided by 10 cents.
You could do that, eh? You could do that. But what I'm saying is you could just actually, so it's 0.10, right? It's 0.10. And so you're saying to say 1,020 divided by
0.110. I mean 0.10.
You can't do that. If you want to do what you're saying, you'd have to write 10 over 100. Wouldn't 0.10 be 10 over 100?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these zeros are going to cancel off. And so 1 by 102 is?
102.
Right. Or,
So how come you can't divide it like that?
watch. You're an odd math student. I'll show you in terms of odd math terms. So that'll be 1,020 and 0.10. That is 10 to the power minus 1.
Yeah.
If I bring up 10 to the power minus 1 on top, that'll be 1,020 multiplied by 10 to the power 1. So that's 1,000. That would give me 1,200.
Oh, right. Okay.
And 10,200. Yeah, you understand?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Can't do that. So 0.10 is actually 10 over 100. And the other way you could have done it, so 0.10 means that I would have just had to shift the decimal place 1 space to the left. So, do you understand both methods?
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody confused by this? Tell me no.
Sorry, go over back once more.
So for every sale amounting to $1, a salesman is paid 10 cents as commission. If his sales for a particular month was 1,020, how much commission was he paid? So Malia, in $1, how much 1,020s do you have? What by 1 would give me back out 1,020?
So you get the same thing, 1,020.
Right, 1,020. And for every $1, how much is he paid? For every $1, how much does he get paid?
Yeah, then the commission is 10 cents.
10 cents. Wouldn't that be the same thing as 10 over 100?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I could multiply 10 over 100 by 1,020. Because if he sold something that was worth 1,020, then that's equivalent to 1,021. And so that'll be 1,020 multiplied by 10 cents, which is the same thing as 10 over 100 by 1,020. You understand?
Yes, sir, I get it.
Okay, good. Question 16. A man's basic wage for a 40-hour week is 160. he is paid overtime at the rate of 1.25 times the hourly rate. If he works 6.5 hours overtime in a certain week, his wage for that week is... All right. So, Kamara, let's answer this question. So, a man's basic wage for a 40-hour week is 160.
Mm-hmm.
Doing that, we can figure out the basic rate.
Yeah, so 40 by 160.
Right? So, the basic rate would be equal to 160 all over 40. So, how much is he getting paid every hour?
Is it like
$4.
$40? Oh, $4, sorry.
But it's a slavery, boy. What the hell?
$4 are always making work.
Yeah.
Man doing charity work, bro.
So you can't even buy a orchard with that. Cause orchard is $5.
You can't even buy doubles with that.
Hmm.
You can't even pull a gabi fare with that. Right? So he is paid overtime at a
I
rate.
don't know where on the $5 doubles. I $3.
But you
So
get
the
a
most you
$3
might get
double.
with that, even the most you will get with that is just China. You wouldn't even get no doubles with that.
I'm with a man.
You're getting no doubles. You're getting a singular. Now you're getting.
Yeah.
No, I get doubles
Oh.
for $3.
Where you getting doubles for $3?
I hadn't.
You have a place on the creek, but you had to go in school uniform to get cheap now.
Oh. Watch me go and get my old school uniform from whenever. Good
So
point.
that uniform going to squeeze you, so don't even.
Right? So we know the basic rate and the overtime rate is 1.25. So then 1.25 is 1.25.
Yeah.
But Enter could also write 1.25 as 1 by 4 plus 1, that's 5 over 4.
Mm-hmm.
So Enter could say that would be 5 over 4 multiplied by 4.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be equal to what?
5.
Right. So if he works overtime, he gets how much an hour?
$5.
Right, $5 an hour. So, and he works 6.5 hours overtime. So 6.5 hours, and he getting paid $5 every hour.
6.5 by 5.
Right? And what would that be?
So what you said?
So what would that be? 32.5.
Oh, isn't it? 32.5.
And we know that he will get paid 160 for the basic wage. And so that's 160 plus
32.5.
what?
So it's the 190. Yeah.
Right? So 16. All right. Cool. Let's move on. A television set costs $350 cash. When bought on hire purchase, a deposit of $35 is required, followed by 12 monthly payments of $30 each. How much money is saved by paying cash? So we first need to figure out the total amount you would pay if you buy it on hire purchase. So first of all, you're paying a down payment of $35, followed by 12 monthly payments. So that'll be 12 by 30. And so that's going to be 35 plus 360. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, add that up.
So you're paying 395 on hire purchase.
Right?
So you just minus that from the 350. And you get
45 you get in.
All right, so 17D. Let's move on. Question 18. At the end of any year, a car is worth 5% less than what it was worth at the beginning of the year. If a car was worth $9,500 in December 2021, then its value in January 2021 was
10,000. C.
right. So you want
to repeat.
Okay, but do you know how to work the question out? Tell do you know how to work the question out?
Sir, not from scratch. What I did was eliminate and I start off with the one that made most sense, which was C.
Well, let me show you how we would do it, right? So if a car was worth $9,500 in December 2021, what that means is that would have been the cost. That would have been the cost minus the 5%, because they're saying at the end of any year, a car is worth 5% than at the beginning. So enter the beginning, it would be 100%. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so
Yes, sir. So I guess you're doing 95% of the 9,500.
Right. So 95% would be equal to 9,500. And so if I want to find for 1%, 1% would be equal to, I would divide both sides by 95. And so 1% would be equal to 100. Let me know if I understand that.
So
Yeah, tell me.
if it depreciates in value, anything will be less than 9,500, and then A is the only option with less than 9,500. So answer will be A.
No, because it
No,
is
okay.
December. It already depreciated. They're trying to find what it was before it depreciated.
Right,
Okay.
because like as time goes on, the value would decrease. So we're trying to find a time in January. That's before December. That's before like the time pass and the
Okay, that makes
value
sense. That makes sense.
decrease.
I feel like I have a bunch of minions here. I'm proud of all you. All bad, all bad. So if all the classmates don't understand something, all I could explain, take the load off my voice. Because I really feel a little sore throat coming in there, you know. So you don't understand what I'm saying, right? Because at the start of the year is 100%, and at the end is 5. So if we want to figure out for January, we will backtrack a little bit. So in December, it will be worth 95% of its value, and so 1% would be 100. And so in January, it would have been 100%, so you'd multiply both sides by 100. So 100% would be equal to 100 by 100, which is, they just slapping on 2 extra zeros. And where's the answer?
10,000.
So are they finding it was hard or that easy?
It was normal.
It was normal.
Yeah. Question 19. A loan of 15,000 was repaid in 24 equal monthly installments of 750. The total interest paid as a percentage of the principal was, right, so here what I would do. I would figure out how much money it works up to be, subtract that from 15,000, and see how much extra it was, put it over 15,000 and multiply by 100. That's what I would do. So I would
So first you start off by multiplying 750 by 24.
right? And so what is 750 by 4? Do you know how to work it off the top of your head?
Like 3,000.
3,000.
Let me show you how, right? Okay, so you
So
can.
where did 4 come from?
My bad.
You're separating.
My bad.
I need to look at this, please. 18,000.
Say that again?
18,000.
Yeah, so let me show you what I would have do. I would have said 4 by 750, and so 4 by 750. So 4 by 700 is 2,800, and 4 by 50 is 200, so that's 3,000. And then 3,000 by 6 to get back 24 is 18,000. That's what I would do to my head. So that'll be 18,000. But if you can't do that, work the full thing out, please. So 0 by 2 is 0, 5 by 2 is 10, 7 by 2 is 14, add the 1, 0 by 4 is 0, 5 by 4 is 20, 7 by 4 is 28, 28 plus 2 is 30. And so as you can see, you'll get back to 18,000. So if we worked out paying 18,000, what was the interest we paid? So the loan was 15,000 and we end up paying 18,000. So the interest is actually
3,000.
3,000. So that's going to be, so what is that going to be, guys? So if I know the interest is 3,000, how will I find the percentage? Can I hear anybody? So it's going to be the interest all over the principal value multiplied by 100. Come on, yes or no? Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Right? And 15 into 30 is 2, right? And you have a 0 there. So, so what's my answer?
The answer is D.
Right. Is there anybody that'd like me to go over this question again? Tell me now. Okay, so in the question, you took a loan of 15,000, right? and you paid it in 24 monthly installments of 750. So you ended up paying 18,000. So the interest is always the extra, right? So if you took a loan for 15,000 and you ended up paying 18,000, then the interest on 15,000 would have been 3,000. And they said they want us to figure out the total interest paid as a percentage of the principal value. So the principal value would have been how much the loan was, which was 15,000. So that's going to be the interest all over the principal value multiplied by 100. And so the 0 and the 0 will cancel off. And then as another 0 would cancel off here. And so 15 could go into 30 two times, and I have the 0 here. So 20%. Yes or no? You understand? Tell me if you understand that.
Okay.
Confused. To the person that asked me to re-explain it, is still confused or? Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So question 20. At a sale, a discount of $3 off the original price was offered for each book. Daniel paid $46 for 2 books that had the same sale price. What was the original cost of one of his books? So if every book he gets $3 off and he bought 2 books, then the original cost would have been 46 plus 2 by 3. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so that's going to be 46 plus 2 by 3 is 6. And so the 2 books at the original cost would have been 52. And so if that's 2 books, what would 1 book be?
They were divided by how much the say was the cost of one book?
They didn't give us the cost of 1 book. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Just
Oh,
divided by
right.
2.
Sorry.
You'll get 26.
Right. So I'm going to run through the question one more time. So Kamaria, every book you buy, you get a discount of $3. So if he buys books for $46, the original cost would be 2 by 3 plus 46.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Because I would have to add back the discount. And he
Yeah.
bought so 2 by 3. And so that would give me 52. So the 2 books would have cost 52. And so 1 book would cost 52 divided by 2, which is 26.
Right, right.
Awesome. Let's move on.
So I have a question.
Yeah, Toma.
You know how like they say you could do the rough working on your booklets and whatever. So they just even watch that?
I don't know now. I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, you're thinking that maybe they might get mercy if they see you do all the working? That's what you're thinking? If you're thinking that,
So you can repeat that, please?
are you thinking that they'll give you mercy if they see some working on that? Is that what you're thinking? Can I hear?
No. I know like if the answer wrong and when you working correct, they'll still give it wrong. But like, and I'm thinking like, okay, if they're watching you working, that would determine like merit listers. And think no, maybe I don't know now.
I agree. Because when I was doing paper ones in my time, I do a bunch of working and thing, and I'm meritless. Like I do like real working. Like for the advanced, I gonna do multiple different ways to do it and thing. So yeah, I would recommend doing that. If you know how.
So you just
Excuse me.
show off.
I'm not a show off. I'm telling you, if you want to excel, show them that you understand the concept and do as much. Yeah.
Sir, that don't come in for the knowledge or the application section of the report, the profile?
That would correspond to the application and knowledge. Because, you had to know the knowledge to apply it. So if you could apply it, you must know the knowledge. So it's correlated. But I really don't know if there's look at it, I really don't know if there's look at the working. Can't tell you. Maybe one day I might be marking. And I'll tell all you. I will message all you and tell all you. 21.
So when you start on my
Hi,
papers, and
excuse.
I will tell you my
One
question,
question, please.
your full mark.
Yes, Alice? Alice?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay.
Hi, sir. I wanted to know if you like on the answer sheet, if you make like a star on it, like if you were coming back to the question, would that question be corrected because someone said it wouldn't?
It wouldn't be corrected. If you pass star, then they're not going to recognize that as the answer.
No. Next to the number. Like if you put a star, like if you say, show about the question and they come back to it,
That's fine. There was some markets. Once you shade it, they're
No
going to,
supermarket? Okay.
once you look at where you shaded, once you shade it properly, they're going to.
So what I would recommend is when you put the star to
Erase it
erase
after,
it.
erase it
Yeah.
after.
Don't leave the star in it because then the machine will pick that up and it don't have anything corresponding to the star. So when I do that, I just make sure to rub it off like all the way. It can't show any kind of mark except for the shading on A, B, C, or
Yeah,
D.
because when I did like my multiple choices, they were like, yeah, you could leave an asterisk on the question paper and on the answer sheet, but make sure to erase it properly off of the answer sheet.
Well, one thing for sure, don't answer it in pen, please. Please. Don't do that. That's one thing not to do. One of my partner do that. I don't know what happened to him.
So imagine you're telling them to answer the multiple choice in pen and it's the last exam. What if they was answering multiple choice in pen all the time now?
God. Wait.
It does say on the back of the paper to use a I have pencil, something to so tell you.
What's that? Tell me.
All of a sudden, all multiple choice being done in pencil instead of pen. I don't know what happened, huh? I don't know what happened.
So, with all the previous exam you write in school, you use a pen for multiple choice.
The paper two was pen, and all the paper one was just pencil. Pencil right through.
Well, yeah, because next thing is shit are wrong. Your wrong answer. You gotta erase it, you know?
Yeah, like, with a pen, it could look disgusting.
And also the machine doesn't pick up pen, so
Yeah, the machine don't take a pen, just take a pencil.
Right, so let me move on, right? We're talking around plenty. So 3x squared by 2x cubed. So the 3 multiplied by the 2, and that's 6. And we have x to the power 2 multiplied by x to the power 3. Anytime you have the same base and you multiply, the powers would add. So the power would now become 5. So the answer is 21e. I trust that everybody okay with that. Let's move on to 22. If 5y minus 2 is equal to 3 by y plus 4, then y is, so we have to apply the distributive properties and expand the brackets. So on the left-hand side, it's going to be 5 by y, and it's going to be 5 by minus 2. On the right-hand side, it's going to be 3 by y and 3 by plus 4. So that's going to be 5y, 5 by minus 2 is minus 10, 3 by y is 3y, and 3 by 4 is plus 12. And so we want to move all the y terms to one side. I'm going to choose the left-hand side. And I'm going to move across all the numbers to the right-hand side. So I'm going to move this across to the right-hand side, and I'm going to move that across to the left-hand side. So I'm going to end up with 5y minus 3y, and that's going to be equal to plus 12. If I move across the negative 10, it's going to put in the plus 10. And so 5y minus 3y is 2y, and 12 plus 10 is 22. So to find for 1y, I would divide both sides by 2, and so that's 11. Everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right, let's move on to 23. 7 times the product of two numbers a and b may be written as, so ab, and we multiply that by 7, so 7ab. The answer is b. Simple. 24. Given that 3 star 6 is equal to 3 and 2 star 4 is equal to 0, then a star b may be defined as. So guys, what would I have to do with 3 and 6 to get 3? Well,
Wait, so sorry, repeat that question.
okay, Maria. Let's run through the options, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to figure out what the operation A star
B
So when A is 3 and B is getting 3, let's check if A is the answer. So if A is 3, that'll be 3 squared minus B, that'll be 6, and so that'll be 3 squared is 9, 9 minus 6. Is that equal to 3?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's try 2 and 4 now. So if A is 2, that'll be 2 squared, and B is 4 minus 4. Would that be equal to 0?
Yes, sir.
What is my answer?
Is A.
Yes, sir.
Is my answer, right? Cool. 25. If x is equal to minus 2, y is equal to 3, t is equal to 3, then x over y to the power t is, so we're just going to substitute here, right? So that's going to be minus 2 for x, y is 3, and we're going to raise that to the power 3. So all this means, this just means minus 2 over 3 by minus 2 over 3 by minus 2 over 3. So what is minus 2 by minus 2 over minus 2?
Minus 8. No. Yeah.
Right, what is 3 by 3 by 3?
27.
Where's my answer?
B.
B.
Right, let's move on. 26. Come on, yeah, you got with odd logs here, or?
Side out, but not nothing.
So this is an example of an odd maths question. So here what we have to do, right? We have to write everything in the same base. So you see that 1 over 3 to the power 2x? I'm going to take the 3 to the power 2x and bring it up to the top. So if I do that, Kamaria, that 3 to the 2x is now going to become what? 3 to what power?
If you bring it up, will it be 3 to the first, 3 to 1?
No, it'll be 3 to the power minus 2x.
Oh.
When you bring up something, or you carry something down, the sign for the power...
The change, right?
And so you have 9 over here. And I can write 9 as 3 squared.
Mm-hmm.
And so since I have the same base, I can equate. So minus 2x will be equal to...
What? So I'm feeling like if I'm losing brain cells.
This is...
So run it back, please.
So we have the same base, so you can equate the powers. So it'll be minus 2x is equal to 2.
Oh.
You remember doing this in our maths?
So I'm feeling like if on my last set of brain cells right now.
Well, let me see if you can figure out what x is. So Kamaria, I have minus 2x is equal to 2, so what would 1x be?
You divide 2 by minus 2 and it will get would it be minus 1?
Yeah. So my answer is 26a. This will be hard for the maths people, what the odd maths people.
I could go back over the first half.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain this back.
So I understand it, but I feel like my brain was lagging for a second. I don't know why.
All right. So guys, this is an example of a indice question. And so with these kind of questions, you want to have the same base on either side. And when you have the same base, you can equate the powers. So watch this. Do you all know that if you take a term and you move it from the denominator to the numerator, the sign for the power changes? Do you all know that? So if I take 3 to the power 2x and I bring it up, that 2x is going to turn to minus 2x. Did you all know that, or you didn't know that?
No, I did not know that. I didn't know that.
Oh. Like for instance, if I have 1 over x, I could write that as x to the power minus 1. If I had 3 over x squared, I could write that as 3x to the power minus 2.
Oh.
So Rachel, give it a try. If I had 4 over y cubed, I could write that as 4y.
Y to the minus 3.
Right, so that's the basic concept. So if you take something and you change its location, the sign for the power is going to change. We can apply the same concept here. Imagine you had y squared over 1. If I take y squared and I bring it to the denominator, that's going to be 1 over y to the power minus 2. So you understand what I'm saying? If you're taking something and you're changing its position, you're going to change the sign of the power. So this is our rule for indice. For those who didn't do art maths and don't understand it, or they understand it a little better now,
Yes, sir.
So all I'm saying is, if you take something and you move its position, the sign for the power is going to change. So if in the denominator, it's 3 to the power 2x, positive 2x, then when I bring it up, that positive 2x is going to turn to
-2.
minus 2x, right? And here what? I want to get the same base. So is there any way I could write 9 as 3 to some power? Nine is the same thing as
3 to the second power.
Right. So are the bases the same?
Yes, sir.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if the bases are the same, you could just equate the powers. Let me give another example, right? Let me just say I have 3 to the power x is equal to 9. So I'm asking myself, what do I have to raise 3 by to get 9? And if I write 9 as 3 squared, you can immediately see the answer, x is equal to 2. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So anytime I have the same base, I could just equate the powers. So that's going to be minus 2x is equal to 2. And so to find for 1x, I would just divide both sides by minus 2. Math people, it's easy, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Right? So x is equal to minus 1. That's how you do it. And let me show you something. If I plug that into the expression, look at what's going to happen. So it's going to be 1 over 3 minus 1 by 2 is minus 2. And since it's negative in the denominator, I'll bring it up to the top. And that negative 2 is going to turn into 3 to what power? Malia. Remember, if I take something and I change its position, the sign for the power is going to change. So if I bring up 3 to the power minus 2, that's going to turn to?
Squared.
3 to the power positive 2.
And then 3 squared is 9. Yeah, so we get back the answer.
Yes, sir.
All right, so x is equal to minus 1. Let's move on. 27. Given that a is equal to 1, 3 minus 3, 3, 0, 5, then 3a would be equal to, so all we're going to do is just going to multiply the elements here by 3. So 1 by 3 is 3, 3 by 3 is 9, minus 3 by 3 is minus 9, 3 by 3 is 9, 0 by 3 is 0, 5 by 3 is 15. What's my answer?
Isn't it A?
A, yes, A is the answer. Right? Do you all understand why A is the answer? I'm just multiplying the elements.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
28. The determinant of the 2 by 2 identity matrix is, so the 2 by 2 identity matrix is given by 1, 0, 0, 1. And so if you find the determinant of this, it's going to be 1 by 1, right? Minus 0 by 0.
0 by 0.
So that's just
1.
So the determinant of the 2 by 2 identity matrix is just 1.
It's 1.
Is 1B.
Right.
Sir, I could be wrong, but the determinant of a singular matrix is 0, right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. And well, obviously a non-singular matrix would have a value that's more than, it would basically be the elements of integers or real numbers in general. So once it's not singular, it could be any number.
What do the singular matrices look like again?
Let me show you. I'll give you an example of one. 1, 2, 8, 4, 6, 2. Right, so let's find the determinant of this. How would I find the determinant of that?
AD minus BC. So it would be 4 times 6 minus 12 times 2. So it would be 24 minus 24. Yeah.
So that's an example of a singular matrix. Understand?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
No problem. Let's move on. 29. The vector P minus Q is represented by, Okay, so P minus Q, that's just going to be 3, 7 minus 2, 5. So I can write that as 3 minus 2, and 7 minus
5 over 2. I think we'll see.
So 3 minus 2 is 5, 7 minus 5 is 2. So the answer is C, yes. Let's move on. 30 refers to the following parallelogram W, X, Y, Z. In the parallelogram, XY is equal to U, XW is equal to V, and R is the midpoint of YZ. We want to go from R to W. So to go from R to W, let me just connect that. So R to W will be this vector over here. So let's take our time. So if it's a parallelogram, then Y to Z will be what?
B.
B. And if Y to Z is V, then R to Z will be how much of V?
A half.
Half.
Because R is the midpoint, right?
Yes, sir.
And if we want to go from R to W, we go from R to Z and then Z to W. Now, isn't that in the opposite direction of U?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That'll need to be that I will need to write that as minus U. Let me know if you understand that.
Yes, sir.
So U is going in this direction. So if I go in the other direction, it'll just be minus U. That's how vectors work. Opposite direction, change the sign. So we're looking for the option that is a half V minus U. What's my answer?
Which is A.
You right? Cool. Gonna move on. Given that 1 millimeter is 1 over 1,000 meters, then 2,500 millimeters in meters is, so you're just gonna divide 25 by
1,000.
255.
1,000, right? And so you're gonna end up with 25 over 10, so that'll just be 2.5. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Because why I'm saying that? Because you divide 25 by 10, you'd have to shift the decimal place one space to the left. And so 2.5 to the 1b. To the 2. The length of the edge of a cube that has a volume of 27 centimeter cube is, right, so if I want to find volume of a cube, we just side to the power 3. As if the volume is 27, and I want to find for S, I just find the cube root on both sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you could ask yourself, what by itself 3 times is 27? And that's 3?
Yeah.
Because 3 by 3 is 9, and 9 by 3 is 27, so the answer is 3. If you don't understand this, tell me no. If you're not hearing anybody, you're going to move on. The perimeter of a square is 48. What is its area in centimeters squared? So come on, right? If the perimeter is 48, remember?
And you would divide 48 by 4 first, which will give you 12, and then you multiply that by 2, and you get 144.
Right.
I mean, you multiply it by itself. I mean, 2.
So the answer is 33D. Nice. Let's move on. Item 34 refers to the following diagram of a trapezium PQRS, which has an area of 65 centimeters squared. The height h of PQRS is, okay, so does anybody remember the formula for area for
Half of A
Bracket
plus
A
B
plus B
multiplied by
times
height.
H.
It's a fish market, boy. Way.
Sorry, sir.
That's okay. And so they gave us area to be 65, so we know that. So I can plug that in for area. And do we know the lengths of the two parallel sides?
Yeah, 8 and 18.
8 and 18.
And the height is the only thing we don't know.
So you add 8 and 18 and find half of the, and then carry it over.
So half of
26 is 13.
Right? And so h would be equal to 65 all over 13. And so I believe that is 5, right?
Supposed to be.
Let's check it out. 13 by 5. 5 threes are 15. 1 by 5 plus 1, 6. Yes. So h should be equal to 5 centimeters. Everybody okay with this question?
That's it. And if you think about it, 5 by 12 is 60, so you just add 5 to that.
Yes. That's smart. So everybody okay with this question, or do you want me to go it over one more time? No.
One more time.
All right, so Rachel, we have a trapezium here, and entering the formula for area of a trapezium is a half a plus b by height. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
They gave us the area as 65. So a is 65. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? And a and b are the two parallel sides. So that's 8 plus 18. And 8 plus 18 is 26. So half of 26 is 13. So do you understand how I got 65 is equal to 13h?
Yes, sir.
Right, so 13h is equal to 65. And so if I want to find for 1h, what would I have to do on both sides?
Divide by 13.
Right. And 13 could go into 65 how much times? Rachel, what is 5 by 12?
60.
If you add one more 5, that'll give you 13 by 5. So,
5 times.
right. You fully understand the question?
Yes, sir. I understand now.
Nice. 35. Come on, yeah. Look at hard maths question again, boy.
Thomas, make a mistake and mark up on the screen or kind of
At
thing.
this point, I'm wondering if this is add maths or maths with
Trust me, you don't want to see hard maths paper. You don't want to
Exactly.
see hard maths paper. It's fun, but you really don't want to see it. Item 35 refers to the following diagram, which shows a sector of a circle AOB. Angle AOB is 60 degrees, and the radius OB is r units long. So we want to figure out the length of the arc AB of the circle. So Kamaria, and you would agree that the whole circumference of a circle, so we want to figure out this, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole circumference for a circle, isn't that just 2 pi r?
Yeah.
And so if I want to figure out the length of this portion, I would need to figure out what portion of the whole circle this is.
Yeah.
2 degrees, that would be 60 over 360.
60 over 360.
Multiplied by 2 pi
And
r.
you reduce.
And so 60 over 360 is 1/6. So that's going to be 1/6 multiplied by 2 pi r. And so 2 into 2 is 1, 2 into 6.
Into 6 is 3. So is that theta pi r?
So the answer is A.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody that doesn't understand this?
So I think you need to explain to them that pi is equal to 180.
No, I don't need to explain that pi is 180. They don't have to understand. They don't have to know that.
I think people might watch this and they want to know where you're getting 2 pi r from.
Oh, well, okay. In regular maths, guys, in regular maths,
Yeah, how much is used 2 pi r?
in regular maths, right? And the circumference for a full circle is 2 pi r? Yes or no? Tell me.
Yeah.
Yes.
sir.
And so we have a circle here whose arc length will be 1/6 of the entire thing. Could you all see that? Yes or no? Can you all see that we're finding for 1/6 of the
Yes, sir.
Good. So we're going to find the entire circumference, which is just 2 pi r, and I'm going to multiply it by the fraction. So this is actually 1/6 of a whole circle. And so 1/6 by 2 is 2 over 6, which simplifies to 1 over 3 pi r. I take it that everybody okay with this.
Oh, so you're treating the 2 as 2 over 1.
Say that again?
You're treating the 2 as 2 over 1, which is why you cross there.
No, not cross multiply.
Not cross multiply, wrong word.
So 2. Yeah. That's what you mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you get a third. So that's 35 for you. Right? 36. Rachel, help me with this question. It refers to the following compound shape made up of a rectangle and two identical semicircles, one on either side of the short sides. They want us to figure out the area of the compound shape. Right, so Rachel, if I have two semicircles here, if I add them, I would end up with what?
A whole circle.
And how do I find the area of a whole circle?
Pi r squared.
Right. So we already deal with this on this. Nice. And what will be the area for this shape?
Length by width.
So here what? We gotta do some work, right? So if this is 27 and this is 15, then we need to figure out what this length would be, and that would correspond to the radius, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So we could call this length x, and we could call this length x. And so we could say that 2x plus 15 would be equal to what?
27.
Right. And so 2x would be equal to 27 minus 15. And so 1x would be, so 27 minus 15 is what? What is 27 minus 15?
12.
So 1x would be equal to?
6.
Right. So that being said, what should I could do? This would be 6. This would be 6. But also, wouldn't this be 6?
Yes, sir.
And so this dimension here would be?
12.
Right, this dimension here would be 12. And we could also work out the area of the circle. So that's going to be pi. We know that the radius is 6. So that's going to be 6 squared by pi is 36 pi. Yes or no, guys? Are you understand that?
Yeah.
And the area of the rectangle.
No, sir.
And the area of the rectangle is going to be 15 by 12. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So area of a rectangle is going to be 12 by 15. And so we did this multiplication already. Feels like deja vu. Hence 12 by 15. 12 by 15, what that will be? That will be 180 hence.
Yes, sir.
Right? So it's just gonna be, so the whole area is gonna be 36 pi plus 180. Okay. So let's run through the options. Let me check something. Okay, 36.
So when I did it, I got C.
The answer will be B. The answer will be B.
Wait.
Pardon?
The answer will be B. Do you understand why I'm saying that the answer is B?
180, it's 36.
Because 36 by 5 is
times.
180, and then 36 by pi will give you 36 pi.
Right. So this will give you back 180 plus 36 pi, which is equal to what we got. So does everybody understand? This is what kind of tricky question. Or do you want me to run it back?
I understand.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so the person that said yes, please, let's run through the question together. So we need to figure out the total area. We know that from this point to this point is 27. Are you okay with how we figured out that this is 6?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so since it's a semicircle, this would correspond to the, what's in the circle? What's this? Diameter, radius.
That is the radius.
Right, this is the radius. And that would mean that this is also the
Radius.
right, and this is also the
radius.
right. You understand how I get 12 here?
Yes, sir.
So this is radius. Radius is 6, and this would be equal to the diameter of the semicircle. So the diameter would just be 2 times the radius. So that's how we got 12. And so that's how we got 12 by 15. Yes or no? You okay?
Yes, sir.
And well, the area of a circle is pi r squared. So r is 6. So 6 by 6 is 36 here. Understand how I get 36 pi?
Yeah.
Now, this is the tricky part. They didn't give you the answer in the form we got it. They decided to factor out the answer. So, if I factor out 36 from 36 pi plus 180, that's just going to be pi, and 36 into 180 is just 5. So, do you understand why I'm saying my answer is B?
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Because if I expand this out, I'm going to get back 180 plus 36 pi, which is what we got. Yeah. When you ask somebody for apology, and instead of giving you an apology, they try to say something else. This is the kind of question it is. Oh, you know what I mean? What's another example? Instead of giving you the straight answer, they just decide to do that. So let's look at 37 now. The area of a rectangle is 40 centimeters squared. If the length is multiplied by 4 and the width is halved, the area would then be. So let me look at this question. So Kamaria, let's work this question together, right?
All right, sir.
So, and we know that area is length.
It's 40. Oh, yeah, length by width.
Right. So if the area, if the length is multiplied by 4, right? So it's going to be 4L. Okay. And the width is halved. You're going to end up with what? So enter half by 4 is just 2.
Yeah.
And what was length by width again? Length by width was the?
What? What do you mean length by width is what?
The
Area?
Yeah. So we are
All right. So then to find, you just divide the 40. No.
Oh, no, that's the answer.
They didn't give you yes, they did give it here, right?
So the answer would just be 2 by 40, which is 80.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll run through it one more time because I don't feel plenty people get this. So here what, right? So Kamaria, you understand that area is length by width, and the area
Right.
40, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what would happen if I multiply the length by 4 and I half the width? Wouldn't 4 by a half be 2?
Mm-hmm.
And I would end up with 2 length by width, which is the same thing as 2 times A because area is length by width.
Yeah.
And the area is 40, so 2 by 40.
Understood.
Nice. Anybody confused by this? Anybody? Because I swear more people would have been confused by this.
Awesome.
So you just divided the 4 by 2 and then multiply. That's what you
Yeah,
have.
that's it. That's all I do. So it seems everybody understands this. To the 8. We have a diagram here, which is a compound shape that comprises of a triangle resting on a square of side 5 centimeters. If the total area of the compound shape is 35 centimeters squared, then the height of the triangle is all right. So this will be 5. This will be 5, and this will be 5. Now, this question kind of stupid because they never really specify what kind of triangle it was. They didn't do that. But if you ask me, that looks like an equilateral triangle. Can you all see what I mean?
Yeah, all the sides looking equal.
Yeah, but they never specify it, and that rubs me the wrong way. I don't like that at all. This is real dotishness. So I understand if it's if it's an equilateral, all the sides will be 5, yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so if I want to find for the height, look at what I'm going to do. So I have two ways I can do this. Did they give me the area? Yeah, it gave me the area. So let me show you how we're going to do this. So, and I can say, if I want to find the area for this shape, look at what I can do, right? If the total area is 35 centimeters squared, and I would just have to subtract this area from that.
Yeah.
And that the area of the square would be 5 by 5 is 25. And so 35 minus 25 is
10.
So never mind, I take back the insult. Let's see what the case is. You will see. So you understand that the area of the triangle is 10 centimeters squared, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the area of a triangle? What's the area of a triangle? What's the formula?
Half of is it half of
Base by height.
8? Yes.
And so the area of the triangle is 10. What is my base?
5.
So the height is the only thing I don't know. So
A half of 5 is 2.5.
what I would do is I would have multiply throughout by 2 to get rid of the fractions and thing. Watch. I would have multiply both sides by 2, and so 20 would be equal to 5h. You know, you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, understand.
And so to find for h now, so 5h is equal to 20. So to find for 1h, I just divide both sides by 5.
And you got 4.
Yeah. You okay?
Yeah.
Good.
But so if you multiply 10 by 2.5, you wouldn't get it as well?
You would.
Oh no. Never mind, no, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't get it. Watch. A half by 5 is 2.5. Right?
Oh, so I think if you multiply it, and if you divide 10 by 2.5.
No, I can't divide 10 by... Oh, yeah, I could do that. I understand what you're saying. Watch.
Because I was thinking multiply, but you have to divide it 10 by 2.5, and you should get 4.
Yeah, you'll get 4. Let me show you an example of this, right? And I could change that 10 to 100.
Mm-hmm.
And so 25 going to 100 4 times. Or I have to shift. Wait. So it's the same thing. 10 over 2.5 is the same thing as 100 over 25.
Yeah.
Because watch, if I take the decimal place and I shift it one space to the right, both of them, I'm going to get 125, which is the same thing as 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's equally valid. But I feel like this will be easier.
Yeah.
So is there anybody that wants me to go over the question? So look at the working and take it team. So the total area is 35 centimeters squared. So if I want to find the area of the triangle alone, I would find the area of the square and subtract it from 35. So 35 minus 25 is 10 centimeters squared. So that's the area of the triangle. I trust that everybody understands that. And we should know that area of a triangle is a half base by height. So my area is 10. My base is 5. Why is my base 5? Well, we have a square, right? So base is 5 by height. So I want to make h the subject so I can multiply throughout by 2 to get rid of the fraction. And so 10 by 2 is 20. A half by 5 by 2 is just 5. So h is 4 because 5 by 4 is 20. So that's it. So 38b. I'm going to move on now. 39. So the number of children who have a mass of at least 41 kg is, so if we're talking about at least, what are we talking about? What sign are we talking about?
So it would have to be from the frequency from 12 go down to 20.
Wait, let's say that one more time. So 12 down to 20, right?
Yeah.
That would be correct. So that's going to be 12 plus 38. That would be 50. 50 plus 20 is 70. So the answer is
C.
Yeah.
Is there anybody that doesn't understand that? Oh, no. So everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 14, the lower limit of the modal class is, so this is not hard, eh? Let me show you how we're going to do this. So modal is the one that appears most frequently. So which one appears most frequently?
51 to 60.
Right. And so the lower limit for that would be what?
51.
Right. What would be the lower boundary?
50.5.
Right. And the upper boundary would be 60.5. Awesome. 41. Mrs. Clark arranged the 15 test scores of a student in order of size and selected the 8th score for reporting purposes. Which of the following statistical measures did Miss Clark obtain? That's the
Median.
right? Because if you find a half of n plus 1, which is Q2, that would be a half of 15 plus 1 is 16, and that would correspond to Q2, which is the median, which is 8. So I trust everybody okay with that. Let's move.
Yes, sir.
42. The pie chart below, drawn to scale, shows how a student used 12 hours in studying mathematics, French, and geography. The amount of time spent studying mathematics is approximately, okay, so mathematics looking like what degrees? How much degrees?
90.
Which is just going to be a quarter of the total, right? So a quarter of 12 is?
3.
Yeah. So my answer is?
C.
Right. If the mean of the four numbers, 4, 8, x, and 12 is 10, then x is? So to find mean or average, just adding up everything and dividing it by the number. So that's going to be 4 plus 8 plus x plus 12 all over 4. And that's equal to what, Kamaria?
10.
So I could cross multiply here. And so 1 by 4 plus 8 plus x plus 12 is just the same thing again. 4 plus 8 plus x plus 12. And 4 by 10 is 40. And so let's group together like terms. So you see in 4.
12 and 8. Oh, well, yeah. 12 and 8 is 20. 20 plus 4 is 24. So you have 24x is equal to 40.
Right, I want to find for x, so I have to move across the 24.
And you divide 40 by 24. No, is it minus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we add in 24 to x. So if you want to find for
Right.
x, take away 24 from it.
So that would be, you borrow from
16.
before. Yeah.
So 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody that didn't understand this? Okay, I take it that everybody are good with this. Let's move on. A respondent is selected at random. What is the probability that the selected respondent is of ethnicity P and has a positive attitude towards mathematics? So they are being selected at random. So it's going to be over the total, so over 100.
Would it be 25 over 60?
Well, let me see. So P and has a positive attitude towards maths. So that would be 25, right? So ethnicity P and positive towards maths. So that would be.
Oh, wait, no. Would it be over the 60 or would it be actually, yeah, wait.
0.2 answer. If you're confused about why we're saying over 100, is because I'm selecting them at random. I'm selecting.
Oh, so is it entire total? Okay.
Yes.
So every time they tell you is at random or in the group, put it out to the total.
Yeah, because at random. And at random means I could select anybody. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Sir, what are the ways they could bring it?
they could say, what is the probability that the selected respondent is of ethnicity P and has a positive attitude, given that, let me think. So they could say, given that, let me give you a question, right? They could say, given that the respondent is of ethnicity P, what is the probability of them having a positive attitude towards maths? So you see how this is a condition here? Look at what it's saying. It's saying, given that the respondent is of ethnicity P, so I'm saying, given that is of ethnicity P, what that means is it would be over the total for P. If you understand what I'm saying. So given that the respondent is of ethnicity P, what is the probability of them having a positive attitude toward maths? Somalia. If this is the case and they specify, so given that the respondent is of ethnicity P, you'll be looking at this column. And so the total will be 60. Understand?
Good, but if they said it was at random, it would have been the total.
Yeah.
Good.
So given that means you're looking at a specific range. At random means total. Everybody okay with that? Let me know, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. 45. I tell you, doing maths, let's tire me out more than doing hard maths. Or pure maths. Which of the following diagrams best illustrates a function? So let's go through the options that would definitely not be a function. So what are some examples of a function? Some examples of functions would be 1-to-1 and many-to-1. So these would be examples of functions. So the first one is an example of,
I see in 1-to-1 and 1-to-many.
right. 1-to-many is not a function. Remember, for a function, you would take a value of x and you'd put it in. Come on, right? If I have a function here and f of x is equal to 2x, if I put in x as 1, could I get anything other than that?
No.
No, so this don't make sense, right? How could this give me answers? And so this is not a function, right? This can't be a function, so A is wrong because it's an example of 1-to-many. B looks like a function, yes.
Yeah, because it's 1-to-1 and... Oh, wait, all of them is 1-to-1.
Yeah. Right? Option C, no. This is an example of many-to-1. And D, nope. That's an example of many-to-1. Why am I saying many-to-1? Why? Because many, what's in? It'll be one.
That's not 1-to-many.
Yeah. I'm getting tired. You know, I didn't sleep since yesterday.
So why is he doing that?
Well, I had planned for the video to be released in the morning. And when I finish edited like around 6 o'clock, like I lose half of the progress. And so like I had to edit back. Because I wasn't going to sleep unless I get the video out.
Oh, damn.
So why am I saying 1-to-many here? It's because one of them are going to many in the range. Do you all understand what I'm saying? One is going to many.
Yes, sir. It come like the same as option A.
Yeah, actually all of them that aren't functions are 1-to-many. See that? So 1-to-1 and many-to-1 are examples of functions. 46.
Are you sure it's not B?
Easy answer.
Oh, because I have the same question here in 2020.
Yeah, easy answer. Because this is an example of a one-to-one function, which maps the elements of the domain to one element in a range. And that's definitive behavior of a function. Specifically, that would be a bijective function, which is injective and surjective. When all they move on to pure maths, all they go on the same. 46. The point where the straight line AB crosses the horizontal axis is. So this is the horizontal axis, right, guys? If others have trouble remembering it, just think of horizon. And so it cuts the horizontal axis at what? Somebody read that off.
3 and minus 2.
0.
Yeah, that'll be 3, 0. Why am I saying 3? Because you moved 3 to the right, so that's positive 3 on the x-axis. And this point is exactly on the x-axis, so we didn't move up or down. So the vertical movement is 0. 46A. Cool. 47. The equation of the straight line AB is. So
I think this is a repeat.
Nah, we're looking at this question here.
No. Okay, right.
So let's answer it, right? So we will first need to find ingredient. So we have a point here. To find ingredient, you need at least 2 points. So this would be 0, minus 2. So come on, which one you want to call x1, y1? And which one you want to call x2, y2?
I would call the 0 minus 2 x1, y1, and I would use the 3 0 as x2, y2.
But it doesn't matter though. Short answer is no, it doesn't matter. Once you do the maths correct, you'll get the same answer nonetheless. So the gradient is y2 minus y1 all over x2 minus x1. And so that's going to be 0 minus 2 all over x2, which is 3, minus x1, which is 0. So minus by minus is plus, so that's 2 all over 3. So my equation must have a gradient of 2/3 and it must contain the y-intercept, which is minus 2. So which option is that? So my gradient has to be 2/3 and my y-intercept has to be minus 2.
So it's C.
C, right? Right. A little fine math should have be 45 questions, like hard maths.
Wait, so did you get the y-intercept from the point A?
Yeah, because it's any y-axis at minus 2.
All right.
Yeah, this is a little fine. Yeah, I really find it should be 45 questions, because they just give a little.
Yes, sir, because I feel like I had to work it out.
Real crazy.
Yeah.
Because they're giving the same time for hard maths tests, and I have a calculator with there. So 48 is a repeat. What's the answer?
So I think it was yeah.
Yeah. The equation of the axis of symmetry of the quadratic function is, so the axis of symmetry would just be a line that would basically mirror the parabola. So let's see what I'm talking about.
So is it x is equal to 2?
Right, because there's a vertical line passing through x is equal to 2. So it's A. You good or not?
Yeah.
Right. Question 50. If g of x is equal to 7x minus 3 over 5, then g inverse minus 2 is. So how much are they going to find the inverse function, please? Drop out 1 in each chat.
I find it wicked to be bringing functions on a multiple choice.
No, it's fine. I'm going to show you a real goated hack. Or I have all the hacks. So how much they would find the inverse function? Drop out 1 in each chat if you do the inverse function. How much ones we seeing? Plenty ones. Well, let me show you something. When you find any inverse function, the domain switches to the set of y values. So you see this over here. what this means is, that means y is equal to minus 2. That's what it means. And so watch what I could say. And to only understand that g of x is y? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So watch what I could say. I could say minus 2 is equal to 7x minus 3 all over 5. I want to make x the subject, so I could probably multiply both sides throughout by 5 to get rid of the fraction. 5 and minus 2 is minus 10. The 5 and the 5 would cancel off on the right-hand side, so that'll just be 7x minus 3. I want to find for x, so I'll move across the minus 3, and so that's going to be minus 10 plus...
Plus 3, which will give you minus 7.
So 7x is equal to minus 7, so x is equal to...
1 minus 1.
Right, because I would have to divide both sides by 7. And that is it. I gave my answer one time.
Oh, okay.
I would not recommend doing the inverse function. No, don't do all of that. What are you doing to yourself?
This is actually really smart.
Because I would explain the entire thing. I think I explained it in art maths. But basically what happens is, so g of x would map x onto y. That's what g of x would do. And the inverse function would just do the opposite. It would map y onto x. And so what happens is y now becomes the quote-unquote domain. And so g minus 2 is actually y is equal to minus 2 because you plug in the y value into the inverse function. So this minus 2 is really the y value. Yeah. So cool. If you didn't know you could do this, drop a 1 in the chat. And they get it working. You get your answer one time. Question 51. A parking lot charges $1 plus 25 cents for every hour or part thereof, in which a vehicle is parked. A function CH that represents the parking cost is... Right, so Kamaria, this is not really that hard. So, what's the fixed rate? Kamaria, what's the fixed rate?
$1.
Yeah. And for every hour that goes by, how much I'll pay?
Plus 25 cents, so you'd pay $1 plus the 25 cents.
So the answer is?
Is it B?
Nope.
Oh no, sorry, it's C because you're adding 25 cents to the hour plus the extra $1. Well, plus the $1 that is the fixed rate.
Right. So hopefully you understand this, guys. Hope so. Let's move on. 52. The range of f of x is equal to x cubed for the domain minus 2 to 2 is... So, guys, with these kind of questions, all you have to do is just plug in the lower value and the upper value. So, Kamara, what's the lowest value?
The lowest value is minus 2.
So, minus 2 cubed would be minus 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's do the biggest value.
Biggest value is 2.
So, that'll be 8. So, I'm looking for an option that goes from minus 8 to 8.
And that's D.
Yeah. Right. Gonna move on. 53. If the sum of the interior angles of a polygon is 4 right angles, then the polygon is a...
Right angles has 9 divided by 4.
Guys, this is such a chain of question.
Quadrilateral.
Yeah. Did you all know that all shapes are technically polygons? Like ones that have like sides, like a triangle is an example of a polygon, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're saying here, the sum of the interior angles is 4 right angles. So they're talking about a quadrilateral. And a quadrilateral is an example of a square or a rectangle, ones that have 4 sides. $54. In the right angle triangle above, which trigonometric ratio is equal to 4 over 8? Right, so Kamaria, be careful. It's a real chin-up question. So which angle do you think we should use? Y or X?
Let's see.
Just pick one.
Y?
Okay, pick Y. And so if I pick Y as the angle, then obviously this will be the what side?
The hypotenuse.
This is the side right next to the angle we picked. So this is the,
Adjacent.
and this is the,
Opposite.
right. So according to what we picked, if we want to get 4 over 8, that's going to be cos. Because theta is A over H. You see what I'm talking about? So
Yeah.
cos Y would be equal to 4 over 8. But although that's a correct answer, it's not there.
One of the options there, yeah.
So that means we probably have to consider what angle instead.
Angle X.
Right. So if we consider an angle X, then this will be the hypotenuse, nothing changes. This will be the what side?
The adjacent.
And this will be the
opposite.
Right. So if we want to get 4 over 8, which trig ratio we have?
The opposite over the hypotenuse, so it give a sine X.
Perfect. So my answer is E.
A.
So I trust all you understand that. So Kamaria, I feel like you'd have panic if you did do Y and it didn't work out.
No, sir, I don't feel like I would have panicked because, like, if I look at it, I see 4 on this side, I see 8 on this side. So I know that somehow the 4 have to go over the 8. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you're seeing the 4 on the side and you're seeing the 8 on the side.
Because you had to get 4 over 8, so it had to be opposite over hypotenuse. I see what you're talking about. So 54A. Let's move on to 55 now. In the triangle, the value of x is, so this is an example of an isosceles triangle. And so
You just add up, you just minus 180 from 30 by 2.
yeah. So that will be 180 minus 60, 30 plus 30 is 60. And so you're going to get 120.
Which is C.
Right. Awesome. So we're going to move on. Does I repeat? What's the answer?
3.5.
57 is not a repeat. At least not yet. In the diagram, the translation by which AB is mapped onto A prime B prime is represented by, so come on, let me show you how we're going to do this. So what do we do with A to get 4 now? We had to add to 2 to get 4.
2.
What we had to do with 5 to get 6?
Add 1.
So the answer is 2, 1. A. Easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing over here, watch. To get 5.
Yeah, add 2 until get 8, yeah, add 1.
Yep. Nice. Let's move on to 58 now. So what do you want me to do? They want me to figure out the scale factor of the enlargement. That's simple. So we're just gonna count corresponding sides. So Kamaria, like for instance, what's this side? What does this side measure?
2.
What is
But is it 2 or would it be like, would you count 2 or would you count like 1.5?
It don't matter, that's 2.
Is it approximated 2?
No, watch, it literally is 2.
Oh, right. Okay, yes, I see it.
What would this one be?
4.
So the scale factor of
2.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Is it 2 because you multiply it double length?
Yeah, it's 2 because to go from A, B, C to A prime, B prime, C prime, we're multiplying the lengths by 2. So the scale factor.
Right.
Everybody understand this question?
I think, once you look at the spaces between them, we're just seeing 1, 2 for every space anywhere.
So you all understand this question? To go from ABC to A prime, B prime. We just multiply ABC by 2. Oh, and these would be example of what kind of triangles?
Is it isosceles?
No, similar. Similar triangles because they have the same properties, just scaling them up.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Item 59 refers to the following diagram, which shows the angle of depression. How much are you undergoing an angle of depression right now? Are we up? Are we up?
I elevating right now.
So it's about to end, so
Wait, you're saying you are about to end?
no, sir, the depression about to end, sir.
Oh, because after tomorrow is outside. I go and drink a bottle for you, right? Because all I can't drink. I drink a bottle.
So you're gonna drink a what?
A bottle for you.
Right. So legally we can't drink.
Hey. I will do it for you. I will know how to do it. I will know how to do it. All would live vicariously through me. So we have an angular depression, which is 30 degrees. Why do we call it depression? It's because like you're looking down. If F is equal to 25 meters from E, then the distance F to G in meters is. So let me show you how we're gonna do this. So come on, yeah. If this is 30 degrees here, and this is 90, I can figure out this.
Yes, it would be 60.
That would be 60 degrees. And so if that's the case, we could label our sides accordingly. So this would be the hypotenuse, this would be
The opposite. Oh, sorry, no, adjacent, and that's the opposite there.
and what we want to figure out for, we want to find FG. So FG is it?
Would F be the opposite? Or is it still on the adjacent?
Okay, watch. We're looking at this angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this side is right next to the angle, so this is the adjacent.
Right.
And this side is opposite to the angle, so it's the opposite.
Okay.
So we want to find FG, so FG corresponds to the
opposite.
Right, so we need whichever trig ratio we pick, it must have O in it, and it must have A in it, because A is what we have. So we're going to use what?
It'll be tan.
Yeah. Until you know that one song, like tan, you know what I'm talking about? I just can't.
So you're talking about right drinking?
Say that again?
Never mind, sir.
I know the song I'm talking about, right? I just can't understand. I don't know what I'm talking
about. Song I was thinking about, sir.
No, sir.
Real cool song.
Sir.
Keshav, do you know the song I'm talking about?
No, sir. No.
Nah, you haven't know that song. I just can't understand. Man, don't want to finish the next part.
So you know the right drinking song?
Sing it. No, I'll tell you for notes.
So I can't sing it right now, sir.
No shucks. Well, you will sing it another time, right? I'm curious. So whichever trig ratio we pick, it must have O1A in it, right? And the one that have O1A in it. So, the one with O1A in it is tan. So that's going to be tan theta is equal to O over A. And so it's going to be tan 60 is equal to O over A. A is 25. And so if that's the case, what would I do to find for O?
Wait, why we find? Oh, sorry, sir. I'm talking up.
Tan 60 times 25.
Right, so O would be equal to 25 tan 60. Now, do they have that option? They don't. You know what that means? That means that they want us to use another angle. Womp. So we had to use another angle. That's not hard though. So if this is 60, can we figure out for this angle?
Yes, sir. So would this count as angles on the same line add up to 180? Or are we doing alternating angles?
The Z angle.
Alternating angles.
Okay, so then it would be 30.
Yeah. Or you could have say 60 plus 90 is 150 and 150 minus 130 is 180. Could do that. And so if we dealing with this angle over here, so if we're dealing with this angle, this will be the hypotenuse, this will be the
This would be the adjacent, and the 25 would be the opposite.
right. So we definitely have to use A because we want to find for FG. We have to use O because we want to, we had to use A, what's in? We had to use O because we were given that length. That length is 25. So why are we using A? I'm using A because we had to find for FG, and I'm using O because they gave us the length as 25. And so I'm using which trig ratio? Should I have O
I'm using tan.
tan again, right? So that's going to be tan 30 is equal to O over A. That's interesting. And so that's going to be, so tan 30 is going to be 25 over A. So if I want to find for A, I could cross multiply. And so if I cross multiply,
You get 25 tan 30.
okay, A tan 30 is equal to 25.
All right, sorry.
And if I want to find for A, I would need to divide both sides by
25.
tan 30.
What? Oh my god, where's my maths going?
I don't know. But what you understand what I'm saying? You have to divide it by tan 30, right?
Yeah, I understand. Oh,
Yeah. So my answer is, which one is 25 over tan 30?
so it's A.
Yeah, right? Good. So let me explain that one more time. Using alternating angles, I could have figured out this was 30. If you didn't know what alternating angles was, you could have figured out this is 60, added to 90, 150, 150 from 180 is 30. Cool. Then label a triangle. This is the hypotenuse. This will be the adjacent side because it's next to the angle. And this will be your opposite because it's opposite to the angle. And so you're going to use the side corresponding to what you need to find. You need to find FG, so use A. And you're going to use what they give you. So O, because they give you that was 25. And so that's tan. So tan 30 is equal to O over A. O is 25 over A. You want to make A the subject. So you have to divide both sides by tan 30. And so A is equal to 25 over tan 30. Good. Let's move on to 60. A surveyor sets up his instruments 12 meters from the foot of the building and records the angle of elevation of the top of the building. An estimate of the height of the building can be obtained by calculating. All right, watch this. So tell me if I lose all that at any point, just tell me, right? I lose anybody?
No.
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
So if I want to find the distance to the top of the building, wouldn't I need to add 1.6 to this length?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
How are we going to find that? Well, this is the hypotenuse. This is the angle 40, so this could be the adjacent and this could be the opposite. So which two am I going to select? So I have A, so I'm going to use that. I want to find for height, so I'm going to use O. And so which trig ratio am I going to use?
So tan?
I'm going to use tan, right? So it's going to be tan 40 is equal to O over A. So O all over 12. And so to find for O, I could cross multiply or I could just multiply throughout by 12. And so O would be equal to 12 tan 40. And so in other words, we've just now found for this dimension, and that would be 12 tan 40. And so my height would be 1.6 plus 12 tan 40. So here's my answer.
A.
Yes, E. So we've successfully finished 2 whole past papers. How are we feeling?
So we're feeling elevated.
Tired.
I feeling tired.
Same.
I want to go to sleep, but I can't.
Right? Somebody was saying something?
I want to go to sleep, but I can't.
Yeah, you can't. So here what? Let me do a minimum of 4 years now. A minimum of 4 years.
So I say a minimum of 5.
Okay. Well, we're gonna see how the repeats going, right? We're gonna see how
Yeah.
so I'll about 10 minutes break, or we're going straight into 20.
So let me do a 5. I do a 5.
Okay, take a 5 minutes break. Come back.
Yeah, me too.
Avikash, how you
I
going?
rolling with Eden. I really miss this whole. I really miss
I
this whole
didn't.
paper.
You missed the what? So like you do bad any people? Guys, all you want me to send the solutions I do only like we do here.
Yes, send the 2 papers in the meantime now.
Please.
Okay, I'll go do that now. Do that now.
So when you're gonna upload this recorded video, as soon as it's over
Okay,
or
well,
in the morning?
once my computer um export the video in time, I'll upload it one time.
All right, no problem.
Don't forget, guys, if you are subscribed, Kamaria, tell them what they had to do.
Say that over, sir.
Kamaria, if finish my sentence. If all they not subscribed, all they have to.
Subscribe to Maths Vibes.
Right. That's what you had to do. Because remember, I homeless, you know. I homeless. Yeah. I followed the TikTok one time.
You know, just don't know what they're saying. Yeah.
Real fake and real fake. And
For real.
telling you. Right, so come back in, let me just say 9:30 p.m. That is 5 minutes from now, approximately. So 9:35, we will start back. Yeah. Let me check the chat real quick. Hey, right now, I in KFC. I was in Rituals the other day, and I in KFC now, and I'm getting Wi-Fi. When they close KFC, I'll go in I'll go in Subway because Subway is open till 11 and thing, you know. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Come on, right there. Keshava, you done?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm feeling to make a little song here, or like a poem. It was the night before paper one. I don't really know where to go beyond that though. Finish it now. It was the night before maths paper. It was the night before maths paper one.
Maths paper one.
Everybody was done.
Oh yeah, come on, yeah, finish it. That was good, Keshava.
All me say.
So that was Aidan.
Shucks. And okay, so Keshava, finish it then. It was the night before maths paper one. Everyone was done.
We celebrated outside
Dreading
school.
the upcoming exam.
Say that, Malia.
Dreading
was
the
calling
upcoming
me?
exam. Prepare their tears to be shed.
Malia, use Shakespeare. Wow. There was Shakespeare among us. Yeah, Kamaria was saying it was the night before maths paper one. Finish it.
Flipping the past papers and soaking them in tears. Analyzing tears. Watching some video. I want to know what's going on.
Wait, Malia, are you from Guyana, by chance?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. The accent, I'm hearing it. Can you tell that I'm from Trinidad? Like, is the accent obvious?
Yes, sir. Full Trini accent.
Yeah, okay. All right, so it's straight to the 9:35. I feel like I'll crash out before there, you know. I feel like that's all I want to know.
So like you time traveling.
Sir, go make a cup of coffee.
Before they start, I drink that B12 with the little shot now. And besides, I just be waking without any sort of caffeine. I just be pure discipline. Pure discipline. Pure willpower. So let me share my screen on. Yeah, tell me.
So you know how you predict parts of the physics paper? So where you think coming in math paper one tomorrow?
Well, I think the questions will be from 2025 to 2020. That's why we're doing that. That's what I think.
All right, so okay.
Not at all. When you look at it, all the questions repeating.
Yeah.
Like go the same for question one, been repeating from since 2019 or 2018.
Because they're lazy.
Good, let us stay lazy. Let the whole paper tomorrow come with repeat. Nothing new.
Next, you know, they come and they want to ask me what is the circumference of the earth and what kind of thing and how fast it's going to take the blood to travel around the body. I would.
And they're asking you for the gravitational field strength. Oh, God. So, are you ready to do 2022?
Yes, sir. So how we reach this 2022?
Oh, God. I skip it. We're moving at light speed. That's all.
So how we reach 2022? Is this not 2023 on?
2023, yeah. So here what? Right
Does
now,
that repeat, sir?
right now we're on one brain cell. So Olivia just remind me which one is I repeat, right? I know how to do all the questions, but my mental capacity to remember the repeats and I lack in. But I can see
Yes,
that
sir. This that repeat.
I can see that this is 1C, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
This I repeat as well. The answer
Yes,
is
sir. It was B.
When 0.45 is written as a common fraction in its simplest form, the result is, so that'll be 0.5. I could write that as 45 over 100. And so that would be 5 into 45 is 9, 5 into 100 is 20. Wait a minute. Let me check this back. So that'll be 0.45 over 1.
So you're correct, huh?
Oh, yeah, I was correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gone
And
through
then
it.
Yeah, so it's A. 9 over 20. Yeah,
What paper you on?
I am on 2023 June. That's what I'm on. You know what? No, I'm on vibes. I'm on pure vibes. So question 3. The answer is 9 over 20. How did I do it? Well, I can write 0.45 or 0.45 over 1. If I shift my decimal place 2 spaces to the right, I would also do that for the bottom, and that's going to be 45 over 100. And so 9 could go into 45. No, 5 could go into 45 9 times, and 5 could go into 120 times. So that's why I say 9 over 20. Right? I trust that everybody okay with that. Let's move on to question 4 now. If 2 to the 5 by 48.7 is 11,444.5. Sorry about that. Yeah. If 2 to the 5 by 48.7 is equal to 11,444.5, then 2.35 by 4.87 is. So guys, I think we can common sense this, Let me show you how. Where's 2 by 4? Make a guess. Where's 2 by 4?
8.
8.
Earlier, logically, you think 2 by 4 could give you 114? Look at that. This is you could think of it as 2, and this is like 5, whatever it is. Only thing the product of this could ever give me 114? Yes or no? Use all the common sense.
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
You don't need to you don't need to know any fancy maths to figure out the answer is 8. Obviously the answer is 8. Because 2.35 by 4, the minimum is like 8, so it had to be like around 8 to like 12 or something. So A. And if you wanted to do the fancy maths, watch. 2.35 would have meant that you shift the decimal place 1, 2 to the left, and 48.7. Wait, the miss is calling. Give me a second, guys. Okay, let's continue. And so to go from 235 to 2.35, you'd shift the decimal place 2 spaces to the left. And to go from 48.7 to 4.87, that means we shifted it to the 1 space to the left. So that's altogether, that's how much spaces to the left, Maria?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.
No, watch. 2 to the left, 1 to the left, 3 to the left.
Oh,
Watch. So 1, 2, 3. Do we get back the 11.44?
yeah.
Yeah. Question 5. A test was marked out of 80. A boy scored 60% of the marks on the test. How many marks did he score? Well, that's just 60% of 80. So what's the answer?
It'd just be 6 by 8, which is 48. Yeah.
Right. Question 6. Dan sold 40 concert tickets in 5 days. Each day, he sold 3 tickets more than the previous day. What is the ratio of the number of tickets sold on day 3 to the number of tickets sold on day 5? So, Kamaria, if we sell 40 concert tickets in 5 days, could we figure out how much they're selling in 1 day?
Yeah, just divide the 40 by 5.
Okay. All right. So that would be actually, wait a every day he's selling 3 tickets more. So if he sell 40 concert tickets in 5 days, so on day 5, it would have been 40, you agree?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're not seeing the screen? Not sure why that is. Come on a second. Are you seeing the screen? Tell me when you're seeing the screen, right?
It's still black.
Seeing it now?
Yeah, I've seen it now.
So day 5 will be 40. And so let's look at how much should that be in day 3. So let me backtrack, right?
It's just minus 6 from it.
Right? So yeah, you're just minus 6. So minus 3. So day 4 would have been minus 3. And so that would have been
37.
right. And 3 would have been
34.
right. So that's going to be 34 to 40. And so I can divide throughout by to simplify that.
So I'm trying to think about what could go into 34 and 40.
Wait, so Dan sold 40 concert tickets in 5 days. Right. So in day 5 would be 40. And each day he sold 3 tickets more than the previous day. So the logic makes sense here. Yeah, I'm not seeing you do anything wrong.
So I simplified, but I didn't get any of the options.
Yeah, I'm not getting any of the options either.
So is it that not necessarily that she sold 40 tickets on that day? I don't know, so because you say she sold 40 tickets overall. So is it that it wasn't like she sold 40 tickets on day 5?
That could be it, That could be it. So let me come up with an equation here. So I'm going to come up with an equation. So on the 4th day and the 5th day, all right, so let's see how we can figure out this. So enter could say that on the first,
Alright, when you finish.
on the first day, and we could say that she sell X amount of tickets. We don't know how much she sell on the first day, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
On the second day, she would have sell X plus 3, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right. On the third day, she would have sold, that would be X plus 6, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
On the 4th, that would just be X plus 9. On the 5th, that would be X plus 12. So I understand everything I'm saying so far, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And so, and I think I understand what it did.
You would solve for X.
So here what?
And then you would add it.
Right, because it said Dan sold 40 concert tickets in 5 days. So altogether in 5 days, that's what
it 40.
Right.
Should be.
So that's gonna be X plus X is 2X plus 2X, 3X, 4X, 5X. So we have 5X and 3.
5X plus 30.
So that'll be 30, and that would be equal to 40. And so 5X would be equal to 40 minus 30. Divide both sides by 5. So 5X is equal to 10. And so 1X would be equal to
2.
2. So in the
Wait, so you got the 30 by adding up the 6, 9, 3, and 12?
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
And so that being said, we want to figure out the ratio between day 3 and day 5. So on day 3, she would have sold X is 2, so 2 plus 6 is 8. And on day 5, it would have been 2 plus 12 is 14. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so day 3 to day 5 would be 8 to 14. And that look like what? Let's simplify that.
4 to 7.
The answer is
B.
Yeah, B. So be careful when you're reading your questions. Let's move on. You don't understand it?
I really hope it repeat.
Now we hope so. Is there anybody that doesn't understand the question and would like me to re-explain it?
Yes, sir. Can you re-explain it?
Yes, sir.
So, Keshava, how much tickets is she selling in 5 days?
40 tickets.
That's how much tickets she's selling all together. So here what?
Yeah.
How much tickets she's selling in the first day? Can we figure that out? Short answer is no. We don't know how much she sell in the first day. So we could call it X, right?
Okay.
And we know that every day that goes by, it increases by 3.
Yes.
So in day 2, it's going to be X plus 3. In day 3, you're going to add 3 more. So that's going to be X plus 6. Then it's going to be X plus 9. And on the 5th day, it's going to be X plus 12. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so if in 5 days she's selling 40 concert tickets, then I would have to add up everything here and put it equal to 40. Yes or no? Because in 5 days she sells 40.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes.
So we have X plus X plus X plus X plus X. So how much X is that?
5x.
Right? So that's how I get the 5X. I'm gonna add up all the numbers now. So 3 plus 6 plus 9 plus 12. This is 9. 9 plus 9 is 18, and 18 plus 12 is
30.
Right. So you understand how I get 5x plus 30, and she sell 40 in 5 days. So this represents 5 days. So that'll be equal to 40. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so I move across the 30. And so that's going to be 5x is equal to 40 minus 30. And so 5x is equal to 10. So if I want to find for 1x, I would divide both sides by 5. So x is equal to 2. Understand?
Yes, sir.
And so
Right.
x is 2. Then in the first day, she would have sold 2 tickets. In the second day, it would have been 5. Right? Then 8, then 11. And in the last day, it would have been 14. Yes or no? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And so we want to figure out the ratio between day 3 and day 5. So how much did she sell in?
Oh, okay.
8, right? And in day 5, 14. So 8 to 14. Divide that draw by 2 and it gets 47. Yeah. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, word. Gonna move on now. What's the answer for this? Is I repeat?
Says D.
You're right. Question 8. The set of positive integers that is divisible by 6 is an example of?
Infinite set.
An infinite set.
Right. This is very similar to the question in 2025 January with the 7. Since you never closed off the positive integers, it would have an infinite amount of numbers divisible by 6. Number 9. If the number in U is 25, the number in A is 14, the number in B is 15, and the number in A union B is 23, then A intersect B would be. So we had to use this formula here. So tell me if you see this formula before. So if I wanted to figure out A union B, it would be equal to the number in A plus the number in B. And since I don't want to count anybody twice, I would have to subtract that from the what?
Yeah, so you were showing us this formula in Jan 2025.
So, come on, Rhea, look how it is go, right? Remember what I tell you? If I want to figure out how much people it have without repetition, and I would need to add.
Minus. Yeah, so that it wouldn't, you said something like it wouldn't double up or something like that.
Yeah, it'll come like I wouldn't count one person twice. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
So here what? Let me look at what the question gave us. They gave us the union. The union is 23. And that would be equal to the number in A, which is 14. Number in B is 15. And what is the intersection? Do we know what the intersection is?
No.
No, so we had to find for that. And so what is 15 plus 14?
29.
Right. Okay. And so you want to find for n the number in A intersect B. And so we're going to make that a subject of the formula. So I could move across the 29. If I move across the 29, it's going to become 23. I'm going to compare 23 minus 29, because I move across the 29. And that's going to be equal to n A intersect B. So what is 23 minus 29, guys?
Minus 6.
Minus 6.
So minus.
And then when you carry across the minus, it will become positive.
Well, not quite. You'd have to multiply through by -1. And so the number in A intersect B is equal to minus 6 by minus 1, which is just 6. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Right. Another way you could do it, you could just add up the number, the total amount, right? Remember, any intersection would correspond to the overlapping amount.
Yeah.
So watch, I could say 14 plus 15 as 29. And so the 20 and 29 is more than the total amount, which is the universal set.
Yeah.
And so N4 people would have had to be N2 would have had to have 4 repeats. I was saying, wait, yeah, 14 plus 15 is 29, right? And so 29 minus 25, that'll be 4. Okay, I can't exactly do that. You understand what I'm saying, right? If you have the total number, and you know how much in A and B, then to figure out the intersection that would correspond to the overlapping amount.
Yeah, I understand.
So watch this, Kamaria. If I combine everybody in A and B, what am I going to get?
If you combine everybody in A and B,
Yeah.
that's not how you get this 29?
Wait. Okay. Well, the actual number is 23. Kamaria, remember, if I add this and I add this, and that could be duplicating people.
Oh, right. They actually, and they gave you the union.
So let me show you what we could do, right? So another way you could look at it is, well, 14 plus 15 is 29, and that would include the people that are repeating, and I would subtract that from 23 to figure out the amount of repeaters. So 29 minus 6.
I have a question. Where did they get this 25 from?
25 represents the universal set. And so essentially, and you can understand that not everybody could be in A and B. Some people could be on the outside.
Right.
So in this particular question, this will be A, this will be B, right? In the middle, we're gonna have 6. We're gonna have 6 minus 14 is 8. And we're gonna have 9 here, and on the outside is gonna be 2. You understand?
No. Where did 2 come from?
Watch this, right? When I add up everything, what do you think I'm supposed to get?
23.
25.
What?
Because this refers to the universal set. So
Oh, right. This refers to everything.
everything. And so
Right.
how much people actually in A and B?
23.
So then 2 people will be on the outside, right?
Right. Okay.
And if I add up everything here, 8 plus 6 plus 9 is?
23.
Right. 8 plus 6 is 14. 14 plus 9, 23. Everything makes sense, right?
Right. Okay. I understand now.
Nice. Oh, this is a bad copy. But this is a repeat. What's the answer?
And there was 4.
Take your time. They change up.
Oh, no. 2.
2. Because Paul and Rima, they are included in set.
In T, yeah.
So the answer is 2. Very, very sneaky. How many students play exactly one game? So that would be?
3.
No, 4. They keep saying 3. I don't know why I keep saying 3.
So I don't know why 3 is the people that are not playing at all.
Yeah, 3 people are not playing anything at all. Watch. Ali, Alex, Tom, and Kayla would be...
They're just playing tennis alone.
Yeah. So the answer for that is 11C. Let's move on. Question 12. The 30 students in Teacher May's class have either a dog or a cat, or none of the two. 16 students have a dog D. 12 students have a cat C. Can't really make out, I know. But that look like C. And the remainder have neither a cat nor a dog. Which of the following Venn diagram correctly represents this information? All right, 16 dogs and 12 cats. All right, so which one is wrong immediately?
So it'd be B?
Yeah, B is wrong for sure. So listen, right? Look at what it said. It could either have
either a dog or a cat, or none of the two.
Read that again. What is it saying?
Or none of the two.
What is the only answer then?
Would it be D?
D.
D.
Explain why it would be D based on what we just know.
Because D is the only one that don't have an intersect, and they say none of the two.
Exactly. There can't be an intersection. Right. Awesome. Trust everybody understand that. Malia, you understand why D is the answer? Aidan, Kishava, are you understand why D is the answer?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay, so Malia, read this one.
Wi-Fi depends.
This one. I'm not hearing you, but it says either a dog or a cat, or none of the two. None of the two. So what does none of the two means? Can I hear you? But if it's none of the two, that means I can't have the two at the same time. So it's either they have a dog or a cat strictly. So that's D. That would be the one without the intersection. 13. Let's repeat. Where's the answer?
C.
C, right?
Yeah.
Address, but just repeat. Where's the answer?
A.
E?
Say it wasn't?
A was the answer?
C.
Let me just tell you.
That's a different question. It was 180 last time.
So 180. All right, so 14 C. 15. If 7,000 is borrowed at the rate of 5% per annum for 3 years, the simple interest would be. So guys, what is it for?
210.
7,000 by 5 by 3 over 100.
Right?
So I have 700.
You didn't see that.
Right.
So it's the principal by the rate by the time. All over 100.
So you cross out the 200s. I have 70 by 15.
So 70 is 350. And so 350 by 3, what would that be? So 3 by 3 is 9, so that's 900. And 50 by 3 is 150. So 900 plus 150 is 1,050. You
So
understand?
it's D. Yeah.
Good. 16. An article bought for 125 was sold for 100. The loss was a percentage of the cost price was. So they made a loss of what?
$25.
And so that to find the percentage of the cost price, that will be 25 over
125 by 100.
And 25 for going to itself one time and 25 for going to 125 5 times.
5 times, yeah.
So 5
into 100 is 20.
Some answers.
A. I feel like some people would get caught up with this and they would see 25 and say, yeah, that's the answer right there.
Yeah, some people, that's why they have it. That's why they have it. And well, hear what, right? 75 and 80 don't make any sense at all, guys. Because what? If I sell it for 100, that loss not so big. And you can see that this is saying we made a loss of 75% and 80%. Using common sense, you can see that the answer had to be A or B. Understand? Had to be A or B. So I'm going to move on now. Question 17. Was this a repeat? No, it's not a repeat.
Yes, sir.
It looked like they changed up it a little bit. Did they change it up?
No, it's the same.
No, so it's the exact same thing, 45.
45, okay. If the simple interest on 900 at 4% per annum for T years is 108, what is the value of T? So it's going to be the principal by the rate by T. We don't know what T is, all over 100. And we know that it's going to be equal to 108. Everybody understand what I'm saying so far?
Yes, sir.
So the 0 and the 0 go cancel off. So 9 by 4 is 36. So 36 by t is equal to 108. So what would I do to find for t now?
Divide 108 by the 36.
Right. And so my answer is 3, right?
True, right, Gary?
Right. Good. Let's move on. I believe this is our repeat, is it? Yeah, we do this last class.
Sure,
No, sir.
20,000,
it's
right?
different values.
I mean, well, it's not repeated question, but they change up the values.
Okay, well, good.
Yes, sir.
Let me answer the question, right?
It might just be B.
Let me see. So at the end of any year, the car is with 5% less than what is with at the beginning. A car is with 19,000. And okay. So all you understand is the same process, right? It's going to be 95%. So 95% would be how much it's worth in December, because it would lose 5% of its value. And so to find for 1%, I would divide both sides by 95. And so 95 could go into 190 how much times?
100.
2 times, right?
Okay.
And so 1% would correspond to 200. So if I wanted to figure out how much it was worth in January, wouldn't it be 100%?
Yes, so you just add the 2 zeros and it would be B.
Right. So the answer is B.
B. So the reason why I said that is because the last time the values was 10,000 and then 1050 and then two random numbers.
Yeah. Because it was and last time I think it was 9,500 or something so.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So question 20. A man's regular pay is $8 per hour. They switch up things a little bit here, right? So here his regular pay is $8 per hour up to 40 hours. Overtime is twice the payment for regular time. So what will be the rate for overtime then?
The rate for overtime would be $16.
Right, $16 an hour. Because it said twice, so that's double time. And so if he was paid 480, how many hours of overtime did he work? First, we should probably find his regular wage, right? So
Yes, it's 40 by 8.
And that would
like 40 by 8.
Because 4 by 8 is
And you minus that.
Minus that from
and you get 160.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then you divide that by 16 and you'll get 10.
10. So 10 hours overtime.
Well, wow. Well, they're all good. And so, yeah, it would just be 10.
So we have a good teacher.
Thank you. It's 20. Easy answer. Let's move on. Let me do 21 now. 7 times, this I repeat, what's the answer?
So it's A.
You're right.
And says A.
22. We have a different denominator, so we had to find LCM. Right. So what could 2x and 3x go into?
6.
6x, right? 6x. Why? Watch, let me show you. So 6x over 2x, that'll be equal to 3, right?
3.
And then that will be 6x over 3x, 2. So yes, 2x and 3x go into 6x. So it's the LCM. And 2x into 6x is 3. And so 3 by 1 is 3. 3x into 6x is 2. And 2 by 1 is 2. So my answer is going to be
B.
Right, B. Cool. 23. What is the value of x squared plus 3y if x is equal to 4 and y is equal to 2? We just plug it in here. So anyway you see x, we're going to replace it for 4. That's going to be 3 by 2, right? And in the bottom is x by y. X is 4 and y is 2. So what is 4 squared, guys?
16 plus 6 over 8.
6 over 8.
Right? 16 plus 6 is 22. 22 over 8. The most amount of times you could go into 22 is 2 times, and the remainder will be so 8 by 2 is 16, 6. So that'll be 6 over
8.
so
Oh, let me 8. 6, yeah.
6
Yeah.
over 5 to 3/4.
6, 6, 6.
Is there any
3,
you understand that?
Yeah, so the answer is D.
Okay, I move on. Why did I feel like some people confuse like on how I get 6? Well, 8 by 2 is 16, and so the remainder will be 6. And so that's how I get 6 over 8. And 2 could go into 6 and 8, so that's how I get 3/4. 24. I have a feeling this was a repeating, or was it? Or was something similar?
Similar.
It looks similar, but I don't think it's the exact value.
All right, well, let me figure this out fast. So we're going to apply the distributive properties. 5 by 2x is 10x. 5 by minus 1 is minus 5. And that'll be equal to 35. So to find for x, I'd have to move across the number, which is minus 5. Anytime you move across something, the sign changes. So that's going to turn 35 plus 5. And I think I'll like to see the answer is 4 already, right?
Yeah.
Equal to 40, and so 1x would just be 40 over 10. So 24D. John has X marbles and Max has twice as many marbles as John. Okay, so John has X and Max would have 2X. Max gives John 5 of his marbles.
2x minus 5.
X minus 5.
Oh, yeah. How many marbles does John have?
Right. So if Max gives John 5.
Would it be x plus 5?
Oh, wait. Max gives John. Oh, will it be X plus 5?
Right. So let me run through that back one more time. So John has X, Max has 2 times that, so 2X. And Max is given John 5. So John is going to receive 5, so X plus 5, and Max is going to lose 5, so 2X minus 5. So my answer in this case is X plus 5, right? Because John is going to...
Yes, sir.
Excuse sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Well, I'll now join the meeting here. This is a all-nighter or you want to lock off just now?
I feel it's an all-nighter, you know. I feel so.
Yes, sir. I feel so
Feels a
too.
all-nighter? Okay, because I know wake up now, so I can run all-nighter.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll go. Or at least I plan to finish when we reach 2020 major. That's the plan.
All right, sir.
So answer for 25 is X plus 5. So is this a repeat or just something very similar? I think it's something.
I think the value changed because the last time it was supposed to equal to 6, and the last one was supposed to equal to 0.
Yes, change about.
Yeah, the values just changed.
All right. So do you all know the topic? Do you all know this topic, by the way? Binary operations?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
So I think this is in like form 3, I think.
Yeah. So let's look at 3, 6, and 12. So in that case, A would be equal to 3 and B would be equal to 6. So I want to see which operation, when I plug it in, gives me 12, right? That's what I want to see. So pick one. Come on, Ariel, let's see how good you are at gambling.
Which operation would give me 12?
Yeah, which operation would give me 12? Pick one, A, B, C, or D.
But somebody said D, so let's go with D.
I would say D as well, right? Because 2 by 3.
So the answer is D.
Yeah. 2 by 3 plus 6, right? We're getting back 12. And let me do 2 and 5 now. So in that case, A would be equal to 2 and B would be equal to 5. And so I'm going to plug that. So that's going to be 2 by 2 plus 5. 4 plus 5 is 9. So that's correct. So it's 26D. I think this is our repeat. How much rows is he in?
Are we seeing 3 rows and 4 columns?
So that's our 3 by 4. C.
Yeah, this is our 3 by 4. C. 28. We have to find the determinant. To find the determinant, you just multiply any diagonals.
A by D and B by C. And then minus it from each other.
Right, so A is 40 and 6 by 7 is 42. 40 minus 42.
Minus 2.
So B. Right? Let's move on. I believe this is a repeat. So 3 minus 2 is 1, and 7 minus 5 is 2. So 1, 2. Wait, no, that would turn to 5, 5, 2. So my answer is C. I'm not sure that you're working, right? So
Yeah, it's 3 minus 2, so that's 3 plus 2, which is 5. And 7 minus 5 is 2.
so if you look at this, it's minus 2, and that's 7 minus 5. So minus 2, it's going to be 3 plus 2. 7 minus 5 is just 2. So that's going to be 5, 2. Trust everybody okay with that. Let's move on. So when T, you want to go from R to M. R to M. All right. So let me just read the question. So O to R is A, O to T is B. Okay, and O to T is the midpoint. Okay, so easy stuff. So guys, so Colleen, help me with this question. So O to R is E. So O to R is E. But if I want to go from R to M, would I be going in the same direction as O to R or in the opposite direction?
You're going in opposite direction.
That'll be minus A. And if I know that T is the midpoint, that means that the entire thing would actually be 2B, right? Yes or no? So my answer is
Yeah, I would say
2B minus A.
B minus A. So that's B.
Yeah. Are you understand what I do? Tell me, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, word. This is a repeat. What's the answer? Tell me fast.
There is 2.5.
Right. The volume of a, look at that, just 10 cube. 10 cube is
1000 D.
right. At a party, a number of guests was served 15 liters of champagne. Each guest had 2 glasses of champagne, and each glass had 150, and each glass held 150 milliliters. Assuming no spillage, how many guests were at the party? So if each guest had 2 glasses, then that would be 300 milliliters altogether for a guest, right? So that means one guest would have drunk 300 milliliters. Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
Because guests had 2 glasses, right? Now one glass is 150. And altogether was 15 liters. Now we convert 15 liters to milliliters. So how much milliliters does it have in 1 liter?
1,000.
So that's going to be 15,000 milliliters. And so if I know one guess is 300 and it was 15,000 was served all together, it's going to be 15,000 all over 300. And so 3 into 15, or 3 into 150, that's just 50. So my answer is
C.
Everybody okay with this question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. 34. Was this a repeat? I think so, you know. This was a repeat. Unless I change up some value.
So it looking like a repeat, but I can't remember the values.
So I think that's 5.
Well, let me just do it fast, right? So remember, the area for a trapezium is a half A plus B by height. A and B are just the parallel sides, and the area here is 65. So 65 is equal to 1 over 2, and that will be 8 plus 18 by the height. So 8 plus 18 is 26. Half of 26 is 13. And so you'd have to divide throughout by 13. So H is equal to 5. This was our repeat. Are you understand? How did that? Quick.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We understand.
Okay, if the perimeter of a square is 56, what is the area? So you'll just have to divide 56 by 4 to find the length first of one side. So Each side would be 14 centimeters. I'll go with,
14 squared.
and well, we could immediately figure out that the answer is D, right? Because 169 is 13 squared. But I'll do the working nonetheless. Quick.
Yes.
14 by 14, 1 by 4 is 4, 1 by 1 is 1, 4 by 4 is 16, 1 by 4 is 4, plus C1 is 5. And so that's going to be 691, 196. Let's move on. The distance around the edge of a circular pond is 88 meters. The radius in meters is, right, so they gave us the what? That's the area circumference. What is that?
Say that over, sir.
At 88. Is it the area? The circumference? What exactly is it?
So
Is the
that's the circumference.
So we know that the circumference formula, C is equal to 2 pi r. That being said, it's going to be 88 is equal to 2 pi r. And so if I wanted to find for r, I would have to divide by what on both sides? It's a cancel off.
2 pi.
Pi r, 2 pi.
Yeah. So r is just going to be equal to 88 over 2 pi. So 2 into 2 is 1, 2 into 88 is 44. So my answer is 44 all over pi. But in the question, it never simplified it. So the answer is just 88 over 2 pi.
Let's see.
Right. See. Is there anybody that doesn't understand that at all? I feel like everybody understands that. I have to divide by 2 pi, so you'll cancel off now and leave me with r, because I want to find for r. And well, the 2 would have gone to the 88 44 times, so that's how I get, well, no. They didn't simplify, they just left it as 88 over 2 pi, so this was simple. This is supposed to be a giveaway. Just 88 over 2 pi. Right. Okay. So this, again, come on, and this question looking real similar to our question we just now do. Real similar.
Yeah, but the value changed from 5 to 4.
So you kind of,
It was 5.
so you kind of need to know how to solve it, right?
And on top of that too, I think they had give us the base, but this time they give us the height instead.
Yes, sir. That's true.
Yeah, because last time this was h and this was 5, and so we had to use, and they also gave us the area of the entire shape.
Yeah.
Give us the area of the square, but we could have find that, and then we could have used that.
But this time they give us the area of the triangle.
All right, and that's not a problem, right? So they're asking me to figure out the area of the compound shape. So if I have the area of a triangle, I need to find the area for this end.
Yes, sir.
But here what? I really need to find the base end.
Yeah.
So the area of a triangle is a half
base by height, and you have the height, and you have the area.
Right, so area is 14. That would be equal to a half base. The height is 4. And so half of 4 is just 2, right?
Yeah.
And so if I want to find for b, I just do what on both sides?
Divide by 2.
Right, so b is equal to?
7.
Right. So my base is 7. So this would be 7. And so the area of the square
is just 7 by 7. It's just 49, yeah.
And say add 49.
To the 14.
And 9 plus 4.
63.
Yeah.
Right? Good. So we're getting it. Are they understanding how to work out the questions? If they change it up, we'll be fine. On leaving Trinidad, the time on a pilot's watch was 23 hours. When he arrived at the destination in the same time zone on the next day, his watch showed 3 hours. If the average speed of the aircraft for the entire journey was 625 kilometers per hour, then the distance covered by the aircraft was, all right. Drop out 1 in the chat if you don't know how 24-hour times work.
So all you know is that 23 is 11, and well, 3 is 3 o'clock.
Right. And you understand, after we pass 24, the cycle is repeat.
Mm-hmm.
So watch.
Yes,
so from 23 to 24, and it's going to be from 1 to 3. So how much hours is that? 1, 3. That's 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
So it's 4 hours, and we know the distance. And so remember, speed is equal to distance over time. And so if you wanted to find for distance, you just multiply throughout by t. Or you could just cross multiply. I feel like I'll go understand that more. So 1 by d is just d, and so that will be s by t. So the distance is just the speed by the time. So what is my speed?
625.
And my time was?
4 hours.
4 hours.
So 6 by 4 is 24. So like, so I'm looking like E. I'm looking like E. Because 6 by 4 is
Yeah.
1 and 25 by 4 is 100. So the 100 to the 24 would be 25. Yeah. Everybody okay with this?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
It would.
I taught I read physics last week.
Oh, yeah. You have to learn these things for physics. 39. Miss Clark arranged the 15 test scores. Does that repeat? What's the answer?
Say it was median.
Because half of n plus 1, half of 15 plus 1 is 16. That's 8. Median. Items 40 and 41 refer to the following diagram, which shows a cumulative frequency curve based on the marks of 200 students who took a driving test. How many students scored at most 45 marks? So at most 45 marks would be 45 or less, right?
Yes, sir.
So do you all understand that at most will be less than or equal to?
Yeah, it can be more than 45.
Yeah. At most is kind of the limit. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the x-axis and look at 45. So 45 would be right here. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Now looking like it's in the middle here. All right. So let me check out our number there. So we first need to figure out what one of these small blocks is, right? So if we're going from 0 to 40, okay, so if 10 blocks is equal to 40, and one block would be 40.
Is equal to 4.
Right. So one small block is equal to 4, and this seems to be in the middle of the first and the second block. So this would have been 164.
So it'll be 166.
And this would be 166. So it's actually between 164 and 166. Wait, what's it?
No, sir, at the middle block is 166.
Yeah. Because it'll be 168 and 164. Right, you're correct.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 166. So answer is C, right?
C.
Is there anybody that did not understand how I did that? So at most will be 45. And so I'm going to take a read off. And so 45 corresponded to a cumulative frequency of 166. Okay, they want me to figure out the median mark. So to find the median mark, it's just going to be a half of 200. When you have a cumulative frequency curve, you don't add 1. Mark that down. So we're going to go on the y-axis and take a read off. So it's 100. So 100 is going to be in between 80 and 120. Yes or no? Make sense?
Yeah.
Right. And again, that looks like it's in the middle of the second and the third block. Well, no, that would be the 7th and the 8th block. All right, so let me take a read off here. All right, guys, so the scale on the x-axis looking like every one is 1, right? So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, etc., etc. So I got between 37 and 38. So what was that? What would that be?
37.5.
Right, 37. And so if I had to choose that, I just choose 37, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have just choose 37 and done. Everybody okay with that? I like see my screen, I'm gonna fix stats. But as soon as I see in the screen, I'm gonna know. Are you seeing it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right, so I trust that everybody understand the 37 have a slight discrepancy, but I sure like on the exam paper when you do the you read off it. It should be exact. So let's move on. In a box, there are 8 red, 7 blue, and 6 green marbles. So how much we have altogether? How we figure out that first?
21.
Right? 8 plus 7 is 15, right? So we have 21 altogether. One marble is picked up randomly. What's the probability that it is neither blue nor green? So if it's neither blue nor green, we're talking about what color?
Red.
That'll be 8 over 21, right?
Yeah.
Lovely. So, come on, right? So let's change it up. Watch. Remember in the previous question, we got 720 as the total, and they give us, watch, what should they do in this time? 720, 90, watch. See?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a pie chart here. First things first, and that pie chart is add up to 360 degrees.
Yeah.
And the total number is 720. All right.
We know that this is 90, and they gave us the 30 and the 36%. No, they gave us 30%, and then they gave us the angle as 36.
So that's not a problem. We can still figure it out. So if this is 30%, that would be 30% of what?
720.
70.
And 3 by 72 is, that should be 206. I'm not sure.
Yes, sir.
So for real, 206. No, 216. 216. Right? Somebody could just confirm that, right? 72 by 3.
Yes, sir. It's 206. 16.
Right, so this is 216 here. If it's 90, we know that that would be what portion of the entire pie chart? A quarter, right? And so that's going to be a quarter of 720. We should know that is 180, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so now let me just find for tennis. So tennis would be 36 degrees. What fraction of the entire circle is that? 36 over 160, that works out. 36 over 360, that works out to be what?
I feel like we worked this out already.
1 over 10.
Yeah, 1 over 10. So we're going to find 1/10 of 720, which is just 72, right? So let me add up everything and take it away from 720. So 180 plus 216 is, that should be 396, right? 396 plus 72. 396 plus 72, I think 468. That could be 468.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll do the full working, right? I wouldn't skip anything. So 180, 216, 72. 6 plus 2 is 8. 8, 9, 9, 7, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4. 468. And so the remainder will be cricket. So that will be 720 minus 468. And so that would be, I would take 1 from the 7, so that will become 6, and that will become 12. So that's 11, that's 10. 10 minus 8 is 2. 11 minus 6 is 5, and that will be 252. So my answer is C. Now there was another way you could have figured it out. You could have find the angle for cricket. So if this is 90 and this is 36, well, I could find 30% of 360, and I could figure out this angle, and we could add up these, subtract it from 360 and find this angle, and just find out out of 720. Are you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
44. Item 44 refers to the following two-way table, which shows the ways in which 200 students in a group are transported to school on a particular day. A student is picked at random. Hey, so like if we see random, what I mean?
Probability.
Yeah, that means from the total amount, right? A student is
All
picked
data.
in the group. what is the probability that the student is a male who traveled to school by taxi on that day? So,
That wouldn't have been 50 over 200.
yeah, 50 over 200, which is a quarter, so it's A. So I understand that 50 males travel to school via taxi, yes or no? And they said at random, so it's selected at random from the group. So we're talking about the whole group. So that's going to be 50 over 200. So that's just going to be a quarter. So 44A.
Sorry, can you scroll back to the previous question real quick?
Say that again?
Could you go back to the previous question real quick? I want to take a screenshot.
All right. Ready to move on?
Yes, sir.
Right. So the answer is a quarter. I think everybody understands that. Anytime I see random, I mean, you're talking about the total. So 200 over 200. 45. The point where a linear function crosses the vertical axis. Guys, what do we mean by the vertical axis? What axis is that?
The y-axis.
Y-axis.
Right, the y-axis.
Would it be the x-intercept?
Maybe the y-intercept. Because if it crosses the vertical axis, it's cutting the y-axis. So that's the y-intercept. Intercept means cutting. Understand? Are you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes, yes, sir.
46. The equation of the line that crosses the vertical axis at the point 0,5 and that has a gradient of 4 is. So they gave us the y-intercept and they gave us the gradient. So remember, y is equal to mx plus c. And so my gradient is 4. So that'll be 4x. And my value for c is 5. So what's my answer?
So C?
Yes, c. Which of the following graphs represents a linear function? So, I mean, you have to be careful, right? Very careful. If you want to test if something is a function, you can do the vertical line test. And additionally to the vertical line test, you're looking for something that is a straight line. So do you all think that this is a linear function?
Yes, sir.
I would say so, because it's a straight line and it passes the y-axis, cuts the y-axis. Would you say that this is a linear function? What's that?
A quadratic.
Quadratic.
And this would be an equation x is equal to something. So that's not really a function. And this would be a hyperbola, or part of a hyperbola, or exponential equation. So 47a. The equation of the axis of symmetry for the function for, and this is the same graph we get that one time?
Yeah, but it's a different question.
No, watch. Same thing they're asking you. So it's 4x
Yeah,
minus,
phrased differently.
watch. The equation of the axis of symmetry. And the equation of the axis of symmetry, same thing. And so that's going to be, so the axis of symmetry is just the line that would mirror, that would cut the parabola in half to mirror it now. So that's all.
Then this is a repeat.
So it would be
It's D.
Yeah, x is equal to 2 because it is a vertical line passing through x is equal to 2. This is a repeat, yeah. It's a repeat. Right, 49. A line L is perpendicular to the line y is equal to 3 over 7x minus 9. What is the gradient of line L? So the gradient for this line here would be what?
The minus
This is like a repeat.
We'll do it anyways. So the gradient here is 3 over 7, right? And if you have a line perpendicular to that, it's going to be
Have to flip. So it'll be minus 7 over 3.
Right, so you change the sign and you flip it. The answer is A. Oh, you remember the trick I showed earlier? To avoid doing finding Oh, never mind. I thought it was inverse for a moment. When I look at it, I see that. My bad. So the way to figure out g of minus 6. So that's just basically we plug in x is minus 6, right?
So there's not the same values except they just change it from 2 to 6.
Yeah, I feel so. I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, looking so. And so Kamara, you understand you just had to plug in x is minus 6, right?
Yeah, because you said that g of x is basically y.
Yeah, g of x. No. Kamara,
Yeah.
wait, I did say that, right?
Yeah.
But I don't see why you would use it in this question. You wouldn't really use that in this question because it's just a way to figure out for, well, I mean, the way to figure out for y, but you just simply want to plug in minus 6 into it. If they said then the value for y is, then yeah, but it's more or less the same thing. It's more or less the same thing. We find it for y. That's what we do. 7 by minus 6 is
42 minus 42.
Right, that'll be minus 42 and minus 3. So on top is going to be minus 42 minus 3 is minus 45. So minus 45 all over 5. 5 into minus 45 is minus 9. So my answer is E. Are you all okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Question 51. Which of the following equations best describes the function? So what we had to do with x to get y? What are you looking like we had to do?
Oh my god.
It's real simple. Like
Add 3.
add 3. Watch 5 plus 3 is 8. So this function is just x plus 3. Y is equal to x plus 3. So what's the answer?
So B.
B.
Right? Simple question. Right, this is our repeat. What's the answer?
It's D, sir.
Yeah, it was D. 53. This is clearly our what?
Excuse sir.
Yeah. Talk
Can
more.
you explain why is D?
So anytime you want to figure out the range, you're going to plug in the lowest value in the domain and the highest value in the domain. So you understand that the smallest value in the domain is minus 2. So I'm going to plug that into the function. And so minus 2 to the power 3 is what? Where's minus 2 by minus 2 by minus 2?
As
Minus 8.
Minus 8.
Minus 8.
Right? And then you're going to plug in the biggest value, which is 2 this time. And so that's going to be 2 to the power 3, which is 8. So my answer would be, it would have to cover minus 8 to 8. And
Alright, so thanks.
the only option that goes from minus 8 to 8 is D. Right. 53 is clearly an example of a reflection. 53B, reflection. In which of the following polygons does the sum of measures of the interior angles equal to the sum of the measures of the exterior angles? Tell me, guys. What's the answer?
So it's a quadrilateral, right?
Well, let me see. Yeah, it would be a quadrilateral. Let me explain the gibberish you're talking about. In a quadrilateral, the angles on the inside is going to be 90, right? Yes or no?
And all the 90s adding up to 360.
So here what the question is saying. In which of the following polygons does the sum of the interior angles equal to the sum of the exterior angles? So on the inside, these are the interior angles. And so take the exterior angles. This is what we would do. So the exterior angle for here would be, now it's on a straight line, so this is 90. What would this be?
90 again. Well, both can give you 180.
I think I'll understand why it'll be the same, right? Because the exterior angles, all of them is just 90. We understand? Because watch. Again, 90 for all. The interior is 90, the exterior is 90. So when I add up it, I'm gonna get the same amount, which is 360. So 54D. Everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on each
Yes.
the rail scene each are going off. Who was in charge of ChatGPT?
So, this Leah person, they said that they don't want us to talk because every time we talk, she can't hear you. And I told her that the whole point is to interact so that you know that we understand what we're talking about. And she said, when we talk, we breaking up, so she can't hear you.
Well,
But is that but like the thing is it's just like I mean I get what she's saying. But I was just not gonna respond to any chat is that we'll try to limit it because well she here to
She
learn
said
she here to learn as well.
she said not to talk over him, not to talk, period.
Yeah, she didn't say not to talk. She said like we talking over here at times.
well, that's reasonable. I can't disagree with that. So yeah, just be mindful, right? And stop bickering.
What are you saying?
Hey, that's Ron. What's the plan? That's Ron. You know, come, you know.
Yeah, why?
Wait.
I'm not reach home.
No, you had the exam tomorrow, boy.
Yeah, for sure.
I see you're living up life, boy. You revise paper one over. How much?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we go until whenever. I want to go till 2020, so you go answer, right?
All right, yeah, we're not saying.
Yeah. Right. So item 55 refers to the following diagram, which shows the straight line y is equal to minus x. What is the image of the line y is equal to minus x when it is rotated anti-clockwise about 4 through an angle of 90 degrees? Guys, are they know all your anti-clockwise from clockwise? Colleen.
Yes, sir.
I'm called Colleen.
So why you have to put up like that?
I don't know. I just mix it up too, I'm not even gonna lie. So Colleen, what is that's anti-clockwise or clockwise? Salma Colleen.
That is anti-clockwise. That's anti-clockwise too.
All right. And this will be uncle clockwise, right?
Uncle?
That's
Because anti-clockwise and uncle clockwise, you know?
So that was not a funny joke.
Apparently it wasn't funny. So we know what clockwise and anti-clockwise is. So we want to rotate it 90 degrees anti-clockwise.
So you draw anti-clockwise twice. So you already know the difference between anti-clockwise and
Yeah,
clockwise?
it's supposed to go the other way.
Yeah. Wait.
So your age is showing.
All right. Everybody understand that now? I know that's all, just that I didn't sleep in like 2 days. So
all right, Unc.
I didn't sleep in 2 days. So I'm blaming it on that. I'm real tired. But we're going anyways. So I understand the distinction, right? So if we go in an anti-clockwise direction, we're gonna rotate it like this. And so it's now gonna become this, right? So can we
So the answer for the question is not C?
We go C.
I remember the same question come, but the axis.
No, the answer is
different to find the angle.
the answer is D. Watch. If I am rotating this 90 degrees anti-clockwise, it will end up over here. And so this is our graph. That's the graph y is equal to x. The reason why it's negative x here is because the gradient is negative and the gradient is positive over here. So it's just y is equal to x. So my answer is 55D. 55D. I know the question you're talking about, it is slightly changed up the question. The question you're talking about was, did it give you y is equal to x? And did it ask you to rotate that? And did I end up with y is equal to minus x? Yeah. So,
yeah, that question.
But this one's slightly different because we start off at y is equal to minus x. And so if I rotate it 90 degrees anti-clockwise, it's going to end up over here. So y is equal to x. You understand?
All right.
Yeah or no? Something iffy.
Something like that.
So if it's in this direction, the gradient is positive, so it's going to be y is equal to x. See, so you understand that I took it and I rotated 90 degrees. Yes or no? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. What if I rotated it 90 degrees again? I would get back what?
Y
is
is
equal to
equal to the
negative.
minus x.
Right, and if I rotate it 90 degrees again, I'll get back y is
You're
equal.
gonna get y is equal to x, yeah.
Right, so I trust all you understand it now. Let's move on. This looking straight out of paper too. The diagram in translation by which ABC is mapped onto A prime, B prime, C prime is represented by. So let me pick a point. I'm gonna pick A. And when we're doing translations, it's always X first and then Y. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we're gonna move 5 to the right, so that's minus 5. And then I would move 1, 2, 3. I would move 3 up. So that's plus 3. So my translation here is, somebody tell me, what is my translation?
Negative 5, 3.
Right, we always list the horizontal movement first. Yeah, so it's 56A. Is there anybody that did not understand it? Tell me. Yeah, I think everybody good. Let me
Oh my
move.
gosh. So I have a question.
Yeah, tell me.
So, these questions here, like the translations and the whatever, right? How, like, okay, what is the difference between like a translation or like a reflection? Is that making sense? Because and like the reflection is supposed to be just the inverted image. Oh shoot. Never mind, I answer my own question. This time
He was talking about you see in this sense. But if that was the case, it would have looked like this. You understand? Yeah, I think you understand. I mean,
yes, thank you.
said D translation. Yeah. Any triangle, angle BAC is 30 degrees. Length AB is 40, and the length AC in meters is. So we need to figure out A to C. So let's label our triangle. What is A to B in this triangle? That's the what?
40 meters.
That's not
The hypotenuse.
The hypotenuse.
And this is the side right next to the angle, so that's the
Adjacent. It's just a similar question.
and that will be the opposite, right? So how do we know which two to use? Well, you definitely have to use hypotenuse because that length was given. And we want to find for A to C, so we definitely need to use A. So which trig ratio has A and H in it?
Cosine.
That'll be cosine.
Right, it's cosine. And so cos theta is going to be A over H. And so it's going to be cos 30 is equal to A all over 40. And if I want to make A the subject, I could just multiply through by 40 or cross multiply. So 1 by A is A, and 40 by cos 30 is just 40 cos 30. So what's my answer?
So they don't have the option, so you rather like find for angle B, which is just 60 degrees. And I believe that'll give you opposite over hypotenuse, which is your sine ratio, which will be A.
They're real wicked, you know. They're gonna give it to T and it sets me up. So we have to label this diagram with respect to this. So if this is 30 and it's 90, 30 plus 90 is 120, and so 120 from 180 is 60, so this will be 60. This will be the hypotenuse, this will be the adjacent, and this will be the opposite side. And so we want to figure out A to C, so we need to use O, and we need to use H, because H was the given length. And so we're going to use sine, so sine 60 is equal to opposite over hypotenuse, so O over 40. And if I want to find for O, I just multiply through by 40 or cross multiply. And so 1 by O is O, and 40 by sine 60 is 40 sine 60. So what's my answer?
A. So did we do a similar question like this in the last paper?
Yeah, we did.
Except it was tan.
Yep. And no matter how we do it, it was done. All right. We do this question already. What's the answer? This is 2 and this is 4. SI enlargement are what?
By 2.
So 58C. A plane is flying in the direction of 45 degrees and changes course in a clockwise direction to 135 degrees. The angle through which the plane turns is, the answer is B. Because if it was going 45 and then it changes course in a clockwise direction to 135, how much more would you have to turn to be at 135? That's my question. So watch.
They would just minus 135 from the 45 that we're trying to say.
Watch, this is what I'm trying to say. So initially, you were going in the direction of 45. So 45 would be in the middle here. Yes or no? And changes course in a clockwise direction to 135. So now you're at 135. Will be a bit more greater. To do that, let's just draw it like this. Right? So I understand what's going on. Look at the diagram. So the plane was flying originally in a direction of 45 degrees, and it's always with reference to the north line. And it changes course in a clockwise direction to 135 degrees. Yeah or no? Are you understand what's going on?
Yes.
Yes.
And so, if you look at the angle in the middle, what's the angle?
90 degrees.
So the plane had to turn 90 degrees in order for it to be traveling in a direction of 135. So it's B. Question 60. If the angle P formed by the two equal sides of an isosceles triangle PQR is P is equal to X degrees, what is the size of angle Q or angle R? So
that will be C.
It's going to be C. Because this situation we have. It's our triangle. So we have an isosceles triangle here. And they're saying that PQR is X. And so these two angles there will be equivalent. And to figure out that, I would subtract X from 180 and I would divide it by 2. So that's what these two represent. So the answer is, everybody okay? Let me know.
So
okay, good. So take a we go start back at 11 o'clock. Or like a little longer break. Tell me.
That's 11 good.
Longer.
11 good.
All right, well, good. So we're going to do that. See you at 11. All right, guys, are you ready to start back? Come on.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Let's go.
Right. Sir, I sent a question in the chat. You can do that real quick.
Let me check the question out. I can't see it buried like under all the messages.
So I recently sent it. I'll send it back.
Okay, send it back. Okay, I see it. All right. So let me just get a new page and I'll write on the question. Just do this. I just use this random page here. Right. So what is the question? So just read it from it and I'll write it down one time.
Okay. There are 3 blinking lights on a panel. The red light blinks every 2 seconds. The blue light blinks every 3 seconds. And the white light blinks every 5 seconds.
Every what?
5 seconds.
Okay. What's the question? What are you asking us to do?
They all blink for the first time together. How long will it take before they blink at the same time again? They all blink for the first time together.
All right. So, what are the options?
Right. A is half a minute. B is 1 hour. C is 2 days. D is they will never blink again.
That's so sad.
So it's a maths question. You can't be sad doing a maths question.
Well, I mean, you understand why I say that.
Yeah.
All right. So let me think. This looks like a LCM question. So the red light blinks every 2 seconds, the blue light every 3 seconds, and the white light blinks every 5 seconds. So what's the lowest common multiple between 2, 3, and 5? So 2, 3, and 5. Tell me, what's the lowest common multiple between those? Kishava? And here, yeah. What's the LCM between 2, 3, and 5? And here, yeah,
So will it be 30?
Yes, it will be 30. And so they will blink together at 30 seconds. And so what does that correspond to?
Yeah.
Half a minute. Was that the answer in the video?
Well, it's not a video, it's a past paper I did get from Kerwin. the answers, he forget to put the answers for the first 10 questions. So
Yeah, I would say 30 seconds, half a minute.
so he have a paper one here is a whole set of questions I never see before, but then again I only do the past 5 years of paper ones for maths.
I still feel like the questions are gonna be from 2025 to 2020. That's what I believe. I still feel like that's gonna be the case. Right?
All right.
Yeah. Make us any questions. I can take a look at them. So
Yeah, that is what we're going to do.
all right, good. Guys, Ron, is still there? Guys, Ron going to sleep. Was he longest? I feel like a little bit too.
So,
So I feel like I could go to like 2 dog.
so my record is 48 hours.
Same, we are the same record.
Okay.
That's crazy.
So then,
48 hours, that's crazy.
not bad. Like,
Looking.
not bad.
We mean not bad.
I've slept for, I've never slept for like a week and thing before.
What?
That's crazy.
Like I just
Honestly, looking at the data, considering the fact that I have slept in your marathons before, I'm gonna be out just now.
say that
So
again.
I feel like by 2 o'clock we should wrap up.
Yeah, we could.
Because I'm on an exam.
Yeah, we could do that. I'm on an exam. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, so Kishva, I would say the answer is 30 seconds because that's the LCM between the blue, white, and the red light. So they go blink again at 30 seconds. So that's half a minute.
All right, thank you, sir.
No problem. So we're gonna do 2022 now. Let me go. Who's the answer for the first one?
B.
You right? Question 2. So repeat,
Says B A.
right? Question 3.
B. Says B.
You right? Because to get another one, you'd have to add 2 to 1 to make another one. So 1 plus 1 is 2.
I find it to bring that question to someone.
Says C.
I find so too.
Something with we add 11. No, 13 to it.
You're adding odd numbers,
Yeah, you add 13 to it.
right? 5. If 30% of a number is 40 plus 30% is equal to 45, what is 4/5 of the number? Right. And 4/5 is what percent? Somebody tell me, what is 4/5?
75.
No, 4/5 is 80% because 5 into 100 is 20. 20 by 4 is 80.
Right.
So let me find for 1%. 1% would be equal to 45 over 30. And so 45 over 30, that's going to be 9 over 6. Yes or no?
Yeah.
And so if I want to find for 80%, I just multiply both sides by 80. And so it's going to be 9 over 6 multiplied by 80, right? 6 into 8, 1, 2, and 6 into 20. That's not going to work out good. Let me just multiply 9 by 80. It'll work out good that way. 9 by 80 is 720 all over 6. And so 6 into 720 is?
6 into 7 is 1.
120
mean,
B.
that's 12. Yeah, 120.
So my answer is?
B.
Right, 5. A certain amount of money is shared in the ratio 2 to 3 to 9. If the difference between the first and second shares is 40, then the amount of money shared is? So the first share is 2 and the second share is 3.
So we didn't do this already? 9 plus 3 is 12, 12 plus 2 is 14.
I feel like it was or is the exact same thing?
What the hell?
The answer is D,
Sir,
560.
somebody in the chat now tell me to shut the F up with that big A forehead.
So that I remove them all.
Some Tristan boy.
Uh,
And Leah say I agree though.
That's crazy. Okay, he leave already. That
Yes.
kicking them out one time. What are you doing in my class? Playing yes? Right. Question 6. A certain amount of money is shared. Okay, so we did this question already. And so the difference there would have been 40. So one share is 40. And how much shares we have altogether? That was 14, right? So we had 14 shares. Find for the 14 shares. That would have been 40 by 14, which is what? 560?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. This question is very similar to a question we did previously, but it's not quite the same question. So what is common between PQ and S? Like them still talking, and it's in chat over.
So Leah find us talking too much. She want to learn, but I talking over you and I being inconsiderate.
I find that if you have a question, and this applies to everybody, if you have a question, unmute and ask me. Don't just passively sit there and hold the questions.
Yeah, you could put it in the chat because we're watching the chat and like I would tell sir. No?
Yeah, so let me just move on. So what does it have in common between PQ and S?
The 2.
Yeah, so the answer for 7 is A, 2, because all of them have 2 in common. Question 8. The shaded region represents, so it looking like A. You know why I say A?
No,
Because
sir.
of the little
Yes.
Probably A, because is everything outside of P.
Right.
is this
And if this is P, and P prime would just be everything other than P. So you understand why I'm saying this?
Yes.
Right, so 8A. Question 9. The elements of the set 6 is less than or equal to x is less than 10. So let me just write it better, because it's kind of hard to see here, but it's really x is such that 6 is less than or equal to x is less than 10. So the range of solutions would be, or the range of values would start off with 6, right? 6, 7, 8, 9. Do you all think I should go up to 10? Yes or no?
No, sir.
I shouldn't go up to 10 because
Yes, sir.
no, it don't have a
No.
equal to sign by the 10. So had to be less than 10. All right, so the answer for this question is B. Right. Question 10. Which of the following statements is true? I believe this is a repeat.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. There's the
Yes, sir. This one repeats it.
Right, so actually they changed it up slightly, you know. Yeah, they changed it up slightly. The answer for this is B. M intersect N will be equal to N. So the intersection would just be P and Q. You know that P and Q is just set N. Yeah, they changed it up slightly. So it's 10B. Question 11. Which of the following sets is empty? So guys, does it have anything in common with prime numbers and even numbers? Yes or no?
True?
I mean, odd and even. Have anything in common with odd and even numbers?
no, sir.
Nah, so the answer would be Q intersect R, because they are opposites. There would be nothing in common. So that would be an empty set. Question 12. How many students play exactly one game? So, Maria, Thelma.
Sorry, sir, I wasn't paying attention.
Because I the chat.
Yes, sir.
Although just don't bother about the chat, like just forget about the chat. Just pay
No,
attention.
sir. Sit down there. Sit down there. Don't worry.
All right. So question 12. how many students play exactly one game? So, come on, Ria, what's the answer for this? This has come all the time,
Um, it was 4.
right? And what would they be playing alone? Tennis or chess? I think it's tennis, yeah. Come on, Ria. Would those 4 people be playing tennis or chess?
Tennis.
Tennis, right? Read question 13 for me. I think it's does I repeat? What's the answer?
B. It was, yeah.
Yeah, B. C, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Question 14. So, come on, Ria, read question 14 for me. Instead of reading the chat.
The cost of a refrigerator is 1,850. If a sales tax of 5% is paid on the cost price of the refrigerator, a buyer who purchases the refrigerator by cash will pay.
So, if you're paying sales tax, are you paying less or are you paying an additional fee?
More, sir. You're paying more.
What's the answer one time?
B.
D.
No, yeah.
D, it's our 1B D if you're adding on.
It is D. D's the answer. Because if you're paying sales tax, you have to pay 5% more. And so the only answer that is more than 1,850 is D. Question 15. Right? So, Malia, give this question a read for me.
A salesman sells a car for $11,000. If he is paid a commission of 4.5% for the first $10,000 and 7.5% on the remainder, then the commission fee he receives is, I got B.
So let's see. So in 11,000, and you have 10,000.
Yes, sir.
Pardon?
Right. So in the question, they're saying that he is paid a commission of 5% for the first 10,000. And we have 10,000 here, and we also have a remainder, which is 1,000. Yes or no?
Yeah, so how you go about it wasn't you gonna find 5% of the 10,000 and then 7.5 for the 1,000 that remaining?
Yeah.
I added?
That's correct.
Pardon?
Yeah, that's correct. And so that 4.5 by 100 is going to turn to
450.
right? And the remainder is $1,000. And so that's going to be 7.5 all over 100 multiplied by 1,000. So 7.5 by 10 is what, Kamaria?
7.5 by 10 would be 75.
So we're going to add up these two. And what are you going to get?
Would it be 525?
Yep, 525 is the correct answer. So 15B. 16. The value of a plot of land is 18,000. Land tax is charged at a rate of 70 cents per $100 value. So, Kamaria, how much hundreds we have in 18,000? That's the first question.
1,800.
So let's see. Actually, 180.
Oh, 180. Right. Sorry, I think it is 10.
So, that being said, it would be 180 multiplied by what?
The 70 cents.
Right, and I can write 70 cents as 70 over 100. And so 7 by 8 is? 7 by 8.
7 by 8 is 56.
There is 126.
7 by 18.
126.
That's correct. Watch, 18 by 7. 7 by 8 is 56. 1 by 7 is 7 plus 5 is 12, so 126. Yeah.
So 17 is not a repeat?
17?
Yeah.
Yeah, the answer is D, if I remember correctly. Is D?
It was D, so yeah, it was D.
Okay, I trust another, right? 17D. At the end of any year, I feel like this is a repeat. What was the answer?
Yes, sir.
10,000.
It was 10,000, yeah. This is also a repeat.
Sir, 19 is a repeat too.
20?
I think.
20% is the answer, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
It's 20 though.
Right? Because, and if you wanted to figure out, it'd just be 24 by 400, and you should get, I think 24 by 400, that look like 9,600. And so 9,600, 8,000 from that will be 1,600. 1,600 over 8,000 by 100 will give you 20. Yeah. Question 20. This is a repeat. What was the answer?
26. It wasn't 26.
Right? It was 26. And this is a repeat as well. What's the answer?
6 to the power of
A, sir.
X. I think it's A. Yeah,
is the
A.
answer.
Yeah. 22. This is also a repeat. What's the answer?
B, sir.
D.
B.
Because
D, yeah.
2 by 4 is 8. 8 minus 1 is 7. 7 by 5 is 35. Right. When twice a certain number is subtracted from 7 and the result is multiplied by 3, the answer is 33. What is the original number? So we're going to call the number x. So we're going to multiply the number by 2. And then we're going to subtract it from 7. So that's going to be 7 minus 2x. And when you multiply that by 3, you're going to get 33. Are you understand what I do? So I call the number x, right? And so if the number is x, then twice x will be 2x. And then we're going to subtract that from 7. So it's going to be 7 minus 2x. We're going to multiply that by 3, and that's equal to 33. So what I could do is I could expand. So that's going to be 21. And 3 by minus 2x is minus 6x, and that will be equal to 33. And so if I want to find for x, I'll move across to 21. That negative. I mean, that 21 is going to turn to minus 21. So 33 minus 21. And so minus 6x is equal to, that should be 12. And so when I divide both sides by minus 6, x is equal to, what is x equal to?
Negative 2b.
It'll be 12 over minus 6, minus 2. Minus 23b. Are we understand that? Some people will say it's 2, but no.
What time, please?
All right. So you understand that we have a number, so I can call it x. So twice the number, so that'll be 2x, is subtracted from 7. So that's going to be 7 minus 2x. And that whole thing is multiplied by 3, and that's equal to 33. So I expanded the brackets, and I got 21 minus 6x, and that was equal to 33. I want to find for x, so I'm going to move across 21. So minus 6x is now equal to 33 minus 21. 33 minus 21 is 12. So that's what minus 6x is equal to. And to find for 1x, I will divide both sides by minus 6. And so 12 over minus 6 is minus 2. So that's how I got it.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I believe this was our repeat. What's the answer?
I think
D.
It was B.
The answer. And that's a squared minus b. This is also our repeat. What was the answer?
So B for 24 is B.
For 24, I get D in a D as in dog.
2.
Unless last time t was equal to 3. There's a difference here. Oh, they know what I'm talking about. Last time t was equal to 3. This time t is equal. So that'll be minus 2 over 3 by minus 2 over 3. And so minus 2 by minus 2 is 4. 3 by 3 is 9. So the answer is B.
So for 24, I got D in a.
Yes, so me too. I got D2.
Oh, they must have probably confused it with another repeat. Right? The answer is D. Watch. Because 2 by 3 plus 6 is 12, right? And then 2 by 2 plus 5 is equal to 9. Yeah, this D. So
Yes, sir. This came in the last paper.
The one before it, it had 0 in it. One of them.
yeah, and it had a similar question to this as well. So when somebody tell me an answer, you guys will verify as well, right?
No, sir. This is a repeat, from 2023, the paper that we just did.
Yeah.
A squared minus B.
No, it's not A squared, it's D.
No, somebody tell me B. A squared minus B. I don't know how to get A squared minus B then.
The
Right?
other repeat before that one was A squared.
So let me answer this question. So we have 3 to the power 2x. That looks like kind of hard to see, but I'm looking like plus 1. And that'll be equal to 9 by 3 to the power x. And so we have to get the same base. So Kamara, what do you think I should do on the right-hand side if I want to get the same base?
So, on your right-hand side?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
On the right-hand side, we have 9 by 3 to the power x. So we need everything to be in the same base. So base 3.
Right.
So, and 9 can be equal to 3 to the power of 2.
Sir, it wouldn't have been 3 cube or something like that.
Right. Come on, yeah. And 9 is 3 squared.
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to say that. And so since I have the same base and I'm multiplying, what am I going to do?
Wait, sir, I have a question.
Yeah?
Why you didn't distribute the 9 and then change it to the same base?
They can't distribute 9. You have, so you was thinking to say 27 to the power x. Can't do that. Can't do that. Think about this. If you had 4 to the power 3 and I multiply that by 2, would you say that is 8 to the power 3? Or would you work the 4 cube first?
You work the bracket first.
Yeah. I can't expand. Nah, I can't do that. I can't say 9 by 3 is 27 because it's raised to our power. Right, so Kamaria, I have the same base.
Yes, sir.
I have the same base. So what am I going to do with my powers if I'm multiplying?
Oh, just add them.
So since I have the same base now, I could equate the powers. And so 2x plus
Yeah.
equal to
3.
no 2 plus x.
Oh, right. You're talking about the powers.
Yeah, because once you have the same base, you can equate powers.
Yeah.
And so we want to find for x. So I'm going to move across all x to the left-hand side and all the numbers to the right-hand side. So that's going to be 2x minus x is equal to 2 minus 1. So 2x minus x is x, and 2 minus 1 is 1. So my answer is?
1.
Right. Let's see. This is our repeat. What's the answer?
A, sir.
Yeah, A is correct. This I repeat the answer.
1.
29 as I repeat was the answer.
A.
No, not A.
A, sir. B. C.
Yeah, because we watch. I'm gonna do the full working fast. So it's 3, 7, and we're taking away that from so P minus Q. So minus Q would be minus 2 and 7 minus 5. So that's gonna work out to be 3 minus minus is plus, so that'll be 5, and 7 minus 5 is 2. So it's C. Right, so we want to go from W to R. W to R. Maria, tell me, how could I go from W to R?
I think this was a repeat as well too. But to go from W to R, wouldn't it be we could either do W to Z and then Z to R, or you could do R to Z
I
and then
prefer that. That's less working. That's less working.
yeah.
So W to Z.
So it'd be U plus a half of V.
No, it'd be minus a half V.
All right, because it's in the opposite direction.
Yes. So it's gonna be U minus a half V. So the answer is 30A. Right. Also, Kamari, I don't study what I'm saying in chat, you know, them. Some like,
Sana even take it, she wants it. I feel she just come to true.
I feel so. This is a repeat. Here's the answer.
Yeah, it's 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
Right, this is also a repeat. What's the answer?
The volume, I keep up.
27.
Right,
Yeah.
27.
But see, I think it flipping. Okay, last time they tell you the volume was 27 and they asked you to find the side or something like that.
No, this is a repeat. Trust me, it's a repeat. 3 by 3.
Oh, okay.
And
Asking for the volume.
right to the 3, the perimeter of our split is a repeat. What's the answer?
D.
D, sir.
Right? Wait, so
Yeah, so can you divide the 48
40 divided
by
by
4
4.
and
not
you get
12.
12 and then 12 by 12 is 144.
I was confused because I thought it was saying B.
No.
If you're saying D, say do over something. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a repeat too.
Yeah, looking so.
Wait.
Yes, sir, this is a repeat.
So that will work out to be 13 by 5. 13 by 5 is 65.
Wait, so where you get 13 from?
Watch. It's a half A plus B
All right.
by height. So
I
half
remember.
that'll be 13 by 5. 65.
Right.
I believe this
This
is
is a repeat as well too.
so it's going to, so that's gonna be 60 over 360, which is 1/6. And so wait, actually, they want me to find the area this time. Last time they wanted us to figure out the arc length. This time they want me to find the area. So be careful. So the area is going to be theta over 360 multiplied by pi r squared. So 60 over 360, we know are gonna be 1/6 by pi r squared. So my answer is
A, sir.
yeah. This is a repeat. No, last time they wanted me to find the area. This time they want me to find the perimeter. Are you seeing that?
Yes, sir.
So do you remember what this length was? So that would have been 27 minus 15. And that was 12. And then 12 over 2 is 6. So this is 6. And this is 6. Yes or no? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And so this will be 15. This will be 15. And so, Kamaria, we have a half circle here and a half circle here. If I combine them all again,
I got 12.
I get a full circle. You understand what I mean, right? It's half and half.
Yeah. But and if you add the 6 and the 6, you got 12.
Right, so that will be the diameter. That 12 will be the diameter.
Yeah.
Because the 6 will be here and 6. So hence we could just find the circumference of one whole circle because we have two semicircles.
Yeah.
So that's just going to be 2 pi r. Right? And so it's going to be 2 pi. And what's my radius?
6.
So 6 by 2 is 12. So that's 12 pi. And so altogether, it's going to be 15 plus 15. So 15 plus 15 is 30 plus 12 pi. And so what can we factor out from 30 and 12 pi?
You could get 6 or 5, either one.
So
6 into 30 is 5. 6 into 12 is 2 pi.
So my answer is
So C.
the area of a rectangle is 53.6 centimeters squared. If the length is multiplied by 4 and the width is halved. Okay. So this is a little bit different from the previous question, a little bit, but it's more or less the same concept. Or unless it's the same exact question, is it?
No, sir.
All right. So remember, E will be equal to length by width, right? And so if we are multiplying,
The length is 4.
right?
Then would it be the
And the
same?
width is half.
Right. So you're gonna end up with 2. So you're gonna end up with 2 times the area. So the area is
Yeah.
0.6, so 2 times that is what?
So is it C?
C. Yeah, it is C. Right? Because 53.6 by 2.
It's the same formula but different values from the last question.
So you kind of need to know how to do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so change it up. Let's move on. It's looking like a repeat, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Actually,
No, they give it the side and they give it the height this time.
there else.
Yeah, because last time it was 16.
The first time they gave us the volume for the entire thing and they asked us to find for the height of the triangle. And the other time, I believe they gave you the length, height for the triangle, and you had to find the base given the area.
Yeah, the height that time was 5, and then we had one with the side being like or something, so being like 16.
Yeah.
The answer for this is A.
A?
This question does repeat also.
Right, so 5 by 5 is 25, and that'll be a half base by height. My base is 5, my height is 4. So a half of 20 is 10. Yes, so 10 plus 25 is 35. Right. I think this is a repeat, you know. Actually, no. Last time I think it was more than or equal to 40 or something. So
They're asking less than or equal to 40 this time. So you're going in the opposite direction.
that will be 68, right?
Mm-hmm.
The upper boundary of the median class is so.
Well, the frequency is 40.
Here what? If you want to figure out the upper boundary for the median class, you would need to figure out the median. You would need to figure out where the median is. So altogether, what's the total frequency? So that is 68, 68, 80, 114, 114, like 132. Just verify that again, 132.
That's us.
Yeah, so again, 132 altogether.
Yes, sir.
So if I want to find the median class, that's going to be a half of n plus 1. And so that's going to be a half of 33. 133. And so a half of 133 would be
66.5.
So my answer will be in between what two terms?
It will be in between 51 to 60 and 61 to 70.
So we're looking at the 60 between the 66 and the 67 term. So let me just find the cumulative frequency first. So this is 28. This will be 68. This will be 80. This will be 114. This will be 132. So Kamaria, if we're looking at 66 to 67, wouldn't
Then
that,
you look at the frequency at 40, yeah.
right? Because everybody from the 29th person to the 68th person is going to have a mass of 31 to 40. Understand?
Yeah. And they ask for the upper boundary, so you just add the 0.5 until the answer is B.
Because I repeat, the answer is median, right?
Yeah. So they were bringing this pie chart, but in different ways, boy.
Oh, you know how to handle it. The amount of time spent studying maths is a repeat. So a quarter of 12 is 3 hours.
Yeah, true.
Right? Come on, Ryan, understand that?
Yeah, I remember.
Scroll backward. I want to see the answer for 40. Okay, thanks.
No problem. So watch, 90. 90 is a quarter of the entire thing. So a quarter of 12 is just 3. Right? This is also a repeat for 8x and 12 is 10, or did they change it up? D, right? The D, the answer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this
Yes, sir.
is anybody who wants me to do the question, or like we good? Move on?
Yes, sir. You don't have to do it.
Wait, sir, do you?
No, Vade, you're just trolling. All on time. Right. For 44, a respondent is selected at random. So this is a repeat. What's the
So
answer?
yeah. So the answer was 0.20.
Sir, it was B.
B. Let me look closely. So you're selecting from random, so it's gonna be selected from 100, and positive attitude towards maths. So if we're talking about,
It was 25 over 100.
now you gotta be careful, right? Last time they specified.
Oh, so they're asking for it. They're not just asking for PL, and they're asking for P and R.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful. So 37 people have a positive attitude towards maths. So that's 37 over 100.
It'll be.
Yeah, they're real sneaky, yeah?
Yeah, boy.
45. The point where linear last time it was vertical. This time it's horizontal. You see, you gotta be real careful, you know. Real careful. So if it cuts the horizontal axis, that's the
That'd be the x-axis.
x-intercept.
X-intercept.
Right, because it's cutting the x-axis, so it's intercepting the x-axis. 46 is a repeat. So the gradient is 4 and the y-intercept is 5. So y is equal to 4x plus 5. The answer is
E.
C. Is a repeat with the answer?
A.
A.
The coordinates are the maximum. Is a repeat? 2, 4.
So the answer is A.
Is a repeat as well? I think so.
I think it's B.
Sir, isn't it C?
Well, let me do it fast, right? So minus 7y would be equal to minus 3x plus 9. Divide throughout by minus 7. So that'll be y is equal to 3 over 7x.
They said it had to be parallel, so then the gradient had to be the same.
Right.
So the last time it has perpendicular.
You really have to read these questions. You really have to read these questions. So it's C. If two lines are parallel, they have the same gradients. And so you have to put in form y is equal to mx plus c first. And so to do that, I move across the 3x and the minus 9. Then I divide throughout by minus 7. All you understand how I get m is equal to 3 over 7?
Yes, sir.
It would.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This I repeat. So I'll be minus 42, minus 3, minus 45, minus 45 over 9 is minus 9. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is also a repeat with the answer.
D.
D.
Which of the following pairs of lines is perpendicular? Well, it can't be B. B is parallel. So let me try. Somebody try option. Try option.
I say A.
C.
Yeah, you feel A? Okay. So if I have 2y is equal to minus 3x minus 8, then I would divide throughout by 2, so that's minus 3 over 2x minus 4. So the gradient here is minus 3 over 2. So if the other line is perpendicular to that, the gradient would be 2 over 3. Let's see if that's the case. So that will be minus 2y is equal to minus 3x minus 8. We divide throughout by minus 2. And Kamara, what is minus 3 over minus 2?
3 over 2.
Yeah, so that's the answer, right?
Wait, so but ND gradient was supposed to be 2 over 3?
Wrong.
Oh, mine will be 2 over 3. Wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong.
So the answer could be D then.
D? Let me see.
D?
Let me see if D will be the answer. So that'll be minus.
C. Sir, wouldn't the answer be C?
Oh yeah, the answer will be C, watch. Because the gradient here is minus 4. So the negative reciprocal of minus 4 will just be a quarter, right? And if I divide throughout by 4, it's going to be 1 over 4x plus a quarter. Are you understand why the answer is C?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Right. This I'll repeat with the answer.
D.
D, right? We bring this question last time in a different orientation. That'll change it. Reflection.
B.
Dissection.
Right. Any triangle above the value of x is so 60 minus.
So there's a repeat is C.
20.
This is also a repeat.
3.5.
The image of a point P1, 2 on that translation. What is the translation vector? So, in other words, what did we have to do with 1, 2 to get minus 5, minus 4? So if I have 1, 2, so 1, 2 plus xy equal to minus 5, minus 4. And so to figure out,
I say A.
you will see. So that'll be minus 5, minus 1, minus 4, minus 2. So yeah, minus 6, minus 6. Because if you add minus 6 to 1, that's going to be minus 5. And if you add minus 6 to 2, it's going to be minus 4. Yeah, cool. What's the answer for this one?
So it's B.
Right, 90.
There's a repeat as well too. So it's A, I think. Was it cos or was it tan?
I think it was tan.
It was tan. It was
It
B.
was B.
It was B. Yeah. Are you want me to verify it or just move on?
Move on.
Verify, please. So you can verify. I think it was A. I'm not sure. We could verify, please. Not sure then.
Until if you're serious.
No, I'm being serious.
So this is
Oh,
your
no, just.
this is your Jason, this is the opposite. And so we want to figure out the height, so that'll be O. And so we had to use O. And they also said that, well, we also know that this is 12. So we had to use A and O, so that's tan. So the answer is B, because we got to use O and A. It's tan. Right, so obviously we'll be adding 1.6, so it wouldn't be C or D. It's B. The diagram
So,
shows.
I didn't even see the triangle there, so.
Say that again?
So I didn't even see the triangle there.
How could you not see the triangle there?
My eyes were bad.
60. The diagram above shows the angle of depression of a point P, or a point X and Z is 30. If X is 30 meters from Y, the height of Y to C in meters is, so Kamaria. This looking real similar, you know. But
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I think it's a repeat.
they just change up.
Yeah.
So adjacent, opposite. So we know how it is go by now. We have A, trying to find for Y, Z. So we're going to use tan. The only answer correct here is A. Because it would be tan 30.
I think these two repeated in 2024.
They did.
Right, so everybody okay with this?
Yes, sir.
Straight on to 2021 or was he planning?
So what year was this?
It was 2022.
For real?
Yeah, May, June 2022.
Yes, sir.
Straight on
Okay,
to break.
give me just 12 now. Please.
A break?
Yeah, please.
Okay. 5 minutes.
So do up to 2020 now.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
All right.
I really have a love-hate relationship with these marathons, you know, because
You have a love.
other teacher can have me curl up in our blankets watching math solutions.
Eating popcorn. Or we are so fired.
Now we drinking Lipton tea and eating
Quick.
nuts.
The quicks.
So fry roti and tomato choker.
That's his thing. That's his
This
thing.
hour, or they're going to get acid reflux.
It's always crazy.
You know what this is real good? Paratha.
I'm hungry, boy. I'm hungry.
Now, I find like bacon, tomatoes, fried tomatoes taste real good, honestly.
Tomato choke. No, fried tomato.
Tomatoes choke on fried tomatoes are two different things.
There's
So,
a
so,
So
so
what
what's the
fried
difference?
tomatoes taste like?
It's a yeah. When you fry the tomatoes, you get rid of the moisture, and so it becomes more acidic and stronger. Tomatoes choke. crushing up the tomatoes and making it into like a puree.
Y'all don't know fine cuisine. Fine cuisine is like Lipton tea and cricks, dog.
That's the thing, eh? I need it.
Nah,
Yeah,
I
cricks
can't
and
do
cheese.
that for me.
That is
Cricks
a
and
struggle
cheese.
meal. That is a
That's
struggle meal.
quarantine. That's quarantine meals. COVID-19 hits them kind of meals.
No, that is it. And you know, like you dip in the cricks in the tea and you eat it. You know?
That is struggling. That is struggle meal, sir.
How let us just consume these soggy cricks?
No,
That's not
yeah,
what
they consume it fast enough so that it don't like it
Don't
don't
knock
get
it till they
soggy.
try it.
Yeah, you can't hate on it if you didn't try it. It tastes good.
You can't leave it to get soggy. You gotta make sure and eat it fast.
It's kind of like Oreo and milk.
I don't eat Oreo and milk.
That's crazy. That's Oreo and milk is real good, boy.
Nah, I don't really like Oreo that much. I find it sweet.
But it is sweet.
So it has been too sweet that it hurt my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Same.
all right. So we nearly finished. I think we should be very good for tomorrow, like real good. Because we know how to answer all the questions. We know how they might change it up everything. So what's the first thing I'm gonna do after that exam?
Sleep.
Fine
That's my
should.
end.
Fine should.
Catch up on some Z's, because I need as much
Here's
as
the
sleep as
plan,
I
right?
get.
12-hour video
So
game
I
crash
want to
course.
take and you watch this being recorded, so we'll edit this part out, right? So you won't get my confession.
No,
When
no.
I tell my mother the exam when I take 2 hours, right? So in that extra half an hour or more, I'm gonna walk and I'm gonna get my ears pierced. And I'm
Okay.
gonna pierce like on top of my ears, and I'll do my hair in a way I can hide it, and I only need to keep it in for at least 3 days.
Why?
3 days.
That's not
And then
Michaela carry you nowhere, right?
Why 3
I will
days?
see.
Why 3
That
days?
is the plan, though. If my mother was like, so Colleen, why you have this place? And mommy, Michaela carry, mom, Michaela carry,
I
mom.
didn't
Peer
carry
pressure.
you nowhere. So my plan after exams is to go down with science shirts, pierce my nose and my belly, and
She not supposed to take them piercings, you know. So she's the bad influence.
I'm gonna pierce my nose and my belly, and then I'm gonna organize to go a national game.
A national what?
The
Oh
national football
yeah,
game.
with football.
The football game tomorrow.
Yes,
So everybody going that, sir.
Yeah.
I don't finish resign my
I don't
jersey.
organize my outfit already. My outfit done laid out.
My
Big up,
TTF.
Polly. I decided I go in this evening. I didn't even have an outfit.
Wait,
Nah, I have my Trinidad and Tobago football jersey, so I had to finish signing all those.
I keep hearing about this thing. What is this? Like I didn't hear about it.
Since the World Cup,
Qualifiers.
Yes, against St. Kitts. We playing against St. Kitts.
Okay.
7. It's gonna be great.
Well, I'll call one part. I'll go watch it.
Yes,
So,
so
but
we're gonna.
You think Trinidad going and win? Like we.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Polly, do not
Yes.
blight my teeth.
Yes.
Take positive now, man.
Going and win. We going and win.
I don't feel like it.
So we going and win, huh?
Listen to me.
All you know,
All
that's
I say you cannot jump
no,
right?
So we winning.
Okay.
Breeze us past and we just drop down and ow.
Oh no, Colleen, you don't watch football. You just watch track, right? Listen to me.
I just watch football occasionally.
Zombie, you cannot. You just watch school football. You don't watch national football.
I don't watch school football. I watch national football too.
What team you support, Colleen?
Liverpool.
Let's wrap up one time. Wrap it up. Wrap it up one time. You cannot zombie a football team. What happens, happens.
Desron is the man for this. Desron is real play. I'm games on it. Real watch sports. I wonder what happened to Desron, boy.
Sports is my specialty.
You just play sports?
I stopped playing football because my father. And then I do indoor sports, outdoor. I do everything.
Damn, you're a athletic.
Very.
Well, that's good. What about like the mental sports?
I have a national scholarship for chess.
Wait.
So
Okay. All right. We have a celebrity in our midst of us. That's crazy though. That's real crazy. What about
Teach you how to play chess now.
No celebrity.
I am not no celebrity. I just be shadows like Batman.
no, but that's very impressive though. Big up yourself.
Thank you.
Because I never played chess in my life.
Never.
It's patience. Real patience.
All right, so it's basically 12 o'clock. Let me start back, right? I suspect that we're going to take 30 minutes on this paper and 20 minutes on May, June 2020. That's what I think. Because they're looking like a bunch of repeats. So there we go. What's the answer for this one?
C.
C.
This one?
So why does questions repeat every time? Like as your first question?
Questions was always repeat.
I honestly can't tell earlier. Question 2?
B.
B.
I hand 20 and I hand E.
It's
20.
20%.
Yeah, who's saying E? Right? Because it could be 1.700.
Colleen, you know I just do better than you in maths. Hush.
Say A. One. A. Who could change it
So
all?
this was repeat as well too.
So that is A.
But like watch this, guys. 0.487 come like a half. A half of 23 is like 11. Like logically, you could figure it out. No fancy maths. Using the distributive property, 49 by 17 plus 49 by 3. So here, what do we factor?
Also A.
Do we factor out 49?
A.
17. So that's going to be 4 by 20. So A, yeah. Question 5. I believe this is a repeat.
B.
B, right? Right, let's move on. This is also a repeat. Actually, no. Last time it was a ratio. This time it's something else.
So why do they keep doing that, sir? Do they hit us?
I don't know. So Dan sold 40 concert tickets in 5 days, and they were able to figure out the number of tickets in the third day. So like remember, so like we got X to be 2, right? And we got X to be equal to 2 last time we do it.
Yes, sir.
And so this is the first day, the second day will be 5, the third day will be 8. So the answer is 8. Everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
7. What's the answer?
D.
D.
Question 8.
D, sir. D.
Right.
D.
So it's always 2 to the number of elements in the set. That's the formula. Question 9. The set of positive integers is an example of a... You have an infinite set of positive integers.
C.
Right. Question 10. I believe that's a repeat.
C. I get 23.
Well, let me just verify, right? So the intersection is 6. So if I want to figure out the unique elements, I'm going to add 14 and 9 and 15. And so that's going to be 29. And then I'm going to subtract that. And so it's going to be 29 minus 6, and that's equal to 23. Does everybody agree that 23 is the answer?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right? This is everything but P. So it's A.
A.
This is the question with the dog and the cat. It's D.
D.
It can't have both. They change it up slightly. It's C, right? Watch. look how, check them now. At a bank, $2.60 is equivalent to US $1. For every US $1 exchange, it's 10 cents And last time it was 1,000, and last time it was 1,000.
So the
Yes,
last time the
sir.
answer was 2,500.
So this time it's going to be 250 because instead of multiplying by 1,000, you multiplying by 100. Yes or no?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Right?
Yes,
So
sir.
14. I think it was 1,050. No?
D. D.
Wait, let me check this out. This is clearly a repeat, right? It's clearly a repeat. So
Yes, sir.
1,000 by 3 by 5 over 100. 70 by 3 is 210, and 210 by 5 is D. 1,050. Who said B for 210? Nobody?
No, sir. I said D.
Again,
So
guys.
I feel like because D and B have a kind of similar, you hear B.
Say D for dog, right? Say D for dog. Or just say man. But the joke can be funny, yeah, but apparently not.
It's funny.
15. Address.
The killer will have to humor him.
What's the answer? 15? 15 what?
C.
Right? 16, an article bought for 125 or so for 175. So the profit is 50. It's going to be 50 over 125 by 100. 10, 25. Some answers.
B.
Right. 17 is a repeat.
C.
Wait, So let me just read back the question one more time. So 18,000. So the taxes, yeah, we did this question already. And so it would have been 180 by the 0.70. And that was 126. Yeah, it was C. 18. If the simple interest on 900 for 3 years was 108, what was the rate of the interest? All right, so
4%.
let's calculate it fast. So the simple interest on 900, so that's going to be 900 by, so the principal is 900. We don't know what the rate is. We know the time is 3 years, and that'll be over 100. And the simple interest was 108. 9 by 3 is 27, so R is equal to 108 all over 27. So that would have been 4. Yeah, so 18A. 19. This is a repeat. What's the answer?
B.
B 10,000.
This is a repeat.
B 16.
Right? Could somebody confirm that?
It would still be 16 because it wasn't $3 last time.
It would be.
Yes, it wasn't $3 last time. This is not repeat. It changed it up a little bit.
Guys, it's going to be 16 still. Watch. It's going to be 16. So his basic wage would be 3 by 40. So the basic wage is 100.
Yes, it is 16. It is 16.
And the overtime would be 2 times the regular. So 2 by 3 is 6. And so 120. So 216 minus 120 to figure out how much should I get overtime. That would have been. Wait, I didn't need to do that. So that'll be 6. It's 9, 96. And so 96 over 6. Yeah, that's 16. Right? So it is 16. They changed it up slightly. Before it was 1. Let's work it out fast. So 1 over 5x. What's the LCM, guys?
So 15.
Yeah, 15. And 5x into 15x is 3. 1 by 3 is 3. 3x into 15x is 5. 5 by 2 is 10. So the answer is
D.
Right, D. This is a repeat. The answer is
A.
23. So we have 4, so that'll be 4 squared plus 3 by 2 is 6 all over. I feel like this is a repeat, you know. I think
Then
it's
after that,
I think
adding
it was
something.
3 1/4, I think. So that'll be 4 by 2. So that'll be 16. 16 plus 3 by 2 is 6 all over 8. And so that'll be 22 over 8. And 8 could go into 22 a maximum times of 2 with a remainder of 4. So that's going to be 2.
Contributors.
So you're sure that is 22 is right?
Let me see. 4 squared is 16 and 3 by 2 is 6. So 16 plus 6 is 22, yeah. I don't think I do anything wrong. X is 4, Y is 2. So 16 plus 6 is 22 all over 8. Are you seeing anything wrong?
So I'm talking about question 22.
22. 7 times the product of two numbers A and B. No, it's A. The product of A and AB, and by 7, 7 AB. And so A could go into 22, a maximum time of 2 times. And so the remainder is going to be what, guys? It's going to be 6, right?
It will be 6 over 8.
Right? And 6 over 8 simplifies to 3/4. So yeah, it was 23D. 24 was the answer?
Yeah, those 4. D.
4.
So how many marbles does John have? Remember, John would have received 5. So it's going to be?
There was 2x plus 5?
Nah.
X plus 5, my bad, sorry.
Because John has X marbles, and if Max gives him 5, now he's going to have X plus 5. So that's going to be 3 squared. Wait, you got to take your time here. Watch, right? So if A is equal to 3 and AB is equal to 6, then we could figure out for B. So AB is equal to 6. We know that A is 3, so 3B is equal to 6. So B is equal to? What by 3 is 6?
So 2.
And so we know what A and B is now. So A would be 3, so 3 squared. B is 2, so that'll be 2 squared. So that'll be 9 minus 4. The answer is?
5.
Right, 26C. 27. This is a repeat.
C.
Right? It's a 3 by 4. The answer for this is 1. They slightly change it up over here now. It's going to be P minus 2Q. And so it's going to be, so 3, 2, minus 2, minus 1, 4. And so that's going to be 3. Minus 2 by minus 1 is plus 2. Minus 2 by 4 is minus 8. So that's going to be 6. No, what's it? Minus 6. So the answer is?
D.
Right. 30. We want to go from R to M. How would I go from R to M, guys? I think this is a repeat now. So,
yes.
So we'd have to go from R to O, and R to O will be negative.
From O to M.
So 2B minus A, the answer is E. Are they agree?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right. This is a repeat, 2.5. How many kilograms are there in 1 ton? I think 1,000.
I think 1,000 too.
I'm gonna look it up. Yeah. 1,000 kg is a ton. So 32C. This is a repeat. What's the answer?
E. D, sir.
D.
This is also a repeat.
C.
C. Could somebody else confirm that?
Yes, it is C.
Yeah.
Okay, good. This is also a repeat.
D.
D.
Right? It was D. It was 14. 14 squared is 196. The circumference of a circle is 154. Okay. So they're giving us the circumference. So that'll be 154 is equal to 2 pi r. So 154 It's real fast. So 154 is equal to 2 pi r. That'll be 22 over 7 by r. So 154 is equal to,
Saya C.
right? And then to find for r, I would just multiply 154 by 7 over 44. And so you'll end up with 7 by 154. And I think 7 by 154 is 1078 divided by 44. And so 4 into 1078, that should be 24.5, I think. Because somebody else verified that. So if r is equal to 24.5, then the diameter would be 2 times that. And so the diameter would be equal to 2 by 24.5, which is that'll be,
Yes, sir, that is 24.5.
I was saying that'll be 49, right? So the diameter is 49. Let's verify that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right, 36C. Oh, you want me to go over this or like all good?
So we good.
We good.
So what formula was that you used?
I use circumference is equal to 2 pi r. You could have also used circumference is equal to d by r if you wanted.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, if the total area of the diagram is 63 centimeters, so they change up things slightly. This time is 63. All right. So the area of the square will be 49. Yes or no?
Yeah.
And so the area of this would be 63 minus 49, which is equal to 14. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so that being said, we know what the area is, 14 centimeters squared, and we know that the base is 7. So remember, A is equal to a half base by height. So 14 is equal to a half. My base is 7, and my height is unknown, right? So I can multiply throughout by 2. And so 28 is equal to 7h. And so to find h, I just divide throughout by 7. So h is equal to 4. So my answer is B. Kamaria, you understand everything I do?
Yes, sir.
So I just divide by 7. On leaving Trinidad,
They are the same question, sir. Oh, wait, no. They're asking if he time this time.
yeah. So that's 4, I think. Every other one
Yeah.
wouldn't make sense. All the other answers wouldn't make sense. Watch, 23, 24, and 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The time would be in between. 39. The answer for this is, again. All right, so if we want to find the median mark scored by 200 students, that's going to be a half of 200. So we're going to read off by 100. So 100 would be right here.
So this was a repeat to a
Yeah, this, if I read it off properly, that looks like what, Kamaria? So it's in between 37 and 38. So that's what?
It says in between 37 and 38.
Yeah, 37 and 38.
So it'd be 37.5.
And so my answer is 40B.
So the other one only at 37.
Check out 37. Yeah, what about 37?
So I'm talking about the repeat question at 27 instead of 27.5. The one you just did, sir.
Oh, okay. Last time I was 27.5.
No, sir,
Yes,
37.
sir.
Yeah, it was 37 last time.
And remember when we do it, we was like, it's looking like 37.5, but it only had 37. Yeah.
Yeah. So they just correct themselves in this one.
But that wouldn't make sense though, because this is 2021. Are they progressing with dotishness? Because
Probably.
So I quoted you with that one.
All right. So 41. The highest mark scored in the test was, that's 60, right? Everybody can see that. 60. 60 is the upper limit. Neither blue nor green. This is a repeat, so it would have been 8 over 21. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How many students played cricket? So they change up things slightly. Unless this is the exact same question. Here is the exact same question. I just change up how it's looking, but the same question. What was the answer?
So sorry to interrupt. Somebody wants to know if you could go over to 87. They asked how you got the subtraction of from the both areas. The one from the triangle and the square.
Okay, I'll just go over it from scratch real quick. So here what, right? They gave us the total area. The area of the square is 7 by 7, just 49. And so if the total area is 63, then to figure out the area of the triangle, I would just subtract the area of the square from the 63. So drop a 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. And so the area of the triangle is 14 centimeters squared. That's how I got the area to be 14 centimeters squared. And additionally, since it is a square, all my sides are going to have the same length, so it's going to be 7 for the base. And so A is equal to a half by base by height. So again, the entire area is 63. The area of the square is 49. So if I subtract that, the only thing I'll be left with is the area of the triangle, which is 40. And so 14 is equal to a half. My base is 7. I don't know what my height is, right? So I can multiply throughout by 2, take away the fraction. And so 14 by 2 is 28. Since I'm multiplying by 2, we're going to lose the half. And so it's just going to be 7h. And so 7h is equal to 28. If I want to find for 1h, I would have to divide both sides by 7. So h is equal to 4. So let me know if you understand what I do. Come on, right? What is it?
That's what I'll say. A cheaper, she said to, I don't know. Oh yeah, they understand.
All right, let's move on. Yeah, so question 43, this is looking like a repeat. And this is a repeat? I feel like they just change the orientation of the diagram. I feel like that's what they do.
Oh, it's C.
It's
Even change.
Yes, sir. All they do was just shifting the position.
like, oh my God, this is so lazy, boy. Wait, watch.
So we're not complaining, no.
Yeah,
Not complaining, no.
we really shouldn't.
Sir, we're not complaining. I glad the lazy, so we wouldn't have to be working with brain twice as hard.
That's true, that's true. So, 44, a male student is picked at random from the group. So, from random means we're going to pick from the 200 immediately. So, from the 200, what is the probability that he does not walk to school on that day? So, he does not walk. So, that would be what? If he doesn't walk.
So that's 80 out of the 200.
Yep. Right, so 4 into 8 is 2, 4 into 20 is 5. So my answer is A. Is there anybody that's confused by this question? Let me know.
No, sir, because all they're asking is to find like everything besides him walking.
Right.
If it was a new student.
So we understand this. Okay. Cross is the horizontal axis, is the?
Y-intercept.
No.
Oh, sorry, X, sorry, horizontal.
The equations I repeat, what's the answer?
Y is equal to 4x plus 5.
Right. The answer for this?
A.
Didn't even change in the letter for this one, but yeah.
Same graph. 2, 4, right?
Is D.
Hey, stop complaining, or let's stop complaining, stop complaining.
So in this rounds, instead of saying the maximum point, they say turning point, which means the same thing. 2, 4. Are you understand, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This is a repeat. What's the answer?
So it's 3/7.
Yeah, sure. So.
Right. Because
So the next one is a repeat as well too.
right,
It
another
must be -9.
-9. See? Yeah, because when you move across the 3x, it'll be -3x.
That's D.
Sure. Yeah. 51.
That's our say that wait. Or 51.
Yeah. So just add in 3. That's a repeat. You understand?
Yeah.
Repeat as well.
That's D.
Right. This is a repeat as well.
Subtraction. D.
All right. So we're gonna rotate this 90 degrees anti-clockwise. So if I rotate it 90 clockwise, it's gonna become this.
It'll be negative.
Yeah.
So this is a repeat too.
No, they just changed it up this time. So the
Yeah.
last time they gave us it as negative, and it would have been equal to x.
Yeah.
Because last
This one is
time they had gave us this, and you'd end up with this. Last time they gave us y is equal to minus x. The answer is
56 is a repeat though. Is 2-1.
Let me hope all the exam come like this tomorrow.
I hope so, sir.
Right? This question looking.
This is a repeat too.
What's the answer?
Repeat.
Was it?
What's the
I
answer?
think it.
Yeah, this one was a repeat.
It was sine.
Yeah.
It was sine.
We had to find for this. We had to find for that. So this was the hypotenuse. And you wanted to find for BC. So BC would have been A, so you had to use cos. But wait. They changed up this. They changed it up. Last one, you had to use 60. This one, it looked like you had to use 30. Hypotenuse, adjacent, opposite. So to find for BC, that's going to be sine. So because O and H. So the answer is 40 sine 30, right?
Mm.
Because we're using 30 degrees this time. Yes or no? Are they okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
They're real sneaky, you know. They have to be real careful tomorrow. Because like you think it's the same question you remember, but no. This one over here is a repeat.
It's 2.
59, 90.
It's a repeat as well.
Right? This is a repeat.
This one looking similar, but
No, it is a repeat. It's 180.
yeah, yeah, I remember it. You know, I was thinking of the one with the 180 minus
With over 2.
x over 2 or something like that.
Right. I know what you're talking about. So straight into 2020.
Yes, sir. Go straight into it.
Right. Wait, what the hell? Nah, boy.
So wait, pause. So in 2021, right? For number 44, how the total is 200 and not 108?
Let's see. How the total is 200 because they said a male student is picked at random from the group.
So these
So it's
entire
out of
group.
the entire thing. Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
So it said if they say given that, then you would do the 108. But if they say at random, then it's the entire group.
Yes.
Okay.
If they said given that it was a male, then you would use the 108.
Okay.
What's the answer for 2?
2 over 100.
3.
This is a repeat.
E.
A.
Wait,
Yes, A.
T, right? Because yeah. So that'll be 17 plus 20 inside by 20, yeah. A total of 540 beads are shared in the ratio 4 to 5. So how much shares we have altogether? 4 and 5 is?
9.
Right? So one share will be 540 over 9, so that is 60, right?
Yes, sir.
Is the answer, sir.
So the difference between your ratios is 1, so 60 is the answer. Fully understand what I'm saying. Come on, Ria. Any difference between 4 and 5 is 1?
Yes, sir.
They just have a different.
Sir, then they ask
So
for the
and that's
larger
the
share,
larger share
not
of B.
just one.
Oh, okay. That's for the larger share.
It would be
Yeah, C is the
300.
answer, not A.
Yeah, C is the answer. Because it's 60 by 5. I thought they wanted us to compare 4 to 5. No, it's 300. I don't understand, right? Because 60 is one share and the larger share is 5 shares. So 60 by 5 is 300. Yeah. Right, let's move on. 0 point is a repeat. What's the answer?
A.
So 920.
It's 9 over 20, sir.
This is also a repeat. The third day. So we start off with
8.
right? 2, then 5, then 8 on the third day. The number of members who play rugby but not basketball is
A.
B 15.
Oh, shucks, give me A.
So I don't understand that this whole thing is rugby, right? But the 12
Yeah. Play basketball and rugby.
right. So just 15 for rugby alone. What's the answer for this?
A.
It's A.
Right. How many students play both games?
2.
How many students play exactly one game? 4.
4.
Empty, that would be odd and even. It's like R. Right? We want to figure out the union. So that'll be 15 plus 6 is 21.
So this is Dari. Oh no, they didn't give you the total this time.
No, they didn't. But it's not hard to figure out, right? So you add up A and B. So A and B is what?
But since we know the answer is gonna be 23 regardless.
Apparently, because you'll get 26 here. And well, and the intersection is 6. No, what's saying, boy? 15 plus 14 is 29. Yeah, 29 minus 6, 22.
Same 23.
23 is the answer. Is that repeat?
C.
C.
14. This not looking like a repeat. A dinner at a restaurant was advertised at 60 plus 18% tax. So the total bill will be 118 over 100 multiplied by 60. Right? So, well, 2 into 6, 2 into 10 is 5. And so 3 by 118, they're looking like 354. Yes or no?
So we get 118 too.
Okay. If the meal is advertised at $60 plus 18% tax, wouldn't you have to pay 118% of 60?
Oh.
Think about it. I mean, you could always find 18% of 60 and then add it on. But in this method, you do it one time.
I took good.
So 354 over 5. 5 into 35 is 7. And so that's going to be 70 and 4/5. So 4/5 is what is our decimal?
The 80.
Yeah, so 70. So my answer is B. You're okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. 15, the cost price of a refrigerator.
The repeatant?
I'm not sure.
I think it's A.
It's like 1,942.
Yeah, I think it's A. No, but no. This time they're asking a cash purchase, and the last time it was a sale.
Sorry, I got C
Yeah.
for that.
The last time they asked for a sale purchase, something like that.
They gotta find 95% of 1,850 because they're paying our discounts. Right? And so you're gonna end up with 9.5 by 185. And so 9.5 by 185. Can multiply that by 95. 9 to 72, 31 by 9, 21, 45. 5 by 5 is 25. 8 by 5 is 40, so I'll be 42. 4 by 5 is 5. 9, 7, 0. I feel like I do something wrong there. Because I supposed to, no,
I
no.
get it.
Okay, something wrong. Let me just check that back one more time. Take my time. 5 by 9 is 45. 8 by 9 is 8 by 9 is 72. So 72 plus 4 is 76. 1 by 9 is 9. 9 plus 7 is 16. 5 by 5 is 25. 8 by 5 is 40. That's 42. 1 by 5 is 5. That'll be 9. So 5, 7. 6 plus 9 is 15. So that's looking like it. And then I will shift the decimal place one space to the left. And so
So C.
1, 7,
C, sir.
right, C. 16. The annual interest rate on a mortgage on a house assessed at a value of 450,000 is 5 cents on every $1. Okay. So I understand that we have $450,000 in 415,000. So you're just going to multiply that by 5 cents. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right, so that's just going to be 5 over 100 multiplied by 450,000. And so 4 by 50, 4 by 45, what's it? 5 by 45 is?
90. No, I mean 90.
Take your time.
I take
Yeah,
into
it's
sir.
B, sir. It's B.
Right? Yeah, it is B. 16B. Cool, let's move on. The simple interest on a sum of money invested at 5% per annum for 3 years was 90. The sum of money invested was, all right. So they're giving us the rate, the time.
And the interest.
So P by 5 by 3 all over 100 is equal to 90. And so I can multiply it throughout by 100. And so 5 by 3 is 15. So that's going to be 15P. So 15P is equal to 9000. And so if I want to find for P, I just divide both sides by 15. And so 15 into 90 is, I look like 6. Yeah. So my answer is
C.
it's 17C. I believe this is a repeat. What's the answer?
C.
Yeah, somebody's asking a question.
No, sir, I was just saying the answer.
Oh. What's the answer for this?
Dog.
All right. Could somebody else confirm? So it'll be 12 by 30, which is
Yes, sir. D.
395. 395 minus 350 is 45. Yes, that's correct. 20. A man's regular pay. I feel like this is a repeat, you know.
Yeah, it is. The answer is B.
Right?
B, sir.
All right. So we have to expand this and simplify. So that's going to be minus 4x minus 24. So 3x minus 4x is just minus x minus 24. The answer is B. Everybody understand that? So minus 4 by x and minus 4 by 6.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right, this is a repeat. The answer is 4. If x is an integer that satisfies the inequality, then, all right, so all they did was it divided throughout by 2. So that's going to be 2 less than x. So where's my answer? A, right?
A, yeah.
So what's the answer for this? It look like a repeat.
Is the dog.
Okay. Okay, this time they change it up slightly. This time it's PQ plus QQ. So P plus Q is equal to -1. So we need to make a third equation. So we had to solve simultaneously, right? So I can say P is equal to -1 minus Q. And if P is equal to -1 minus Q, then that would be -1 minus Q by Q is equal to -6. And so that's going to be minus Q squared plus 6. It's going to be minus Q squared minus Q plus 6 is equal to 0. Going to multiply through by -1. I would get Q squared plus Q minus 6 is equal to 0. Factorize that. 2, 3. Check out. No. Wait. So P is equal to -1 minus Q, right? So that'll be minus Q squared plus 6 is equal to 0. Then minus Q squared minus Q plus 6 is equal to 0. That'll be Q squared plus Q minus 6. Is this an invalid question? It looks so. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to factorize that. And so you wouldn't have a solution. Because if you find the discriminant of that, you're going to see it's a negative number.
So just want you to bring this error tomorrow. I good.
If I remember, the discriminant is b squared minus 4ac. And so b here would be 1 squared minus 4a by 1 by, actually.
So in my corrected paper, I have -19a as the answer. I do remember where I get this
Me
answer
too,
from, but
sir.
that's what I have.
So we have Q squared plus Q minus 6. So we need to factorize that. Okay. I don't look like I do anything wrong, but I'm not going to get plus Q in the middle. 2 by 3.
So the numbers that I have here written down, P is -3 and Q is 2.
Okay, let me try something else. So PQ is equal to -6, so I could say P is equal to -6 over Q, and so that'll be -6 over Q plus Q is equal to -1, multiply through by Q, so you're going to get -6, and I put the same thing. One second.
So I think you could use the one that it is using add maths, like when you're doing alpha squared, beta squared, like that.
You see how PQ plus QQ. And so to use that, you would need more than the sum of the roots. Let me check something out real quick.
So it had the product too.
It's totally anyone first.
Yeah, I forget now is more than, you know.
I got copied by one of copy.
Sir, just use 2 and 3.
Yeah, 2 and -3.
So -1 and -6 is not the sum and the product.
Yes, so it could be +2 or minus. Wait, it could be -2. It's going to be -2 plus 3. That should work. Because if I do that.
Sir, I'm using +2 and -3.
No, if you work it out, you're going to get 2.
Okay, sir.
If you work it out, you're going to get 2 or -3. Right? So Q by Q is Q squared. Q of 3 is 3Q. 3Q minus 2Q is Q. And -2 by 3 is -6. So that's the answer there. So we have Q is equal to 2 and Q is equal to -3. And if Q is equal to 2 and Q is equal to -3, then P would be equal to -6 all over 2. And so that would be equal to -3 there. And P would be equal to -6 all over -3, which is just 2. So I have 2 sets of values. So let's try Q is equal to 2. and P is equal to minus 3 and see what we get. So that's going to be minus 3 cubed plus 2 cubed. So that's going to be minus 27 plus 8. What is minus 27 plus 8? Should be minus 19, right? Just verify that.
Yes, sir.
And let me try the other one. So that's minus 3 and 2. So that would be minus 3 cubed plus 2 to the power 3. This will be minus 27 plus 8. Yeah, you're going to get minus 19. So minus 19 is the answer. Cool. Anybody want me to re-explain that? So you had to solve simultaneously. I'd come up with a quadratic equation and get the different values for Q. Everybody quiet. So everybody understands?
I think everybody just going to memorize this answer.
Okay.
If I'm being honest.
For sure, because I find there's too much looking for one math.
Yeah, it is. It is. So question 26. The distance L that an elastic string is stretched by hanging an object of mass m varies directly as the mass, this is physics, as the mass of Hooke's law. If a 5 kg object stretches the string to the 1 centimeters, how far will a 29 kg object stretch the string? All right. So remember, but I doubt they want you to convert it to force here. So they're just saying that the distance that an elastic string is stretched varies directly. So L would be directly proportional to the mass of the object. So L would be equal to K by M. I don't understand what I'm saying, because like they're saying the distance L it varies directly as the mass of that object. And so L is proportional to M. And so L will be equal to Km. So we need to find the constant of proportionality now. So they are saying if 5 kg object stretches the string to the 1 centimeters, so we could use that to find for K. So the length here is 31, and that's going to be equal to K by 5. And so K would be equal to 31 over 5. And so the new equation becomes L is equal to 31 over 5 by M. And so they want us to figure out how far it will stretch if a 29 kg object is attached. So 31 over 5 multiplied by 29. So 31 by 29, 6, 9, 9, 9, 8. So that's going to be 8, 9, 9 all over 31. So
all over 31 or 5, sir.
Say that again?
So how come it's all over 31 and not 5?
So we came up with a relationship L is equal to Km. And so the object has a mass of 5, so that's the mass 5. And so L was equal to 31. So to find for K, that would be 31 over 5.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so now they want me to figure out how far I can stretch if I have a 29 object.
So no, I just asked how come you put 899 over 31?
Because 31 by 29 is 899.
Okay, sir.
You see what I mean? Watch. So they're saying that we have a mass of 29 kg. So L will be equal to 31 over 5. That's the constant of proportionality by the mass. And the mass is 29.
Yes, sir.
When you work that out, you're not going to get the option. So that's weird. What did you all get for the answer for this question?
I have D on my paper.
Okay, D. It's clearly proportionality. So L is proportional to M, right? So L is equal to Km. Unless,
Yeah, so that what I was talking about. So when I did get the 899, I divided by 5, but I did see you divide yours by 21.
oh, so that's where the mistake come from.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how I do that. So that's going to be 31 by 29, and that's 899 all over
Yes,
5.
sir.
Now catch. So I was doing everything correct the whole time. I just, that last part. So yeah, 5 will go into 8 one time, and I'll leave you with a remainder of 3. And so 5 into 39 is 7, and I'll leave you with a remainder of 4. And so 5 into 49, the most amount of time is 8, and that's going to leave you with a remainder of 4. So 1, 7, wait, actually, 5 will go into 49 9 times. So 179, and the remainder for that will be 4 over 5. So yeah, it is 26D. So 27. This is our repeat. What's the answer for 27? What's the answer for 27, guys?
A. A.
A. Let's move on. 28. Is this a repeat? That would just be 40 minus 42. So that's
Yes, it is.
cool. 29, P minus Q. This looks like a repeat. So that would just be 42. 29.
See it.
30. P to L. If I want to go from P to L, I could go from P to Q and Q to R. So that would be minus A, right, plus B. And so P to L is actually half of P to R. Can we see that? So P to L is actually half of P to R. Can everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
And so if I want to go from P to R, it's going to be minus A plus B. And so P to L will just be minus A plus B all over 2. And so I can write that as B minus A all over 2. So where's my answer?
So B, sir.
It's B. 31. The length to the
Excuse sir.
Yeah.
For number 28, I have -2.
Yes, because 40 minus 42 is negative 2. Are they witnessing the crash out?
So I think it's time after this week. I think it's time you go to sleep, you know.
Yeah, I think so. And I'll eat something because I didn't eat something since the morning.
Why?
I was just engrossed in work. I was just doing work. I forget like everything when I do work. It's like one of my bad habits.
3.8, sir.
Is it?
Understandable.
Is it 3.8?
3.8, right? Because you divide by 1,000.
Yes, sir.
This is 10 by 10 by 10. Right, so that's 1,000. 33. The sun's around. This is a repeat, right? Yes or no? It looks like a
Yes, sir.
repeat.
Yes, sir.
So the answer is 88 over 2 pi.
E.
34. The volume of the cylinder is, I think this came in 2025. They gave us 6 in 2025. And so that was 3. And was it the same height? In 2025, was it the same height? That's what I'm talking about.
I can't remember.
I genuinely do remember.
Let me see.
I just know the answer is 48 pi.
So to work this out, it will just be pi r squared by the height. So the radius here is 3, and the height is 8. So 3 squared is 9. 9 by 8 is 72. So that's going to be 72 pi.
Oh, shucks.
Equals C. If the length of a minor arc PQ is 8 centimeters, what is the length of the circumference of the circle? So this is just 1/6 of the circle. So you just multiply 8 by 6 to find the whole thing. So 8 by 6 is 48, right?
Yes, sir.
36. A man leaves home at 22:15 hours and reaches his destination at 4 hours on the following day in the same time zone. How many hours did the journey take? So 22, 23, 24, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's actually going to be 5 3/4.
Yes, sir.
Because we know that we have to account for that 15 hours head start. So that would have been 16 minus 15 over 60, which is 6 minus 1/4, which is 5 3/4. 37. Which of the following statements is true about the perimeters of the figures A and B? So 12 by 12 is 144. 9 by 16, that is 144. So the perimeter of A is equal to the perimeter of B, 37A. Somebody could just verify that? Because like I will get in my head, I don't know if that's correct. Because 9 by 10 is 90, 9 by 6 is 54. I'll again 144.
So, but I that area, like 9 by 16.
Yeah, so that's 144. But wait. We're talking about perimeter.
That'll be
Oh, what's going on? So this is 48. This will be 9 by 9 plus 9 is 18, and 18 plus 32. 18 plus 32 is 4.
50.
50. Right.
50.
So I
So
feel like we're going through it now.
I feel like I can't make any more. Genuinely. I feel like I can't make any more. And so that would be, so A would be less than B. You can see that, right? Because 48 is less than 50.
The answer
Yes,
is
sir.
B.
so. I think so. Just scroll through the rest of the paper. If we see something we don't know, we will just ask you to explain it quick.
It looks like we have everything there. And that's
And I feel like we could just, like,
Look like a lot of them there's repeats, like the rest of the paper.
wait, where's number 38 again, sir?
38.
Yeah.
A? Good,
Yeah.
good.
So that would be 5 by 5 is 25. And
Half
so the
base by height.
triangle. And what is it?
Alright.
Yeah. So this is 5.
Yeah.
So the 5 by 5 is 25. And so a half, 4 by 5 is 20. Half by 20 is 10. So 35 here. 38 here. What is the modal age? So which age appears the most frequently?
7.
7, right?
C.
How many children took part in the survey? So
I think this was B.
7,
I
9,
didn't count it.
15. 15B. Median. Maths was a quarter,
It
It
was
is
3
C.
hours.
C.
right? This was, what was this?
In the
D.
B?
Dog. D.
It was B.
it was D.
Positive. So they never specified race, so it was 25 to 37 over 100, so
Okay.
0.37.
Oh shit.
Following is a function. The answer for this, this is
D.
this will be one too many, so wrong. The straight line AB cuts the y-axis at -2, so that'll be 0 minus 2.
D.
47, the gradient of AB. So gradient is just change in y over change in x. So we start off at 1 and we went to 3. So that's just 2 all over So 2 to 6 is 4. So my answer is a half.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Before you move on, what's 46?
46 was D.
Okay, good.
47 is B. A half. And just based on the shape, you realize that it's a positive gradient. So this is wrong, this is wrong. A half. 48. That's going to be 2 minus 3 squared minus 1. So that'll be 18. 18 minus 1 is 17. And again,
Yes, sir.
So yeah.
Yeah.
This came in 2025. The will be x is equal to 0 and x is equal to 4. Right? The maximum point was 2, 4. This was also a repeat. That was 0.25h plus 1, so C. Okay. 52, just add in 3, so that's E. I'll do something wrong, just tell me, because.
No, that you're correct so far.
And this is quadrilateral.
D.
This would have been 2, 1.
And B.
B.
And this would
D.
2.
D.
3.5.
3.5.
And this one was
A.
A.
Yeah.
Right? Let me just verify that though. So they were way to find for YZ. So this will be 30 hypotenuse adjacent opposite. So that will be tan. Yeah, so it is A because you'd have to use tan. So that's it. That's it. My God.
Hey, we done, man. We done.
I don't think like I have a crush out before in my life. It's crazy. So like anybody have any questions? Like you have any question or you want me to clear up before like we call it a night? Like any questions all you had?
I don't think so.
No. Well, all right, guys. I'm gonna upload this video now. Yeah. So, I think are you ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, more than ready.
Yeah, more than anything.
So, I have a question.
Yeah, Toma.
If I do eeny, miny, mo for all of the questions, what's the chance I'm passing?
Percent.
We'll look at our probability, right? So you have a
It is actually 25%, so.
But you see, it wouldn't just be 25% because you also have to take into consideration the 60 questions. So it wouldn't.
60 divided by 25. Well, 25 divided by 60.
It's not so simple. It's not so simple. Because if you want to pass, you want to get 30 or more. So 30 over 60 is a half. So you would have to do and a lot. You'd have to multiply.
You really would think of what, Anna? After all this?
I probably shouldn't.
Exactly.
So, are you okay? Are you good? Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah.
So thanks a lot, sir.
Then no problem.
Hi, guys. Good morning, guys. Hi.
Yeah.
Good
night. I go take a little sleep.
Good morning.
A little thing there.
9 o'clock. When is the exam?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
9 o'clock.
Okay, so I'll have some time to sleep. Later, everybody. Bye.
All right. Okay, bye, sir. Good morning.
Morning.